Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
1991 Manchester, 444 Lily Street, Stone District. Ian will go to Charterhouse together soon, Hermione said brightly, eyes full of excitement. Ian closed his book and looked at her with a gentle smile. Red hair, clear eyes, a face too refined for an ordinary boy. Yes, Hermione. We'll go to school together, just not Charterhouse, Hogwarts. Ian hadn't been born into this world. One second he was watching TV at home, the next everything went dark. When he opened his eyes, he heard a desperate voice, "Don't hurt Harry and Ian." Then came the green light, the killing curse. In that instant, memories flooded back. A year as a baby, a burning house, his mother shielding him, his brother crying nearby. He had reincarnated into the world of Harry Potter, not as a side character, as Ian Potter, Harry's twin brother. A name that never existed in the original story. Lily sacrificed herself to block the curse. The blast threw Ian onto the lawn where he lost consciousness and escaped notice. Harry survived too. The chosen child, taken by Dumbledore, destined for legend. Ian was not so fortunate. No headmaster came for him. A passerby found him on the grass and sent him to an orphanage. Just like that, the forgotten twin disappeared from history, but Ian did not leave empty-handed. His parents' magic lingered within him, and something else awakened. Succubus System activated. Rule: make others fall in love. Reward: charm points, magical items, powerful abilities. Ian blinked. So this world wanted romance? Fine, he would rewrite it. Life in the orphanage wasn't hard. With his soft looks and calm temperament, he could do no wrong. Children liked him, adults pitied him. He grew up surrounded by affection. At 7, he met the Granger family in a park, and Hermione Granger, brilliant, talkative, adorable, winning over her parents took almost no effort. They even tried to adopt him. Ian refused politely. Becoming her legal brother would complicate things. The Grangers misunderstood his refusal as selflessness and instead arranged foster care. He moved in anyway. From then on, he grew up beside Hermione. Same classes, same tutors, same piano lessons, same dance courses, raised as their son. Only Hermione remained blissfully unaware that Ian had plans far beyond childhood friendship. "Ian, you're distracted again." Hermione pouted, hands on her hips. "Don't you want to go to Charterhouse with me?" Ian laughed softly and pinched her cheek. "I'm very happy to go to school with you." Her face lit up. She grabbed his hand. "Then it's a promise. We'll go to Charterhouse together, university together, and Ian teased. Hermione blushed. "Dating together." He chuckled. "All right, dating together." She jumped into his arms happily, hugging him like a kitten. Ian gently patted her head. If you ignored his long-term objective, the scene looked perfectly innocent. At that very moment, Hogwarts Castle, London, Professor McGonagall burst into the headmaster's office, holding the admission registry. "Albus, the child is alive." Dumbledore looked up sharply. "I saw it myself," she said firmly. "Ian Potter, his name is on this year's enrollment list." The portraits of former headmasters stirred in surprise. "Ian Potter, the lost twin." Dumbledore stood slowly. "Are you certain, Minerva?" "Absolutely." Silence filled the office. Everyone had believed the second Potter child perished that night. After all, Voldemort never left loose ends. Yet here it was, a miracle, Ian Potter alive and about to enter Hogwarts. The portraits kept whispering. Dumbledore said nothing. Behind his half-moon glasses, his blue eyes gleamed thoughtfully, as if weighing something far more complicated than a simple name on a list. "Albus," Professor McGonagall called softly. "Is something wrong?" He blinked and returned to himself. "Nothing at all," he replied with a gentle smile. "I was simply thinking that tomorrow we should deliver the letter personally. I believe Mr. Ian Potter deserves that courtesy." Minerva nodded. "I agree." She checked the parchment again. "Ian Potter, 444 Lily Street, Stone District, Manchester." Manchester. Dumbledore lifted his wand and tapped the large map pinned to the office wall. A golden light flickered over the northern city. "Then tomorrow," he said quietly, "we visit Manchester." The next morning, sunlight poured through the bedroom window. Ian woke slowly, stretching before glancing outside. Clear skies. Warm light, peaceful. He changed clothes and stepped into the hallway, intending to grab milk from the kitchen. Before he could reach the stairs, Hermione rushed up toward him. "Ian, hurry, someone's here. Our acceptance letter came. Mum and Dad want you downstairs." She stopped mid-sentence when she noticed he was already dressed. "You're up?" Ian smiled and steadied her shoulders. "I was just going to get milk. Relax, let's go together." He took her hand. As they reached the stairs, a calm, aged voice drifted upward. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, thank you for your hospitality. We are here to deliver admission letters and to meet Mr. Ian Potter. Ian's steps slowed slightly. That voice, Albus Dumbledore, he came personally interesting. Ian's expression remained composed as he descended the stairs. Two elderly figures sat in the living room. One wore deep purple robes, silver beard flowing over folded hands, blue eyes sharp behind crescent glasses. Albus Dumbledore. Beside him, in emerald robes and an expression of dignified sternness, sat Professor Minerva McGonagall. For a moment, even Ian felt the weight of their presence. The Grangers noticed them. Ian, Hermione, come here, Mr. Granger said warmly. These are Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts. Ian stepped forward, offering a polite bow. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, good morning. Hermione quickly copied him. Ian tilted his head slightly. I'm afraid, Hermione, and I never applied to Hogwarts. Could there be a mistake? Dumbledore chuckled softly. No mistake, I assure you. Young witches and wizards need not apply. Once they turn 11 and show magical ability, their names appear automatically. His gaze lingered on Ian. Wizard. Hermione and Ian exclaimed together, perfectly timed surprise in their voices. Dumbledore lifted his wand and made a small motion. Two sealed parchments appeared on the coffee table. Hermione gasped. That's magic. Her eyes shone brighter than the morning sun. Ian mirrored her curiosity, though internally he remained steady. Go on, Dumbledore encouraged. Open them. Ian picked up one envelope. Hermione grabbed the other. The familiar crest stared back at him. Lion, snake, eagle, badger, real. Hogwarts was real. For a brief second, a thought crossed his mind. Had Harry received his letter too? His brother, the boy who survived. Ian had never met him, yet he knew the path awaiting him. Loss, burden, endless confrontation with Voldemort, a tragic hero's life. Ian's expression remained calm, but inside he exhaled softly. That fate was heavy. Hermione finished reading first. Ian, we can really study magic. He smiled gently and brushed her hair aside. The letter is in your hands, isn't it? She clung to his arm, glowing with excitement. This is amazing. Her happiness eased the last trace of tension in him. Ian then turned back to Dumbledore, curiosity flickering across his face. Professor, he asked carefully, I heard you say you wish to meet me specifically, and why did you call me Mr. Potter? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened almost imperceptibly. The boy before him was composed, observant. Far more than he had expected. Mr. Potter, you look a lot like your parents. Dumbledore said with a smile. His tone was full of emotion. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian was slightly stunned and lowered his eyes. Sorry, sir, I have never seen my parents. I am an orphan. If it weren't for Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger, I would still be living in an orphanage. He didn't believe that facing such a miserable little poor man, Dumbledore could still harden his heart to test him. In fact, Dumbledore really can. Ding. Dumbledore is detected to be performing legilimency on the host. The system has automatically written the life experience in the host's brain. Hearing the mechanical sound in his mind, Ian's mouth twitched slightly. The old bee is really suspicious. He used legilimency on him. But fortunately, with the system, he is not afraid that Dumbledore will see any clues. Isn't it just the St. Potter? Harry can do it, and he can do it too. He can act. Ian complained a few words in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He just looked at Dumbledore blankly. Dumbledore looked at Ian, and a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to use legilimency on a little wizard, but Ian Potter's identity was too special, so he had to treat him with caution. However, after using legilimency, Dumbledore's eyes softened when he looked at Ian. What he saw was a little boy who grew up in an orphanage but always remained kind and optimistic. Even if life was not fair to him, he never resented the world but was full of expectations and hope for the future. Dumbledore retracted his gaze and looked at Ian with a smile. Child, maybe you don't know yet, your parents are both very good wizards. Really? Ian deliberately smiled sarcastically. Will excellent wizards abandon their children? When the director of the orphanage picked me up, I only had a name tag engraved with my name on me. My parents abandoned me. Ian said, taking out a thin red rope from his neck, on which hung a small silver plate with the word Ian engraved on it. This is the only thing I have about my life experience. Dumbledore looked at the silver plate in Ian's hand, was silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, Your parents have never abandoned you. On the contrary, they love you very much, Ian. Ian, your parents had to leave you for some special reasons. Dumbledore sighed with a heavy tone in his tone. They sacrificed their lives to protect you and your brother. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian showed a look of shock and disbelief on his face, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that Dumbledore had not lied to him. His parents had indeed died to protect him and Harry, especially Mother Lily. The first thing Ian saw when he saw this world was Mother Lily standing in front of him and Harry. Sacrifice. Ian murmured the word again, his eyes slightly red. Can you tell me how they sacrificed? His acting skills burst out and tears came as soon as he spoke. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke and told Ian what happened that year in a simple way. Of course, he did not mention the prophecy, but only said that James and Lily fought a desperate battle with Voldemort to protect their children and unfortunately sacrificed themselves in the end. After listening to Dumbledore's story, Ian was silent for a long time. Although he had already known the truth of the matter, Ian couldn't help but sigh after hearing Dumbledore's story in person. Mother's love is really great. Seeing Ian's tears in his eyes, even the strict Professor McGonagall was awakened to her motherly heart. She said softly, Ian, your parents are heroes. They are both very good wizards. Your father, James Potter, is brave and smart. Your mother, Lily Evans, is a beautiful and kind witch. But if they are still here, I would rather they are not heroes, but just my parents. Ian said with sobs. His words moved everyone present, and the Granger family of 3 felt even more distressed. Hermione walked directly to Ian's side and held his hand, as if giving him strength. Ian, you still have me, your parents, we will always be with you, we are your family. Hermione looked at Ian, her eyes full of determination. Feeling the warmth of Hermione's palm, Ian's heart could not help but surge with warmth. Looking at Ian and Hermione in front of him, Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Love is the most powerful magic. Professor Dumbledore, you just mentioned my brother, my brother. Ian took a deep breath and then mustered up the courage to ask, is he still alive? Yes, Ian, he is still alive. Dumbledore said with a smile, his name is Harry and he is now living in the Muggle world. Professor Dumbledore, can I meet him? Ian looked at Dumbledore with some anticipation. Of course, Ian, you 2 brothers can meet. Dumbledore said with a smile. But not now, we have more important things to do now. You and Miss Granger are going to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He actually really wanted to meet Harry, the little boy with black hair and green eyes in his childhood memory. Ian sighed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, just nodded obediently. Okay, I got it, Professor Dumbledore. Very good, Ian. Dumbledore said with a smile, then let's go to Diagon Alley now. As he said that, he stood up and took out a golden pocket watch from his pocket. This is the key to the door, it will take us to London. Dumbledore said, handing the pocket watch to Ian. Ian took the pocket watch and felt his palm sink. This pocket watch looked ordinary, but it was very heavy in his hand. What should I do, Professor? Ian asked hesitantly, looking at the pocket watch in his hand. It's simple, kid. Dumbledore gestured to the Grangers to grab the pocket watch as he chanted a spell, Mentos. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian felt dizzy, as if he was trapped in a void. He and the Grangers leaned against each other tightly, and a few seconds later, their feet were on solid ground again. Ian opened his eyes in a daze, and what came into view was a shabby bar. Ian's eyes flashed, and he subconsciously clenched the pocket watch in his hand, the leaky cauldron. Come on, kids, follow me, Dumbledore said and walked towards the bar first. Ian and Hermione quickly followed Dumbledore's footsteps, and the Grangers followed closely. As soon as they entered the bar, they attracted the attention of everyone in the bar. Professor Dumbledore, someone exclaimed with a bit of surprise and awe in his tone. Oh my God, it's Professor Dumbledore. And Professor McGonagall. For a moment, the whole bar became noisy, and everyone talked about the arrival of Dumbledore and others. Dumbledore was obviously not surprised by this situation. He just smiled and nodded to everyone and then took Ian and others through the bar to the patio behind the bar. Ian looked at the surrounding walls. He knew that this wall was the entrance to Diagon Alley. Kids, this is the gate to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore winked at the 2 little wizards mischievously. Remember to watch my movements, count 3 blocks up from the trash can and then count 2 blocks horizontally. As Dumbledore spoke, he gently waved the wand in his hand, and the original wall suddenly rippled with water-like patterns. Ian looked at the trash can, and his heart that wanted to make trouble was a little eager to move. If he moved this trash can, would the wizards who came later not be able to go to Diagon Alley? Before he finished thinking, Ian felt that the corner of his clothes was grabbed by Hermione. Hermione saw Ian's unruly thoughts at a glance and shook her head helplessly. Ian tilde. Ian came back to his senses, looked at Hermione's clear eyes and immediately touched his nose a little embarrassedly and silently put away his heart that wanted to make trouble. Let's go in, Dumbledore said with a smile and then walked into Diagon Alley first. Ian and Hermione hurriedly followed by the Grangers. As soon as they entered Diagon Alley, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were a wide variety of shops on both sides of the street, and all kinds of strange and bizarre goods were displayed in the windows of each store. There were automatically stirring crucibles, screaming newspapers, and books that bite people. "Oh my God, this place is so amazing," Mrs. Granger couldn't help but exclaimed. "This is Diagon Alley, a shopping paradise for London wizards." Dumbledore explained with a smile, let's go to Gringotts to exchange some wizard currency first, and then go to Flourish and Blots to buy textbooks." Mr. Granger nodded. "Professor Dumbledore, pounds should be able to be used to exchange wizard currency, right?" "Of course, Mr. Granger," Dumbledore said with a smile. "In addition, gold can also be used to exchange gold galleons." After that, he took the lead in the direction of Gringotts. Ian looked around, watching the scenes that appeared in the movies. His heart was filled with excitement and curiosity. In his previous life, he had only seen Diagon Alley in movies and had been to the replica built by Universal. But what he saw now was real Diagon Alley. Ian took a deep breath of air and felt that even the air was carrying some magical fluctuations. Ah. The magical world he had been thinking about. Ian. Hermione's voice suddenly rang in his ears, interrupting Ian's thoughts. Ian came back to his senses and looked at Hermione in a daze. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about, so absorbed?" Hermione asked curiously. "We've arrived at Gringotts, let's go in." Ian heard this and realized that they had arrived at the first gate of Gringotts. He quickly gathered his thoughts and followed Hermione into Gringotts. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a tall white building located in Diagon Alley, London, is the only bank in the wizarding world run by goblins. The first door is a shiny bronze door, with goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms standing at the door, bowing to customers when they come. The second door is silver, with the following words engraved on the door: "Come in, stranger, but be careful. What will happen if you are greedy? And you will be punished most severely if you just ask for it without working for it. So if you want to take away a fortune that never belonged to you from our underground vault, thief, you have been warned, be careful not to bring treasure but bad retribution." Ian looked at the words engraved on the door with a strange expression, silently complaining, "Do goblins really think this kind of threat works?" As we all know, a famous noseless monster successfully broke into Gringotts Bank. "Okay, let's go in," Dumbledore said and walked into the second door first. Ian and Hermione followed quickly, and the Grangers followed closely. As soon as they walked into the second door, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. In the huge hall, hundreds of goblins were busy working. Some were weighing coins with weights, some were looking at gems with magnifying glasses, and some were handling business for customers. The whole hall was filled with the busy figures of goblins and the crisp sound of various coins colliding. "Oh my God, it's so busy here." Mr. Granger couldn't help but sigh. Gringotts is one of the largest banks in the wizarding world, and it receives thousands of customers every day. Dumbledore explained with a smile, let's exchange currency and then buy textbooks and other school supplies." As he said, he took Ian and others to the front counter. "Griffook, the Granger family needs to exchange some gold galleons," Dumbledore said to the goblin behind the counter with a smile. The goblin named Griffook raised his head, revealing his pointed ears and green eyes. He looked at the Grangers and their spouses, and then said, "Young wizards from the Muggle world can only exchange a maximum of 100 gold galleons per person per year. This is the rule. 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle is equal to 493 nuts. If you want to exchange it in pounds, it is 5 pounds. Mr. Granger nodded. "Okay, then we will exchange 200 gold galleons." As he said that, he took out a stack of pounds from his pocket and handed it to Griffook. "No, Mr. Granger, Ian has his own vault." Dumbledore stopped Mr. Granger with a smile and looked at Griffook behind the counter. "Mr. Ian Potter needs to withdraw some money." Hearing this, Griffook behind the counter looked up at the few people. When he saw Ian, he was stunned for a moment, then showed a somewhat weird smile. "Potter. Oh, Tilda, the youngest son of the Potter family, then Ian Potter should have brought the key." "Of course," Dumbledore said, taking out a small golden key from his pocket and handed it to Griffook. "This is Ian Potter's vault key." Griffook took the key, looked at it carefully, and then nodded. "Very good, this key is indeed the key to the Potter family vault." Ian's heart moved when he heard it. "This should be the pile of gold galleons that James and Lily left for Harry in the movie, right? Well, now he has half. This life is getting better." Griffook first exchanged 100 gold galleons for Mr. Granger and then walked out from behind the counter. "Come with me, Mr. Potter, and you." Under the leadership of Griffook, Ian and others passed through the busy hall and came to the deepest underground vault. The vault is located hundreds of kilometers underground in London. Through the door of the hall, you can enter a narrow stone corridor, and there is a small railway below. Griffook took them on a cart in the maze-like winding passages and saw hundreds of passage branches and dense magic doors. It's really complicated here. Ian couldn't help but sighed. This is to ensure the safety of the customer's vault. Griffook explained without looking back, Gringotts' underground vault is one of the safest places in the world. Except for goblins, no one knows all the passages and mechanisms. As he spoke, the cart had stopped. Griffook took them to a seemingly inconspicuous magic door. Here we are, this is the Potter family's vault. As he said, he inserted the key into the keyhole on the door and turned it gently. With a light click, the magic door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside the vault. The huge vault was filled with golden galleons, various gems and rare magic items, and the dazzling light dazzled people. "Oh my God, so much money!" Hermione couldn't help but exclaimed. "This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Potter family." Griffook said lightly, "The Potter family is one of Gringotts' largest customers. The wealth they store in Gringotts is enough to rival the treasury of a small country." Even though Ian was somewhat mentally prepared, he couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat when he saw the mountains of wealth in front of him. Dumbledore looked at Ian's appearance, smiled, and patted his shoulder. "This is what your parents left for you and Harry." "Professor, will my brother come here to withdraw money? Does he have a key? If he doesn't, can I withdraw more now and give him some after seeing my brother?" Ian asked like a machine gun. Dumbledore's smile deepened when he heard this. "When your brother comes to withdraw money, he will naturally have the key. As for you giving him a portion, I think your brother will be very happy. Then, Professor, how much money can I withdraw?" Ian looked at Dumbledore and asked tentatively. "It depends on you, Ian," Dumbledore said with a smile, "but I don't think you need too much money now. After all, you are going to Hogwarts where you hardly need to spend money." Ian nodded and looked at Griffook. "Mr. Griffook, I want to withdraw 500 gold galleons." Griffook didn't say much, just stretched out his hand and waved it, and suddenly 500 gold galleons flew up from the pile of gold coins and fell into the small bag he prepared. "Here you go, Mr. Ian Potter." Griffook handed Ian a small bag containing 500 gold galleons. "This is your money." Ian took the bag and felt his palms sink. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Thank you." Hermione looked at the bag in Ian's hand, then looked at the bag in her own hand, her eyes shining. "This bag can hold so much money. Is it enchanted?" "That's right, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall nodded. "This bag has been enchanted with a traceless extension spell and can hold things much larger than its volume. It's amazing." Hermione couldn't help but sigh and then looked at Ian. "Ian, let's go buy books now." "She wants to read books to learn magic. Of course we're going to Flourish and Blots now," Ian said, looking at Dumbledore. "Professor, Professor McGonagall will take you there, kids. I still have some things to deal with." Dumbledore winked at the two little wizards. "Ian and Hermione, will see you when school starts. Professor Dumbledore, goodbye." Ian raised his head and smiled innocently, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. What old Dumbledore was talking about should be the Philosopher's Stone, right? The plot has already begun. "Ian, Hermione, let's go." Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Ian's thoughts. He looked up, looked at the older cat lady and nodded. "Okay, Professor McGonagall." The Grangers followed Professor McGonagall out of the vault. Outside Gringotts, the sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the streets with a golden hue. Ian looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. "Voldemort, Voldemort, for my wonderful student life, I'll have to ask you to die." "Ian, what are you thinking about?" Hermione's voice sounded in his ears, interrupting his thoughts. "Nothing, just thinking, what book should we buy next?" Ian smiled at Hermione and said, "We have to buy Standard Spells, Elementary, and History of Magic." Hermione counted on her fingers as she walked. "And Magic Theory, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi." Listening to Hermione chattering a long list of book titles, Ian showed a helpless smile on his face. "Well, little Hermione who loves to study, sometimes I really doubt that Hermione should go to Ravenclaw." The group soon arrived at Flourish and Blots. The bookstore was crowded with people, and many young wizards were choosing their favorite books accompanied by their parents. There are so many people. Hermione looked at the bustling crowd in the bookstore and silently pulled Ian's clothes. The Granger couple looked at each other, and as if triggering some set program, they reached out to the two young wizards. Ian and Hermione also understood immediately and handed over their purses. "Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt will wait for you to come back here." Professor McGonagall watched the whole tacit performance with a confused look on his face and couldn't help asking, "Do you do this often?" "Yes." The four people answered together. Ian held Hermione's hand and fiddled with it from time to time. In the Muggle world, there are more students buying books at the beginning of the school term than in the Wizarding world, so we will act separately every time. Ian and I will stay where we are, and Mom and Dad will go to buy books. Hermione said, looking at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, we can take this opportunity to buy wands and let Mom and Dad buy books here. What do you think? Of course this is a good idea, Hermione. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. Then let's go to Ollivander's wand shop to buy wands first. As she said, she looked at the Grangers. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, we can meet at the door of the bookstore later. How about it? Of course, Professor. Mr. Granger nodded. We will wait for you here. Professor McGonagall, how much does it cost to buy a wand? Mrs. Granger took the purse and prepared to give Ian and Hermione some gold galleons. A wand only costs a dozen galleons, Mrs. Granger, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Mrs. Granger counted out 30 galleons and handed them to Ian. Ian, you and Hermione take this money and use it to buy wands later. Okay, Aunt Granger. Ian took the galleons and followed Professor McGonagall out of Flourish and Blots with Hermione. They walked through the busy streets and soon arrived at the door of Ollivander's wand shop. A small and shabby shop, the golden sign on the door has peeled off, and a withered balsam swayed in the wind in the flower pot by the window. The sign also reads, Ollivander making fine wands since 382 BC. Yes, Ollivander, a master of wand making. Here. Can you really sell wands here? Hermione asked doubtfully, looking at the shop in front of her. Professor McGonagall did not answer Hermione's words but pushed open the door of the shop. Let's go in. Ian and Hermione followed Professor McGonagall and walked into the shop. The shop was very dark and the air was filled with a rotten smell of wood. The walls around were filled with densely packed wand boxes which made people dazzled. Good afternoon, McGonagall, an old voice sounded in my ears. Ian turned his head and saw an old man with a hunched body and silver eyes who appeared behind the counter at some point. The old man was thin, with sharp eyes and long silver hair scattered on his shoulders, giving people a feeling of being unkempt. Good afternoon, Ollivander. Professor McGonagall nodded at the old man. These two children need to buy wands. Oh, new little wizards. Ollivander raised his head, his old eyes flashing with sharp light. Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. You will find the most suitable wand for yourself here. Ollivander looked closely at Ian and felt that this face was very familiar. He asked with a little doubt, Child, what is your name? You should not be a muggle wizard, right? I remember every customer who comes to my store. You remind me of an old customer many years ago. I wonder who your parents are. Sir, my name is Ian Potter. James Potter and Lily Potter are my parents. Ian answered truthfully with a face that is 70% similar to Lily. Oh, Potter boy, wait. Ian Potter, Ollivander's eyes widened. You're still alive. Oh my God, no wonder I feel familiar with you. You look like your mother with the same red hair and green eyes. I still remember the first wand your parents bought from me. Ollivander spoke incoherently, seeming to be shocked by Ian's appearance. Professor McGonagall saw this and couldn't help but remind him, Ollivander, you scared the child. Ah, sorry, child. Ollivander came back to his senses and apologized repeatedly. I was just too surprised. I didn't expect to see you here. He turned his head and looked at Hermione. What about you, little girl? What's your name? My name is Hermione Granger. Hermione replied, Hermione Granger. Well, a muggle wizard. Ollivander murmured as he looked at Hermione. It doesn't matter, you will find your wand here. He turned to Ian again. Come on, kids, let's see what kind of wand is suitable for you. Ollivander picked up a long measuring tape and snaked it on the floor like a snake. Ian stepped back and let Hermione choose the wand first. Ladies first. Ian is so gentle, Ian is so gentlemanly, Ian is so nice. Hermione looked at Ian softly, then turned to look at Ollivander. What should I do? Miss Granger, stand there and don't move. Ollivander said softly. The measuring tape rose up and automatically wrapped around Hermione's shoulders, chest, waist, and finally fell to her feet. As Ollivander measured, he muttered, The choice of wand is of great significance. If it is well matched, it will exert a stronger power. After measuring Hermione, he put away the measuring tape, walked to the shelf, and began to choose a wand. Try this one, you would, with unicorn hair as the wand core, 11 inches long. Ollivander picked up a wand from the shelf and handed it to Hermione. Hermione took the wand and waved it gently, and dazzling red sparks suddenly burst out from the tip of the wand. It doesn't seem to be suitable. Ollivander shook his head and handed Hermione another wand. Then try this one, vine wood, dragon heart tendon, 10 3/4 inches. This time, as soon as Hermione held the wand, it seemed to have life, jumping at her fingertips and emitting a soft light. It seems that our Miss Granger has found the wand that suits you best, Ollivander said with a smile. Hermione looked at the wand in her hand and smiled happily. Thank you. The price of this wand is 11 galleons. Ollivander said. Ian counted the 11 galleons and handed them to Ollivander. Here you go, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander took the gold coins and turned to Ian and said, Then, Mr. Potter, it's your turn. The measuring tape rose again and automatically wrapped around Ian. I still remember the scene when your parents came to buy a wand for the first time. Ollivander measured Ian and recalled, your father, James Potter, tried almost all the wands here before finding the one that suited him best. And your mother, Lily Potter, she liked her wand at first sight. I wonder if you will be like your father or your mother. Ollivander looked at Ian curiously. Soon, the tape measure finished measuring Ian, and Ollivander walked to the shelf and began to choose a wand for Ian. Try this one, hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, 10 inches long, moderate elasticity, a very contradictory wand. Ollivander handed Ian a wand. Ian took the wand and waved it gently, and a powerful shock wave suddenly hit the counter on the side, smashing it to pieces. Looking at the mess he made, Ian smiled awkwardly and put the wand back. It's not his fault. It seems that this one is not suitable for you. Ollivander looked behind him dully and handed Ian another one, oak, with phoenix feather as the wand core, 11 inches. Ian waved the wand again and Ollivander's wand shop exploded again. Oh. It seems that you are a picky wizard like your father. Ollivander was not discouraged and continued to choose a wand for Ian. He tried almost all the wands in the store but couldn't find the one that suited him. Just when Ollivander was about to give up, he suddenly thought of something and turned around to take out a wand from the deepest part of the shelf. This one is a wand made by my grandfather, and it has never found a suitable owner. Ollivander handed the wand to Ian. It is made of rosewood from the ancient East, with phoenix tail feathers as the wand core, and is 12¼ inches long, representing luck. My grandfather said that the person who can control it must have very powerful magic. The ancient East, Ian raised his eyebrows. Is this talking about the flower growers? Ian took the wand and felt his palms slightly warm as if some power was surging in the wand. He waved it gently, and a dazzling golden light burst out from the tip of the wand, instantly illuminating the entire room. That's it, Ollivander shouted excitedly. Ian looked at the wand in his hand, and an inexplicable sense of intimacy surged in his heart, as if this wand was a part of his body. Kid, you will become a great wizard. Ollivander looked at Ian, his eyes flashing with expectation. Also remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Ian's mouth twitched slightly. Wouldn't this old man say this to every wizard who came to buy a wand? However, Ian still responded politely. Thank you for your blessing, Mr. Ollivander. Ian paused and looked at the mess in the store awkwardly. Mr. Ollivander, how much do I need to pay? 13 gold galleons, Mr. Potter. Ollivander looked around. As for the mess in the store, this is common, kid, you don't have to worry about it. It's okay, it's just a dozen restoration spells. Ian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Ollivander would ask him to compensate for the loss of the store. Ian paid the money and left Ollivander's wand shop with Hermione. Ollivander looked at Ian's back and murmured to himself, a lucky boy. After Ian and his two friends met the Grangers, they bought all the items needed for school. During this time, Professor McGonagall suddenly had something urgent to do, so he left first. Mr. Granger glanced at the list and rubbed the heads of the two little guys. Well, we are going to buy pets now. Before Professor McGonagall left, he said it would be best to buy an owl so that it would be convenient for us to send letters. But Professor McGonagall also said that there are public owls in the school's owl shed, so we can buy other pets. Hermione muttered softly she actually wanted a cat more. Okay, baby, let's go to Ella Owl's shop first. Mrs. Granger looked at Hermione lovingly. If there is no owl you like, let's go to the magical animal store, okay? Okay. Hermione smiled sweetly. She knew that her mother loved her the most. Ella Owl Shop is a shop that specializes in selling owls. There are many kinds of owls in it, which are dazzling. Ian walked around the shop and suddenly heard a crisp cry. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small and exquisite snowy owl in the cage staring at him with a pair of big eyes. The little guy's snow-white feathers were mixed with black spots. Ian recognized this little guy in an instant. Hedwig, the owl given to Harry by Hagrid. In the movie and the original book, Hedwig helped Harry deliver letters countless times and finally died to protect Harry. Thinking of its final ending, Ian felt a little sorry. He walked up to Hedwig, stretched out his index finger and gently stroked its feathers. Good girl. Hedwig seemed to like Ian very much and rubbed his fingers affectionately. Ian, do you like this little guy, Mrs. Granger looked at the clerk next to her. Hello, how much is this owl? This is a snowy owl, smart and very suitable for delivering letters. The clerk introduced enthusiastically, only 10 gold galleons. Aunt Granger, I don't think it should be my owl. Ian looked at Hedwig and smiled slightly. I think it should be waiting for another owner who is more suitable for it. Oh, do you think so? Mrs. Granger looked at Ian in surprise, but you really like this little guy, I can see. Ian smiled. I want a majestic and domineering one, it's so cute. Okay, our little Ian has his own ideas. Mrs. Granger pinched Ian's face, then let's take a look at other owls. The clerk seemed a little regretful, but he still enthusiastically introduced other owls to Ian and them. Ian finally stopped in front of a majestic golden eagle and stared at it. For some reason, Ian always felt that he could tell what the golden eagle wanted to say from its disdainful look. Golden eagle, little red-haired brat, why are you looking at me? Are you going to buy me? Don't you like that snowy owl, Ian, you poisonous girl? Golden eagle, she is a good girl and I am a bad girl. Well, let's take this one. Ian looked away awkwardly and turned to look at the clerk. Excuse me, how much is this golden eagle? The clerk looked at the golden eagle Ian had chosen, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Kid, are you sure you want to choose it? The golden eagle girl is a little unruly and difficult to tame. This is it. Ian looked at the golden eagle and smiled slightly. I believe I can tame it. The golden eagle glanced at Ian with disdain and continued to comb its feathers. Seeing this, the clerk stopped persuading him. Okay, since you insist. This golden eagle has a faint Thunderbird bloodline and is the most expensive in the store. It costs 50 gold galleons. Ian took out 60 gold galleons from his purse and handed them to the clerk. Please help me prepare some food and supplies suitable for it. The clerk took the gold galleons and smiled brightly. Okay, kid, wait a moment. Not long after, the clerk came over with a bag full of golden eagle supplies. This is its food and supplies. There are labels on them. You will know how to use them when you go back and take a look. The clerk handed the golden eagle's cage to Ian and carefully reminded him, but you have to be careful, it may be a little fierce. Ian took the golden eagle, looked at its sharp eyes and smiled slightly. From now on, you will be called Themis, how about it? The golden eagle, that is, Themis, glanced at Ian and did not respond, but Ian could feel that it did not have much hostility towards him. It seems that our Themis is a noble and cold lady. Ian gently stroked the feathers of the golden eagle. Hermione saw that Ian had already chosen an owl and her eyes rolled. She pulled Mrs. Granger's hand and began to act coquettishly. Mom, Ian and I can let Themis deliver the letter together. I don't want an owl. Let's go to the magical animal store to look at other pets now, okay? Mrs. Granger didn't care what pet her daughter bought. Seeing Hermione acting coquettishly, her heart melted. She didn't even remember to buy an owl. She nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go to the magical animal store to have a look. Really not buying an owl? Will Themis be tired if it relies on it alone? Mr. Granger said worriedly. Uncle Granger, don't worry, Themis is not an ordinary owl. It is a golden eagle with very strong flying and hunting abilities. Ian explained with a smile. Besides, I think Themis won't mind delivering a few more letters. Hearing this, Themis glanced at Ian with disdain, as if to say, Red-haired devil, you will always make trouble for me. Seeing this, Ian fed Themis a piece of raw meat given by the clerk, in exchange for a roll of its eyes. Okay, since you said so, Ian, let's go to the magical animal store to see other pets. Mr. Granger saw this and no longer insisted, so the group left the owl shop and went to the magical animal store. Hermione took Ian's hand and looked at everything in the store curiously. Ian, what pet do you think I should buy? Hermione looked at the dazzling array of pets in the store and was a little undecided. Well, maybe a cat. Ian looked around for the cat that should have belonged to Hermione. Where is Crookshanks? Has it not been sent to the store yet? Or is it because of some kind of plot twist that it must appear in the third year? Hermione wandered around the store for a long time and finally returned to Ian in disappointment. Ian, do you think I am too picky? Why don't I like any of the pets? Maybe it's not the right time, Hermione. Ian comforted, it doesn't matter, we have to come to Diagon Alley every year anyway, we can come every time to see it. Wait until the third year, Crookshanks should appear, right? Then he can buy Crookshanks and give it to Hermione as a gift. Okay. Hermione nodded a little disappointed, but soon she cheered up. You're right, Ian, let's come and see it next time. Hermione, I want to give my brother a pet, let's go pick it out together. Ian changed the subject, not wanting the little girl to continue to be disappointed. Okay, then let's go and see it together. Hermione was indeed diverted, holding Ian's hand and began to wander around the store. Ian looked around and stopped at the pet snake. Harry is a lion, but he has a parcel tongue if he had a pet snake. Hermione, what do you think of me giving my brother a snake? Ian pointed at a small green snake and asked. Hermione looked at the snake with a hesitant look on her face. Ian, will the snake be too dangerous? Don't worry, Hermione, I think Harry will like it. Ian looked at the snake and had made up his mind. Parseltongue plus a snake pet if it is placed in the Chamber of Secrets next year. Wouldn't it be easier for Harry to be considered the heir of Slytherin? Interesting, let's do it. So Ian bought the green snake and asked the clerk to help him put it in a beautiful glass box. "So, Hermione, didn't you choose the pet you wanted?" Mrs. Granger asked curiously when she saw the two of them coming back with a glass box in their hands. "Mom, I didn't choose the pet I wanted." Hermione shook her head a little disappointed, but Ian chose a snake for his brother as a pet. "Oh, really? Let me see." Mr. Granger took the glass box and looked at the green snake inside. "Well, this is indeed a very beautiful snake." Ian's eyes lit up. "Uncle Granger, you think so too? I think Harry will like it. As for what if Harry doesn't like it, ha? How could St. Pot have the heart to reject his twin brother who has lived in an orphanage since childhood and is helpless? Well, I think he will." Mr. Granger smiled and nodded. The family left the magical animal store and continued to wander around Diagon Alley until the sun set. The four people ended their shopping trip and set off on the way home. "We will be home in a while. What do you two want to eat when you go home?" Mrs. Granger asked gently. "Mom, I want to eat the pasta you made." Hermione said without hesitation. "Where is Ian?" Mrs. Granger turned to look at Ian. "I'm fine with it, Aunt Granger." Ian said with a smile he was not picky about food. "Then we'll go home and eat pasta." Mrs. Granger made the decision. Ian looked at the scenery outside the window, which was rapidly receding, and silently complained about the traffic in England. The area of London and Manchester combined is not as big as Beijing, but it takes 2 hours to get there. It's so slow. When his magic becomes stronger in the future, he will definitely transform the transportation of Muggles. He will rule the wizarding world. Then abolish the statute of secrecy. Let wizards promote the advancement of science and technology. Ian thought happily, and even the scenery outside the window became pleasing to the eye. Ian. Hermione's voice brought Ian back to his thoughts. "We're home, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, Hermione." Ian shook his head and got out of the car with Hermione. "Let's go back." "Okay." Hermione nodded, took Ian's hand and walked into the house together. At the dinner table, Mrs. Granger made delicious pasta and Ian ate a big bowl. After dinner, Ian carried the golden eagle cage and the glass box containing the little snake back to the room. "System, are you still alive? Make a sound." Ian called the system in his mind. Beep. The mechanical sound rang in his mind and Ian was relieved. It's good that it's still there. His system is different from others. Except when he meets the beautiful heroine, it is basically dead at other times. If he doesn't call it occasionally, he is really afraid that it will be gone. "System, install a magic positioning for this little green snake." Ian ordered and put the glass box on the desk at the same time. Who told his cheap brother who is the savior to love to die? And with this little butterfly, he doesn't know what the plot will be like. So he has to install a GPS on this little green snake just in case Harry dies. He can save Harry's life in time. Beep, the positioning has been loaded. "Yeah, very good." Ian nodded with satisfaction, opened the glass box and put his hand in. The little green snake obediently wrapped around Ian's wrist, and its tongue flicked gently, as if greeting Ian. Ian gently stroked the scales of the little green snake and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good boy, good boy." Themis stood on the perch, staring sharply at the little green snake in Ian's hand. The little green snake seemed to feel the threat from Themis, and its body trembled slightly. Ian looked at his golden eagle, then at the little green snake, and his brain finally reacted. They are the relationship between predator and prey. Oh, Merlin, it seems that he will have to keep a closer eye on Themis in the future. Ian patted his head gently and put the little green snake back into the glass box. "Themis, it is not your reserve food, it is a gift from my brother, you can't scare it." Themis flapped her wings and restored her noble and cold posture, as if saying, "I didn't scare it, it's just too timid." "Okay, you didn't want to eat it, it's just too timid," Ian said in accordance with the wishes of his big bird. Themis hummed with satisfaction, turned her head away, and stopped looking at the little green snake. Ian couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. This guy is really arrogant. Just then there was a knock on the door, and Ian hurried over to open the door. Hermione stood at the door, holding a thick book in her hand. Ian leaned against the door frame and smiled like a succubus. "Hermione, good evening, what's up?" Hermione looked at Ian's smiling face, her face slightly red. She lowered her head and handed the book in her hand to Ian. "Ian, I saw you and your brother in the book. Why is it that every time I come to see Ian at night, he is always so?" At this time, Hermione, who was young, didn't know there was a word called male beauty seducing people. Ian took the book from Hermione and took a look at the cover, History of Magic. His Hermione is really a college bully. She is still reading books late at night, and the book she is reading is the most boring history of magic. Ian opened the book and saw the place Hermione pointed to him at a glance. There happened to be a photo of him, Harry, and Mr. and Mrs. Potter on that page. Judging from the background, it should be when they were just born. The photo on the history of magic moves, so Ian can clearly see James' silly smile and the gentle look of Lily's mother looking at James. Ian stared at this touching scene, silently took his history of magic, cut out the photo, and carefully put it into his notebook. Ian. Hermione called carefully. Thank you, Hermione. Ian lowered his eyes. You know, I don't like reading this kind of history stuff the most. If it weren't for you, I might not know what my parents look like now. Hermione looked at the sadness that was about to overflow in Ian's eyes, and her heart couldn't help but feel sad. She tiptoed and hugged Ian gently. Ian. I'm fine, Hermione. Ian hugged Hermione back gently. It's getting late, go to bed early, good night. Good night, Ian. Hermione let go of Ian and turned back to her room. Ian watched Hermione's door close before turning back to his room. He sat at the desk, looking at the photo of James and Lily in the notebook and couldn't help but sigh. He is really suitable for acting, but only in this way. Dumbledore will not always be on guard against him. Dumbledore will believe that he is just a simple child whose parents died early, not a villain who wants to rule the world. When he thought of this, Ian wanted to curse at Voldemort. If it weren't for the damn Tom, even if he, the savior, started in an orphanage, Dumbledore would not be so suspicious of him and even use legilimency on him. That old man, if he didn't have the system to help him compile those life experiences, I don't know how Dumbledore would defend himself. Forget it, he doesn't believe that he can't handle an old man over 100 years old. Ian opened the notebook and wrote a line of words next to the photo of James and Lily. I miss you, Mom and Dad. Ian gently stroked the faces of James and Lily in the photo, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Very good, this way his personality will be more solid. Ian closed the notebook, carefully put it in the drawer, and then climbed onto the bed. Themis stood on the perch and closed his eyes. One person and one eagle fell asleep. September 1st, the first day of school at Hogwarts. Mr. Granger and his wife sent Ian and Hermione to King's Cross Station in London. We're here. Mr. Granger's tone was a little heavy, and he silently took the luggage of the two children out of the car. Mrs. Granger's eyes were slightly red, and she kept kissing Hermione and Ian's foreheads. Mr. Granger looked at the pillar between platforms 9 and 10 and frowned worriedly. Is it really okay to enter from here? Professor McGonagall said so, so it must be okay. Mrs. Granger reached out and hugged the two children, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Hermione, Ian, you must write more letters to me and John. Mom, I will. Hermione hugged Mrs. Granger back. Her eyes were also a little red. Ian also hugged Mrs. Granger. I can write letters too, Aunt Granger. Professor McGonagall said that only wizards can enter platform 934. Mr. Granger put his arm around his wife's shoulders. Hermione, Ian, we can only take you here. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, don't worry, I will take good care of Hermione. Mr. Granger patted Ian's shoulder, his eyes full of trust. Ian, we are relieved to have you here, but you have to take care of yourself. Of course, Uncle Granger. Ian nodded and glanced at Hermione, who was reluctant to leave. Hermione, we should go. Hermione hugged the Grangers again and then took Ian's hand. Mom and Dad, goodbye. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, goodbye. After that, Ian and Hermione pushed the luggage cart and rushed to the pillar without looking back. Their figures quickly disappeared in front of the Grangers. Mr. and Mrs. Granger stood there for a long time before they looked away. They will meet many friends. Mr. Granger hugged his wife and said softly. Mrs. Granger leaned in his arms and nodded gently. I know, but I'm still a little worried. Ian is a sensible child. He will take good care of Hermione. I know, John. I feel relieved with Ian here. On platform 9 3/4, a crimson steam locomotive stopped beside the platform, and the sign hanging on the train read Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Ian and Hermione walked along the platform and soon found an empty carriage. They moved their luggage into the carriage and sat by the window waiting for the train to start. Looking at Hermione, who was still sad, Ian held the little witch's hand. Hermione, we can still go home during the Christmas holiday. Don't be sad, okay? The warmth from the palm of his hand dispelled Hermione's reluctance. She turned to look at Ian and nodded gently. Yeah. She understood the reason, but it was the first time she left her parents, so she was inevitably a little sad. But fortunately, she still had Ian to accompany her. Hermione, let's go to the train to find my brother now. Ian suddenly remembered the business. Your brother is the savior, so it should be easy to find him. Hermione held Ian's hand and walked out of the carriage with him. The train was very lively, and there were little wizards wearing brand new wizard robes like them everywhere. Ian took Hermione and the little green snake and searched from carriage to carriage. Excuse me, have you seen Harry Potter? Oh, two first-year little wizards. Looking for Harry Potter? Are you fans of the savior? Hearing this familiar tone of voice, Ian subconsciously looked up and saw two familiar faces. Fred, George, Ian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to meet the Weasley twins so soon. I am Ian Potter. I came to find my brother. Before Ian finished speaking, Fred and George widened their eyes and interrupted him in surprise. Wait, you said you are Ian Potter? Ian nodded helplessly. Yes, it's true. A few days ago, the Daily Prophet reported that the other savior is still alive. When my mother found out, she cried very sadly. Keep saying, great, the child is still alive. Fred and George talked back and forth, not giving Ian a chance to speak. Sorry, can you stop for a moment? Ian interrupted them with a frown on his face. Maybe you know which compartment my brother Harry Potter is in. Fred and George looked at each other and spread their hands together. I don't know, we are not familiar with him. Ian. I almost forgot that at this time the twins didn't know Harry yet. Okay, if you see my brother, can you ask him to come to this compartment to find me? Ian took out a small note from his pocket, wrote down the compartment number and handed it to Fred. No problem, great savior. Fred and George saluted Ian at the same time with a teasing smile on their faces. Ian rolled his eyes in annoyance, pulled Hermione and turned away. The two continued to look for Harry on the train and met a few Harry Potter fans and a platinum boy during the period. Potter, you will find that in the wizarding world, pureblood families like ours are easy to be friends with. Draco glanced at Hermione, stretched out a hand, and wanted to shake hands with Ian. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Hearing the same words as in the movie, Ian's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't even look at the hand that Draco stretched out and walked straight past him with Hermione. Malfoy, if you want to be friends with me, don't disgust me with your pureblood supremacy rhetoric. Draco was stunned in place. His outstretched hand still maintained the handshake posture. His face turned pale and blue, extremely ugly. From childhood to adulthood, this is the first time that he has been humiliated like this. Ian stopped again, turned his head to look at Draco and raised his eyebrows slightly. However, if you are willing to put aside your prejudice, I might consider it. After all, more friends mean more ways, right? Draco's face instantly became wonderful. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he only said one word. What? Ian smiled, said nothing more, and continued to walk forward with Hermione. He had already said this. If Malfoy still insisted on his theory of pureblood supremacy, then they could not be friends. He would not watch Hermione being bullied. However, if Malfoy was willing to change, he could give him a chance. After all, if he wanted to defeat Voldemort, he had to disintegrate the Death Eaters from within, and he had to start with pureblood heirs like Malfoy. Ian and Hermione continued to look for Harry on the train until they arrived at a carriage at the end of the train. Ian was about to knock on the door to ask when he heard a voice coming from inside the door. Ronald, are you willing to accompany me to find my brother? Hagrid said that he is also a freshman this year and is on this train. This is 100% Harry's voice. Ian's eyes lit up and he reached out to push open the door of the carriage. Harry and Ronald heard the noise and turned their heads to look, and then saw Ian and Hermione standing at the door. Brother, I'm Ian. Ian looked at Harry's face that was exactly the same as the movie. His heart was slightly warm and he walked quickly into the carriage. Ian, you are Ian, brother, my brother. Harry stood up suddenly, walked quickly to Ian and hugged him. Ian, I finally see you. Ian, his brother, his real brother, his only living family. Harry hugged Ian tightly, his eyes instantly reddened as if he wanted to make up for all the hugs of these 11 years. When Hagrid told me, I couldn't even believe it. Harry choked and said, tears rushed out. Aunt Petunia said that on the night when Mom and Dad died you also. Ian, you're still alive, great, you're really still alive. Ian also hugged Harry back, patted his back gently and squeezed out a few tears. Yes, Harry, I'm still alive, we finally met. His recognition of relatives was really effective. From today, he, Ian, is the intangible cultural heritage left to Harry by James and Lily. Hagrid said that you look a lot like your mother, with red hair and green eyes. Harry let go of Ian and looked carefully at the pair of green eyes that were the same as his, full of closeness and joy in his eyes. Ian smiled and pointed at Harry's messy black hair. Professor Dumbledore also said that you look a lot like your father, Harry. Harry touched his hair and smiled shyly. Professor Dumbledore told me that you have been living with your aunt and uncle. Are they good to you? Ian asked with concern. Harry was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, of course they are. Ian looked at Harry's thin figure and sighed slightly in his heart. Harry, they are not good to you, right? Actually, they are not bad. Harry said quickly he didn't want his brother to worry about him. What's more, he was telling the truth. Compared with Ian's life in an orphanage since he was a child, he was already good. Although Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon didn't like him, and Dudley always bullied him, at least he didn't sleep on the streets, didn't go hungry, and received an education. What about Ian? His brother didn't know how much suffering and pain he had to endure in the orphanage to grow up to this age. I can only say that if Ian knew that Harry's inner drama was so rich, he would definitely tell Harry loudly, "You worry too much, brother." Please, when he was in the orphanage, he was the most popular, and women of all ages liked him very much. After meeting Hermione, it goes without saying that he was directly eating the future Minister of Magic's free rice, and he was just short of marrying into the Granger family. Harry pulled Ian aside to ask a few words of comfort, and then he remembered Ronald and Hermione, who were ignored. "Ian, is this your friend?" Harry looked at Hermione, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was busy looking at his brother just now and didn't notice that the girl next to his brother was quite beautiful. "She is Hermione, brother. This is my good friend." Ian almost blurted out the word girlfriend, but thinking of their current age, he changed his words. Hermione glanced at Ian quietly and didn't expose his little thoughts. "Hello, my name is Hermione, Hermione Granger." Hermione smiled and held out her hand to Harry. "I always heard Ian mention you, Harry." "Hello, Hermione." Harry held Hermione's hand and shook it gently. "Nice to meet you." He looked at Ronald again. "This is my new friend on the train, Ronald Weasley." "Hello, Ronald." Ian and Hermione extended their hands to Ronald. "Nice to meet you." "Hello, hello." Ronald held Ian's hand and said nervously, "Ian, nice to meet you." He actually became friends with the Potter brothers. He can brag about what happened today for the rest of his life. Ian looked at Ronald's nervous and excited look and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Hello, Ronald." In the original book and the movie, this guy is the official match of his little Hermione. But now. Ian glanced at Hermione beside him and smiled in his heart. Little Hermione has been fooled by him since she was a child. She wants to steal his wife. No way. Harry pulled Ian to sit down and took out a purse from his arms. "This is for you, Ian." "And this, a birthday present, brother." Harry took out a small box and handed it to Ian. Ian took the purse and the box and felt his palm sink. "Harry." Ian looked at the two things in his hand in surprise. What he did for Harry was entirely out of the greater good, and Harry was really sincere to him. "This is the money that Mom and Dad left us, and I was afraid you didn't have the key. And this is my birthday gift for you." Harry explained with a smile, "Although it's 2 months late, I hope you like it." Ian opened the box and inside was an exquisite watch. "Thank you, brother." Ian looked up at Harry and grinned. "This is the best birthday present I've ever received." Harry smiled and rubbed Ian's head. "I'm glad you like it. By the way, Harry, look, this is my birthday present for you." Ian put the glass box containing the little green snake on the small table by the window. "I bought it at the magical zoo in Diagon Alley. And this, I went to Gringotts to withdraw money last time and my brother had the same idea." Ian took out the purse again and handed it to Harry. "This is for you. There are 100 gold galleons in it." Harry looked at the little green snake and the bag of gold galleons on the table, and his eyes became red again. Ian. Ian, his younger brother, thought of him like this, bought him birthday gifts, gave him money. As for what he gave Ian, isn't that the care of the brother to the younger brother? Isn't that as it should be? But Ian. His brother actually thought about him too. "Why are you crying, Harry?" Ian looked at Harry's red eyes, a little at a loss. Don't cry, Harry." Harry sniffed and said with a smile, "I'm not crying, Ian, I'm just too happy." "Oh, that's good." Ian breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought you didn't like this gift." "I like it very much, Ian. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received." Harry said with a smile. His eyes fell on the little green snake. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "It's so beautiful, Ian." Ian smiled a little guilty. "Yeah, I think so too." Ronald on the side looked at Ian, then at Harry, and his envy of Harry in his heart went up a level. Look at the relationship between the two brothers. Look at him and his brothers. Alas, people are so annoying when they compare themselves to others. "Give the little girl a name, Harry." Ian took the little green snake out of the glass box and placed it in Harry's palm. Harry looked at the little green snake in front of him with its tongue spitting out and said with a smile, "Then call her Seraphina." "Seraphina." Ian muttered the name and then looked at Harry with a smile. "Nice name, Harry." Harry smiled and touched Seraphina's head. The little green snake seemed to like the name very much and rubbed Harry's palm gently with its head. "Harry, have you thought about which college you will be assigned to?" Hermione sat next to Ian and asked suddenly. Harry scratched his head. "Ronald said that Professor Dumbledore is from Gryffindor and Gryffindor is the best college, so." "But the 4 colleges are essentially the same," Hermione said seriously. Harry shrank his neck. He felt that this future brother and sister seemed to be a girl who was a little serious. "Gryffindor is of course the best. In fact, as long as it is not Slytherin, any college is good." Ronald hummed. "Why?" Harry asked curiously. Ronald looked around, then lowered his voice and said, because the mysterious man is from Slytherin and all those bad wizards are graduates of Slytherin. Harry subconsciously clenched his fists when he heard the word mysterious man. Ian noticed Harry's little move, reached out and held Harry's hand. Harry. Harry looked at Ian's green eyes that were 70% similar to his, and the uneasiness in his heart slowly dissipated. Ronald looked at the two brothers in front of him and silently swallowed the words that had not yet been said. He wanted to say that the most famous symbol of Slytherin is the snake, a green snake, but now looking at the atmosphere between Ian and Harry. Well, he should shut up. Have you tried the spell at home? Ronald changed the subject, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. I tried, but... Before Ronald finished speaking, he heard Hermione say, Ian and I tried a few simple spells, all of which worked. What about you? Harry shook his head. He hadn't read books these days. How could he have tried a spell? Hey, Fred taught me a spell. Ronald confidently grabbed Scabbers, who was eating on his lap. This is my mouse, Scabbers. This spell can turn it yellow. Really? Hermione asked curiously. Can you show us? Wait. Ronald said, putting Scabbers on the table and pointing his wand at it. Sunshine, Daisy, Butter, turn this silly mouse yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers was still gray, looking at Ronald with a confused face as if he didn't know what happened. Ronald scratched his head awkwardly. Well, maybe there is something wrong with my wand, or maybe the spell is not quite. Ian stared at the ugly mouse silently. The failure of the spell had nothing to do with the wand. Who made this mouse not an animal at all but an animagus, and its true form was actually a wretched old man. Peter Pettigrew, the person who indirectly killed his parents. It's okay for him to punish him now, right? Just think of it as getting some interest back for Lily and James first. Ian thought maliciously. He took out his wand and chanted a simple levitation spell to the mouse. Wingardium Leviosa. Scabbers, no. Peter Pettigrew suddenly floated into the air, his limbs flailing around looking very funny. Wow, cool. Ronald looked at Scabbers floating in the air, his eyes widened. Ian, you can actually master the levitation spell. Hermione and Harry looked at Ian with pride, as if they were being praised. Nothing, just a simple levitation spell. Ian said modestly, but the smile on his face revealed his inner joy. Hermione also drew out her wand but pointed it at Harry with a serious expression. I also learned a little spell. Harry swallowed his saliva and the whole person was stiff and dared not move. Yes, what spell? Restore as before. Hermione whispered, and then a soft light burst out from the tip of the wand, covering Harry's glasses. There was a crack on Harry's glasses, and now under Hermione's spell it slowly returned to its original state. Oh my god. Harry took off his glasses and checked them over and over again. It's fixed, thank you, Hermione. Hermione smiled shyly. Nothing, this spell is very simple. After the spell was cast, the four continued to chat for a long time. It was not until the train was about to arrive that Hermione finally snatched her boyfriend from Harry. We're about to arrive, we'd better change into robes quickly. Hermione pulled Ian up and smiled at Harry and Ronald. See you later, Harry. Ronald. See you later, Ian. Hermione. Harry and Ronald also stood up, ready to change into wizard robes after the two left. Ian was pulled back to the original compartment by Hermione, and he keenly noticed that the little witch seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong, Hermione? Ian reached out and pinched Hermione's cheek. Did I say something wrong? Hermione pursed her lips, then threw herself into Ian's arms. Ian, will you leave and go live with Harry at your aunt's house in the future? I don't want you to leave, Ian. Ian was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and hugged Hermione back. No, Hermione, I will never leave you and I will never go to live with my aunt. Really? Hermione raised her head from Ian's arms and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Do you promise? I promise. Ian lowered his head and kissed Hermione's forehead. Ian Potter will never leave you, Hermione Granger. The little witch's tears were soothed, and the two changed their clothes and walked out of the compartment hand in hand. After the train arrived at the station, Ian and the other four got off the train with the crowd and saw the extra-large human not far away. His body was abnormally large, twice as tall as a normal person, and at least 5 times as wide. He was wearing an oversized moleskin coat. His hair and beard were tangled together, almost covering most of his face. His hands were as big as trash can lids, and his feet in leather boots were like 2 little dolphins. First-year wizards this way. Looking at Hagrid at the front, Harry's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the front with Ian, leaving Hermione and Ronald behind. Hagrid. Hermione gritted her teeth and stared at Harry's back, as if she wanted to poke a few holes in Harry's body with her eyes. Damn savior, Ian kidnapped her again. Is being a brother so great? Ronald watched from the side and couldn't help shuddering. Oh my god, Hermione's eyes are too scary. Hagrid. Harry rushed to Hagrid and gave him a big hug. Oh Harry, long time no see. Hagrid patted Harry's back, then let go of him and looked at Ian beside him. His eyes touched the familiar red hair and green eyes, and the appearance similar to that of an old friend, and the eyes of this oversized human were instantly red. You are Ian, you are really still alive, Merlin bless. Ian, you look so much like your mother, Lily. Hagrid said and actually began to sob. Ian looked at the tall man crying a little helplessly. Hello, Hagrid. Oh, Ian. The last time I saw you, you were only as big as my palm. We all thought you were with James and Lily, and I failed to protect you, Ian. At the end, Hagrid was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Ian looked at Hagrid crying and felt very uncomfortable. Although he didn't have many memories of James and Lily, he couldn't help but want to comfort Hagrid when he saw him so sad. Hagrid, don't cry, I'm fine, aren't I? Ian patted Hagrid's arm. Besides, I found my brother. Harry? Hagrid looked at Harry with tears in his eyes. Yes, Harry is your brother, a real brother. One of you looks like James and the other looks like Lily. Harry also stepped forward and patted Hagrid's other arm. Hagrid, don't cry, we will all be fine. Hagrid sniffed and wiped his face randomly. Okay, I won't cry. Let's go, I still have to take you first-year students to take a boat ride. Hermione and Ronald also walked to Ian's side at this time. Hermione looked at Ian worriedly and saw that he was fine, so she was relieved. Let's go take a boat ride. Ian took Hermione's hand and followed Hagrid to the lake. The first-year wizards followed Hagrid in black school uniforms. At first glance, they really looked like a long black ribbon moving toward the lake. When they reached the lake, the wizards saw the small wooden boats moored on the lake. Children. We should go to Hogwarts by wooden boats like the four founders did. This is a glorious tradition. Harry and Ian took the lead in Quack Quack, and there was thunderous applause for a while. The wizards were very respectful to Hagrid. Hagrid was a little shy because of the applause, and a blush appeared on his dark face. Okay, everyone get on the boat, 4 people in a boat. Hagrid commanded the wizards to get on a boat with 4 people, and then he took the lead to get on the big boat in front. Ian and the other 4 chose the same boat tacitly and then got on it together. After everyone was seated, Hagrid led them to Hogwarts. The boat was moving slowly and the little wizards were very excited. They looked left and right. Some naughty little wizards reached out to catch the small fish in the lake but were stopped by Hagrid. Ian sat on the boat, looking at the castle getting closer and closer, and was also very excited. Hogwarts. He was going to go to school at Hogwarts soon. I didn't know which house he would be assigned to. Ian subconsciously looked at Harry beside him. His father, his mother, and his brother were all Gryffindor, so would he also be assigned to Gryffindor? However, he might also be assigned to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. After all, in his previous life, he saw someone in the forum say that if their Huxia children were assigned to houses, they would generally be Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Ian was thinking about it, and the boat had already docked at the ferry of Hogwarts. Okay, kids, we're here. Hagrid stood up and turned to look at the little wizards. Welcome to Hogwarts. The little wizards got off the boat one by one and followed Hagrid towards the castle. The castle gate slowly opened, and a tall witch in an emerald green dress walked out. Professor McGonagall. Hagrid saw Professor McGonagall, immediately stood up and shouted respectfully. Seeing this, the little wizards also followed suit and shouted Professor McGonagall. Hagrid, I will take care of these little wizards. Professor McGonagall nodded to Hagrid, then turned his eyes to the little wizards. Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you will have a happy and fulfilling semester here. In a little while, you will pass through this door and have dinner in the hall with your seniors. Professor McGonagall nodded to Hagrid, then turned his eyes to the little wizards. But before that, you have to be sorted. Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 major colleges to the little wizards, and then walked into the hall to report to Dumbledore. After Professor McGonagall left, Hermione grabbed Ian's robe with some worry. Do you know how to sort the houses? Will there be an exam? Ronald's face turned pale as if some bad memories were evoked. My brother said that we have to duel with trolls. Ah. Except for Ian, who knew about it a long time ago, the rest of the little wizards exclaimed. Draco heard the noise and walked over with his 2 younger brothers, smiling disdainfully. A mere troll scared you so much. But my dad said that we may also duel with dragons. Ian looked at the other party's cowardly appearance and couldn't help teasing him. It seems that you are very experienced. How about you duel with trolls or dragons for us later? Ian Potter, you. Draco was interrupted by the screams of other little wizards before he finished speaking. Ian Potter, it's Ian Potter, the Potter who has been missing for 11 years. Then the person next to him is Harry Potter. Look, Harry Potter has a lightning scar on his forehead. The legend is true. Ian listened to the exclamations of the people around him and rubbed his temple helplessly. It seems that being too famous is not good. It turns out that the rumors are true. The Potter brothers really came to Hogwarts to study. As soon as the familiar lines came into his ears, Ian subconsciously turned his head to look at the person who spoke. Draco inexplicably felt that this sentence was very much to his taste, and also turned his head to see who was so good at talking. When he saw the familiar blonde hair and the small black mole at the corner of the other person's eye, Draco decisively hid behind. Cassandra Wallace, why is it this guy? Ian Potter is going to be unlucky. Cassandra is not easy to mess with. Cassandra saw Draco hiding behind him and didn't say anything. She just looked around Ian and Harry and finally fixed her eyes on Ian. Hello, I'm Cassandra, Cassandra Worley. Cassandra walked to Ian and stood in front of him, greeting him elegantly. Looking at the proud blonde little loli in front of him, Ian was a little confused. Cassandra Worley? Isn't she a character in the game? How could she appear here? System, give me an explanation. Ian shouted to the system frantically in his heart. Ding. $@ system. %# at 34%. Don't pretend to be garbled when you don't agree with me. Ian cursed in his heart. What's the matter with this Cassandra? How could she appear here? Ding. Important heroine detected. Cassandra Worley with pure wizard blood, proud, elegant, and powerful. Host can capture Cassandra. Zizzy. The system started playing garbled code again, but Ian didn't have time to deal with it this time. Because he found that Cassandra's expression was a little wrong, her brows were furrowed, and her face showed an unhappy expression. Ian realized belatedly that he had just talked to the system in his mind and seemed to have ignored Cassandra. Seeing Cassandra's face getting darker and darker, Ian's heart skipped a beat and he quickly raised a smile to try to save it. Miss Volley, hello, I am Ian Potter, nice to meet you. Cassandra's face looked better and she nodded reservedly. I know you, Ian Potter, the other savior in the legend. If there is no other person named Ian Potter, it should be me. Ian scratched his head awkwardly. Very good, I remember you. Cassandra looked at Ian deeply, then turned and left. Remember me? What does this mean? Ian looked at Cassandra's back, confused. Before Ian could figure it out, Professor McGonagall came out and motioned for the freshmen to follow her into the auditorium. Ian was full of excitement about the sorting, and put Cassandra's matter behind him, pulling Harry and a few others to catch up with the main group. Students from other classes in the 4 major colleges were already sitting around 4 long tables, and thousands of candles floating in the air above the tables illuminated the restaurant. The 4 tables were decorated with glittering golden plates and high-footed wine glasses. There was another long table on the table at the top of the restaurant, which was the seat for teachers. If you looked up, you could see stars twinkling on the velvety black ceiling. This is a magic ceiling which looks like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history of the school. Hermione explained to the others in a low voice. Ian grabbed Hermione's hand and focused his eyes on the 4-corner bench at the front of the hall. On the 4-corner bench was a tattered wizard hat that looked like it had not been washed for hundreds of years. The folds on the hat formed a mouth. As the young wizards gradually approached it, the wrinkled mouth opened and closed and sang a song. At the front of the auditorium was a square stool, on which was placed a tattered wizard hat that looked like it had not been washed for hundreds of years. The wrinkles on the hat formed a mouth. You may think I'm not pretty, but don't judge people by appearance. If you can find a hat smarter than mine, I can eat myself. You can make your bowler hat black and shiny, and your top hat smooth and straight. I am the top hat used for Hogwarts tests, so I am naturally taller than your hats. Any thoughts hidden in your mind cannot escape the golden eyes of the magic hat. Try it on, and I will tell you which college you should be assigned to. You may belong to Gryffindor, where there is courage buried in the heart. Their courage, spirit, and chivalry make Gryffindor stand out. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where people are upright and loyal. Hufflepuff students are perseverant and honest and are not afraid of hard work. If you are smart, you may enter the wise old Ravenclaw. Those wise and knowledgeable people will always meet their peers there. Maybe you will enter Slytherin, maybe you make sincere friends here, but those cunning, insidious generations will not hesitate to achieve their purpose. Professor Aggle took out a roll of sheepskin paper and expanded. Next, who I call someone who will wear a hat, sit on the stool, and listen to the branch. Hearing this, the remaining little wizards have aimed at Ronald, who just said, "Oh, Weasley. This is the giant monster you said. I must make Fred's look good." Ronald blushed and whispered, "Malfoy, do you still say me? You just said to fight with the dragon." Draco's face changed. "You. Okay, I said it's not the quarrel now." Ian interrupted the two helplessly. At this time, Professor McGonagall had already read out the first name. Hannah Abbott, a ruddy little girl, walked out of the queue nervously, put on the sorting hat, and sat on the 4-legged stool. Hufflepuff. A minute later, the sorting hat called out her house, and warm applause rang out at the Hufflepuff table. With the first one coming forward to sort, there was the second and third, and soon, Professor McGonagall called out Hermione Granger. Ian patted the little witch's hand and comforted her. "Don't be nervous, Hermione." Hermione took a deep breath, walked to the front, and put on the sorting hat. I can see that you are very smart, yes. Ravenclaw might be happy to have you." The voice of the sorting hat sounded in Hermione's ears. "Oh, courage, a very brave little witch, then, Gryffindor." Finally, the sorting hat shouted out the house, and the Gryffindor long table applauded, welcoming this smart and brave little witch. Hermione took off the sorting hat and ran to the Gryffindor table with a look of surprise. When passing Ian, Hermione smiled at her future boyfriend, and the meaning was obvious: you must come to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall then called out the names of several people, most of whom were little wizards from Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy. Draco instantly raised his head and chest, strode forward like a proud little peacock, and sat on the four-legged stool. Before the sorting hat touched the soft golden hair on his head, he screamed, "Slytherin." There was a burst of applause at the Slytherin table. Draco glanced at Ian and the others with a little pride, as if he had known the result long ago, and strode to the Slytherin table. Ian and the others waited for a while and finally heard the name Harry Potter. Almost in an instant, everyone in the hall looked at Harry, and the discussion was several times louder than when Draco was sorted. Harry pursed his lips nervously, walked forward, and put on the sorting hat. The voice of the sorting hat sounded again. "It's hard. I can see that you are very courageous, and you are not bad at heart. You have talent and the desire to prove yourself, so where should you be sorted?" Hearing the muttering of the sorting hat, Harry closed his eyes nervously. "You really look alike in everything, this damn choice. Don't go to Slytherin, don't go to Slytherin." Harry suddenly remembered what Ronald said before: Slytherin is all bad wizards, and the mysterious man is also Slytherin, and hurriedly whispered, "Not going to Slytherin, are you sure?" The voice of the sorting hat sounded again. "If you are in Slytherin, you may be able to do something big." "Not going to Slytherin, not going to Slytherin." "Well, since you insist, then." The sorting hat saw Harry's determination, and its voice suddenly became louder: "Gryffindor." Hearing this result, the Gryffindor long table instantly burst into applause, and the cheers almost overturned the roof of the auditorium. "We have Potter, we have Potter." Harry took off the sorting hat and ran to the Gryffindor long table with a sense of relief. When he passed Ian and Ronald, he waved vigorously. Ian smiled back and then silently waited for Professor McGonagall to call him. Is Harry still him after this? Sure enough, after the noise gradually subsided, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded again. "Ian Potter." The whole audience was in an uproar again. All eyes were once again focused on Ian at the front. Just as Ian was about to take a step, he heard Ronald whisper beside him, "Ian, you must go to Gryffindor. All of us Weasleys are Gryffindors. Harry and Hermione are also in Gryffindor. The four of us must be together." Ian smiled, did not answer, strode forward, sat on the four-legged stool, and put on the sorting hat. "System, the sorting hat can't detect you, right?" he suddenly asked in his heart. "Ding, please rest assured, host. No one can detect the existence of this system." Ian was relieved and immediately used the brain occlusion technique to let the sorting hat see what he wanted it to see. No wonder he was so cautious. What if the idea in his mind was secretly told to Dumbledore by this dead hat? Wouldn't his previous play be in vain? Interesting, interesting. Another Potter. Let me see which house you are suitable for." The voice of the sorting hat sounded in Ian's ears. "Well, with your extraordinary intelligence, Ravenclaw will like children like you, and with your excellent character, Hufflepuff will also open the door to you. If you want to achieve great things, then Slytherin is not bad. It's really hard to choose, even harder than the Potter kid just now." What about Gryffindor?" Ian asked tentatively. The sorting hat immediately rejected Ian. No, 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 you are not suitable for Gryffindor. Although you are not cowardly, your courage is not desperate and passionate, but, well, how to say it, like a sword with a hidden edge pursuing a one-shot kill. Ian, why don't you sort me into Gryffindor? I think it's good there. My friends are all in that house." Ian smiled politely. "Except Slytherin, anywhere is fine. If he was sorted to the snake house by this damn hat, Dumbledore would probably think too much again. Tusk, suspicious old bee. Let me think, childhood sweethearts, a little Gryffindor witch who was born in Muggle and a half-blood wizard." The sorting hat muttered, then, "Slytherin." Harry and Hermione were so shocked to hear this result that they stood up from their chairs, and even Ronald showed a look of astonishment. How is this possible? How could Ian go to Slytherin? There must be something wrong with the sorting hat. Harry couldn't accept this fact and said loudly. Although Hermione was also surprised, she was more worried about Ian's mood at the moment than Harry's disbelief. What, me, Ian Potter, Slytherin?" Ian's eyes widened instantly and he questioned the Sorting Hat with an unbelievable look on his face. Are you old and broken? How did he meet the standard of Slytherin's ambitious person? This is clearly slander, it's slander. No mistake, Slytherin, it's Slytherin. The Sorting Hat sounded a little proud. Believe me, you are really suitable for Slytherin, you will achieve great things there. Slytherin, the Sorting Hat repeated loudly again. Hearing this result again, Professor Cat was surprised. The old bee looked solemn, and only a certain black bat's eyes lit up. At the Gryffindor long table, many people were clamoring to let Ian be sorted again. In their opinion, Ian is Harry Potter's younger brother and also a savior, so he should not be sorted into Slytherin. Quiet. Dumbledore had to shout loudly and the situation was under control again. The Sorting Hat will not make mistakes. Since it has made a decision, it must have its reasons. Dumbledore looked at Ian, his eyes revealing some deep meaning. Mr. Potter, since you have been sorted into Slytherin, I hope you can become an excellent Slytherin. Ian was in a subtle mood at the moment, but he immediately put on a decent smile. I know, Professor Dumbledore. The blue eyes behind the lenses flashed and he said gently, go to your college, Ian. Ian nodded slightly and looked in the direction of Slytherin. The long table was still silent, and the senior students looked surprised and hesitant. Draco glanced at Ian, who was standing still, and seemed to have thought of something and took the lead in applauding. We have Potter in Slytherin too. Professor Snape also had a faint smile on his lips, staring at Ian with burning eyes and clapped slowly and rhythmically. The applause gradually sounded from sparse to warm and neat. Ian took a deep breath, took a step, and walked towards the Slytherin table. Now that things have come to this, he should stay in Slytherin. Just think of it as infiltrating the enemy. When Ian passed by the Gryffindor table, Harry and Hermione immediately stood up and looked at him with worry. Ian, Hermione's eyes were red. She now admitted that Ronald had some truth in what he said. Most of the students in Slytherin were not good people. What should I do? How can her Ian survive in Slytherin? Harry and Hermione had the same idea. In his opinion, his brother was a simple little sheep who strayed into a wolf pack. Don't worry. Ian smiled at the two of them soothingly. I'll be fine, you should take care of yourself too. Hermione sniffed. Ian, you have to take care of yourself. Okay, you have to take care of yourself too. Ian nodded and continued to walk towards Slytherin. The Slytherin students were all staring at him, looking at him with a little scrutiny. Ian was not surprised by this kind of look. He estimated that these pureblood families who were good at betting on both sides were already thinking about whether they should contact him, the savior of Slytherin. Draco raised his chin and motioned Ian to sit in the empty seat next to him. Ian's mouth twitched, this unlucky child. Forget it, for the sake of his leading the applause to help him out. Ian walked to Draco and sat down. I didn't expect you to really come to Slytherin. Draco glanced at Ian and said awkwardly, it's really strange, I thought you would go to Gryffindor like your brother. Ian shrugged, I didn't expect it either. Humph, it doesn't matter, you will slowly like Slytherin. Draco snorted, his tone proud, we are the best college. Ian smiled noncommittally and didn't respond. After the Potter brothers' small turmoil in the sorting ceremony continued. As a child of the Weasley family, Ronald was sorted into Gryffindor without any surprise. Slytherin also had a few more students, Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, and Theodore Knott, and Cassandra Worley. Like Draco, the Sorting Hat almost just brushed Cassandra's head before calling out her sorting result. Slytherin. Cassandra stood up gracefully and walked towards the Slytherin table with a haughty look. When she passed Ian, she paused slightly, glanced at him sideways, and opened her red lips slightly. Potter. Having had the experience of displeasing the eldest lady last time, Ian immediately responded politely. Hello, Miss Worley. Cassandra didn't say anything, her eyes were fixed on Draco next to Ian, and she raised her eyebrows at him. The meaning was self-evident. So in Ian's slightly surprised eyes, Draco took the initiative to give up the seat on Ian's right, and then drove away the person on Ian's left and sat over. Cassandra smiled with satisfaction and sat down on Ian's right-hand side calmly. Ian's mouth twitched and he pulled Draco over and whispered, I say, you are not, you surrendered with a look. Didn't you say you were from the 28th Sacred Pureblood family? Where is your face? Where is your pride? Draco secretly glanced at Cassandra, and seeing that she didn't pay attention to this side, he whispered to Ian, Potter, you don't understand how terrible this guy is. How terrible. Ian recalled Cassandra's pretty face and her perfect family background and couldn't help asking Draco, how terrible can a beautiful girl like her be? Draco looked at Ian with horror as if he saw a fool. Oh my God, Potter. You don't really believe that she is a weak girl. Ian frowned. No, this guy is simply crazy. Draco lowered his voice and told Ian about his first encounter with Cassandra. You should know that children from pure-blood families know each other when they are very young. Although the Wallace family is not one of the 28 holy pure-blood families, its family background is also top-notch. We have played together since we were young. Draco recalled, the first time I met Wallace was at a birthday party held at her house. We were only 5 years old at that time. Because Wallace is an only child and looks cute, almost everyone wants to be friends with her. But guess what? Draco looked horrified. She beat down all the boys who talked to her. Such a young girl not only has amazing strength but also fights very fiercely. Draco patted his chest with lingering fear. I also wanted to talk to her at that time. But when I saw her punch a boy older than me and make him cry, I didn't want to be friends with her. Speaking of this, Draco's face was still a little embarrassed. Ian was surprised, so exaggerated. Not at all, that guy is very arrogant. Draco continued, Vorley never makes friends with anyone, always keeps to himself and looks down on all pure-blood families. In fact, have you ever thought that you are also quite arrogant? Ian looked at Draco with a strange look. Draco was stunned and then a little annoyed. Potter, if you can't even stand me, then you'd better not provoke Volley. Ian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't mean to provoke her, she came over on her own. He didn't even understand how the eldest lady could turn from a game character into a real little witch, so how could he provoke her? After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore gave a speech to the freshmen as usual. Before the dinner begins, there are a few things to be aware of. First, freshmen are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. This is a very dangerous behavior. Ian listened to Dumbledore's precautions and complained in his heart. This old man does this every year, but it's completely useless. All I can say is that those who should go to the Forbidden Forest will still go, the forbidden areas that should be entered will still be entered, and those who should die will not be reduced at all. Anyway, regardless of others, Ian Potter. Before he has enough strength, he will never go to the Forbidden Forest to die. Whoever goes will be a dog. Ian's scalp is numb just thinking about that pile of 8-eyed giant spiders in his mind. He really doesn't understand why Hagrid can cultivate such a terrible monster. However, considering that the 3-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone is also a pet raised by Hagrid, Ian doesn't think it's strange. Ian thought, no matter what kind of scary animal it was, Hagrid would probably try to raise it. Speaking of the Philosopher's Stone, Ian thought of the noseless monster. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Philosopher's Stone, can turn any metal into pure gold and can also create an elixir of life, making people who drink this medicine immortal forever. Therefore, this is definitely a fatal temptation for Voldemort, who is already half dead. Dumbledore is also willing to spend a lot of money. In order to give Harry enough training, he took the only remaining Philosopher's Stone of the 600-year-old man to fish for Voldemort. And poor, stupid Voldemort, like a donkey eager to eat the carrot tied to his head, was led by Dumbledore by the nose and fell into the trap that had been set step by step. Ian reasonably suspected that Voldemort must have been rebounded by Lily's mother's love spell, otherwise how could he not even see such an obvious trap? Secondly, our administrator Mr. Filch asked me to remind you that the corridor on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die ugly, it's best not to go. Ian was originally thinking about Voldemort's IQ, and when he heard this sentence, he subconsciously curled his lips. Old Dumbledore had already thrown the bait, and the next step was to wait for the noseless monster to take the bait. Finally, I want to say that there are many secrets in Hogwarts. You will learn and grow here, but some secrets should remain mysterious. Curiosity sometimes kills people. I hope you can cherish your life. Finally, I want to say, idiot, crybaby, dregs, twist. Okay, thank you everyone, the dinner officially begins. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he waved his hands and all kinds of food appeared on the long tables of the 4 colleges. Ian was already very hungry. As soon as Dumbledore's voice fell, he couldn't wait to taste the food on the table. I have to say that the food at Hogwarts tastes very good, especially the desserts, which are even more delicious. Ian chatted with Draco while eating and glanced at Cassandra from time to time. Cassandra was sitting on Ian's right. She was cutting steak slowly and gracefully, and she didn't look at all the ferocious look of punching a kid with one punch in Draco's words. Potter. Cassandra gently pressed the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, lowered her eyes and looked at Ian. You have been looking at me. She used an affirmative sentence without any doubt. Ian was caught peeking, but he was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he nodded calmly. Yes, I am more curious about Miss Volley. Cassandra raised her eyebrows. Curious about what? Curious why you took the initiative to approach me. Ian asked the doubts in his heart directly. Miss Volley should not be someone who likes to make friends actively, right? Cassandra looked at Ian for a few seconds and suddenly chuckled, because you are very special, Potter. Oh, what's special? Ian frowned. Because. Cassandra said slowly, you are the savior. Ian's mouth twitched just because of this. Then my brother is also a savior. Why don't you approach him? He is different. Cassandra shook her head. He is different from you. What's different? Ian pointed to his face. Although we don't look alike, we are twins after all. Of course you are different. Cassandra leaned closer to Ian and smiled slightly. You look better than him. Ian. He looked at Cassandra speechlessly. Miss Volley, your reason is too perfunctory, isn't it? Perfunctory? Cassandra blinked and sat back in her seat, but I'm telling the truth. She really thinks Ian is very good looking, much better than that Harry Potter. Anyway, her father asked her to get close to the savior, but he didn't say which one to get close to. Of course, she chose the prettier one, and the prettier one was admitted to Slytherin. Ian was speechless, and just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a burning gaze falling on him. He looked up and met Hermione's angry eyes. Ian's heart skipped a beat. It's over. He hadn't even planned to capture Cassandra, yet Hermione caught him being too close to other little witches. It's over. Hermione looked at Ian coldly, her eyes full of, you are a half-hearted bad wizard. Ian quickly showed Hermione a flattering smile. However, Hermione didn't buy it. She glared at Ian coldly, then turned around and talked to Harry and Ronald. Ian, well, it seems that it is not an easy thing to coax the little childhood sweetheart. He rubbed his temple helplessly and turned to look at Cassandra. Miss Volley, you just caused me a big trouble. Cassandra looked at Ian blankly. What trouble? Nothing. Ian sighed. Eat your meal. Although Cassandra didn't understand what Ian was saying, she still lowered her head obediently and continued to eat dinner slowly. After dinner, led by the Sorting Hat, the teachers and students of Hogwarts began to sing the school song. Everyone can choose the tune they like to sing. Dumbledore took the wand and acted as a conductor. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us some knowledge. Whether we are bald old men or young boys with scars on their knees, our heads need to be filled with some interesting things, because now they are empty and full of air. Ian sang a few sentences with everyone and couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth. Who wrote this lyrics? It's too weird, right? Who would like to sing this kind of song? Oh, there really is one. Ian silently looked at the Weasley twins who used the funeral tone and the loudest voice and silently gave them a thumbs up in his heart. These two are talented. After the song was over, Ian was too tired to complain. The school song of Hogwarts is really unique. After the dinner, Dumbledore said a few more words and asked the prefects to take the freshmen back to the dormitory to rest. During this time, Ian kept looking in the direction of Gryffindor, but unfortunately, Hermione ignored him at all. Harry's heart and eyes were full of Ian, but he could only watch his brother's figure gradually disappear in front of him with the steps of the Slytherin prefect. The prefect of Slytherin is a beautiful witch named Gemma Farley. As for the male prefect named Monta, he was already ignored by Ian. Congratulations, I am the prefect Gemma Farley, and I am glad that you can come to Slytherin College. Gemma led the freshmen out of the hall and walked all the way to the Slytherin underground dormitory. I like our school emblem, the giant snake, which represents cunning, powerful, and often misunderstood. You may have heard rumors about Slytherin. We all like to study dark magic. Slytherin only recruits students whose families are famous wizards and other rumors. You shouldn't believe what the competing schools say. Gemma paused. Especially Gryffindor, yes, often smears a Slytherin. Of course, I don't deny that our school has produced some dark wizards, but the other three schools also have dark wizards, they just don't want to admit it. Although we tend to recruit descendants of famous wizard families, you can also find that many Slytherin students have at least one parent who is a muggle. Ian nodded subconsciously when he heard this. It should be said that the beautiful female prefect's words are not wrong. Gryffindor always says that Slytherin is a gathering place for dark wizards, but Peter Pettigrew is also from Gryffindor. If there is a house that has never produced a dark wizard, it is Hufflepuff. In the final battle against Voldemort, Slytherin chose not to participate for well-known reasons. Half of Ravenclaw joined, and almost all Hufflepuff members chose to stay, which is equal to the number of Gryffindor. Gryffindor lions are brave on the one hand and they love to show off on the other hand. Hufflepuff's reasons for staying are different. They are not showing off or acting rashly. Hufflepuff students know what kind of danger they will face, but they still choose to stay. Because Hufflepuff is the most righteous house, their house spirit is integrity, loyalty, honesty, and fearlessness of hardship. They are tough and worthy of respect. Ian was lost in thought when he suddenly felt someone poking his back. He turned around and met Cassandra's light green eyes. What's wrong? Ian looked at Cassandra and raised his eyebrows slightly. If I don't remind you, you will be left behind. Cassandra pointed to the front and Ian realized that the freshman team had walked a long way. Ian smiled at Cassandra. "Thank you, Miss Volley. You're welcome." Cassandra glanced at Ian indifferently. "Next time you walk, pay attention and don't be dazed." Ian, "This girl is really a bit of a proud lady." Gemma led everyone to turn a corner and continued. "I want to tell you a fact that the other three houses are silent about. The great Merlin is also a student of Slytherin. Yes, Merlin himself, the most famous wizard in history. All his knowledge was obtained from Slytherin College. Do you want to follow in Merlin's footsteps, or would you rather follow the former Hufflepuff student to invent a rag that can wash itself? I think the answer is obvious." Watching Gemma's speech, Ian felt that she would say "Long live Slytherin" in the next second, but then again, why do Gemma's words sound like a brainwashing package for joining Slytherin? Could it be that all dark wizards have the potential to be pyramid schemers? He remembered that a certain expelled Durmstrang student was very good at pyramid schemes. As Ian thought about it, he followed the large group to the Slytherin common room, which was located underground and very humid. Pure blood. Gemma said the password to the stone wall at the door of the common room. Ian curled his lips. This password really didn't surprise him. As Gemma said the password, a door suddenly appeared on the stone wall, slowly moving to the side, revealing the common room inside. "The password of the common room will be changed every 2 weeks. Please check the notice board. You are not allowed to bring students from other colleges to our common room, and you must tell them our password. We have not allowed outsiders to enter our common room for 700 years. As Gemma said this, she led everyone into the common room. Ian looked around curiously. The Slytherin common room was indeed very Slytherin style. The common room was located at the bottom of the lake. Facing the stone door was a whole piece of glass. Looking from the inside out, the entire common room was in the black lake. The walls were made of black Gothic marble, and there were green tapestries hanging on the walls, embroidered with silver snake patterns. The ceiling was a transparent semicircle carved from crystal, and you could see the shimmering waves above your head. Ian secretly smacked his lips. Although living at the bottom of the lake might cause rheumatism, it should be said that Slytherin's taste was really good. The boys' dormitory is on the left and the girls' dormitory is on the right. Your luggage has been placed in your respective dormitories. Gemma pointed to the passages on both sides of the lounge. Remember not to go the wrong way. Of course, there were boys who went the wrong way before, and then they were thrown out by the spell on the dormitory door and stayed in the medical wing for a month. Gemma smiled and glanced at the boys. Ian's mouth twitched. This was not a reminder, but a threat, naked threat. "Okay, that's all I have to say. I hope you can spend a happy 7 years in Slytherin." Gemma clapped her hands. "Next is your first-year home court." After saying that, she turned and left. First-year home court. What does it mean? Ian was wondering when he heard a low voice in his ear. "I am your Dean Severus Snape, and I will also be your potion professor." Ian turned his head and saw the man with greasy black hair and a black robe that was so wide that it could drag on the ground. The overall image he gave was that of a standing big bat. There are 24 prefects in Hogwarts, 1 male and 1 female prefect for each grade from 5th to 7th. But we Slytherins have our own rules. Each grade in Slytherin will have 2 prefects, 1 male and 1 female, who are responsible for managing the students of their own college grade. Snape walked slowly to the center of the lounge. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the first-year students and stayed on Ian for a while. "What you have to do now is to elect 2 first-year prefects, 1 male and 1 female. Those who are willing to participate take turns to walk to the center of this lounge and duel with others. The winner in the end is the prefect." Ian pursed his lips. This way of selecting prefects is really simple and crude. He looked around and found that the faces of other Slytherin freshmen showed excitement, and eagerness to try. Even Cassandra's eyes flashed with a hint of heat. "Ian, well, it's worthy of being Slytherin." "Well, those who want to run for prefect can stand up now," Snape said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, several boys stood up impatiently. Ian took a glance and saw familiar faces. The boys were Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, and Blaise Zabini. The girls were Cassandra Worley, Daphne Greengrass, and Pansy Parkinson. Wow, they are all little wizards from pure-blood families, not a single half-blood. Isn't our Mr. Potter going to run? Snape's eyes suddenly turned to Ian, and a hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I remember you stole the show at the sorting ceremony." Ian, He just wanted the sorting hat to quickly sort him into Gryffindor, who knew that the hat would do so many tricks. Ian took a deep breath and slowly stood up under the gaze of everyone. "I want to run, Professor." Snape saw the determination in those green eyes and he chuckled. "Very good, then all candidates come to the middle. Lily, this child looks a lot like you. Watching Ian walk to the center of the lounge, Snape's thoughts could not help but drift back to 20 years ago. At that time, he and Lily were still friends. They sat on the Hogwarts Express together, went to Diagon Alley to buy wands together, and walked into Hogwarts Castle together. But later, because of that incident, they gradually drifted apart, until finally they were separated by the yin and yang. Professor? Ian's voice interrupted Snape's memories, and he came back to his senses and found that Ian was looking at him in confusion. Can we start? Snape stared at the green eyes that were the same as those of his old friend, and a trace of pain and regret flashed in his eyes. If he had not been so young and impetuous at the beginning, if he had been braver and more determined. Wouldn't he and Lily have come to that point? Will I be able to stay with Lily forever? Snape lowered his eyes to hide the emotions in his eyes, and when he looked up again, he was the cold Slytherin headmaster again. He waved his wand, and 3 circular dueling arenas appeared in the center of the lounge, surrounded by transparent magic barriers. Let's start 2 people in a group and duel. Ian, Draco, Theodore, and Blaise walked into the dueling arena and looked at each other in pairs. Let's do it together. Ian decisively chose the most familiar Draco as his opponent. Draco rolled his eyes. Potter, I won't let you go. I hope you can still be so arrogant when I knock you down later. Ian raised his eyebrows at Draco, and then they raised their wands at the same time. Hot and hot, armor protection, all petrified. Ian blocked the attack and then took the opportunity to cast a petrified spell on Draco. Draco stood stiffly in place with an unbelievable look on his face. Eyes lost. Ian walked to Draco and patted his shoulder. When you learn armor protection in the 5th grade, remember to learn this spell well, Draco. After that, he removed the petrification spell on Draco. Draco was still doubting his life. He couldn't understand why he failed in just one encounter. Theodore and Blaise also fought out the winner, and Theodore won in the end. Next, it's the 2 of you. Snape pointed at Ian and Theodore. Ian and Theodore walked to the center of the duel field, bowed slightly, and then raised their wands at the same time. Stand still, Expelliarmus. Ian dodged Theodore's leg retraction curse and then used Expelliarmus to knock Theodore's wand away. Theodore watched his wand fly to the edge of the duel field and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I lost. Thank you. Ian walked to Theodore and handed him the wand. At this point, the candidates for the boys' class leader have been determined. On the other side, the girls' duel was also in full swing. In the end, Cassandra Worley won. Then, from now on, Ian Potter and Cassandra Waller will be the hidden prefects of our first-year Slytherin. Snape glanced at the students in the lounge. I hope you can set a good example and lead your classmates well. Yes, Professor. Ian and Cassandra answered at the same time. Snape nodded, then turned and left the lounge. As soon as he left, the lounge exploded. Draco walked awkwardly to Ian. Potter, I admit that you are quite powerful. You are qualified to be a friend of Malfoy. Draco felt much more comfortable when he saw that Theodore was also defeated in one move. One's own failure is terrible, but the success of a friend is even more chilling. You're not bad, Draco. Ian patted Draco's shoulder with a smile. Okay, don't be unhappy. It's not that you're too weak, it's just that I'm too strong. Who allowed you to call me by my Christian name? Draco muttered softly. Besides, I'm not unhappy. Looking at Draco's awkward look, Ian shrugged. Theodore also came over and looked at Ian with fiery eyes. Prefect. Theodore, just call me Ian. Ian looked at Theodore's fanatical look and couldn't help but take a step back. What kind of look is this guy? This is Britain, a British tradition. His could not be. Thinking of this, Ian took 2 steps back. Looking at Ian's evasive look, Theodore was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Ian might have misunderstood. He quickly explained. Ian, don't get me wrong, I just admire powerful wizards. You can perform the weapon of exorcism when you just entered school. You know, this is something we can only learn in the 2nd year. After hearing Theodore's explanation, Ian was relieved. So that's it, I thought. Thought what? Theodore looked at Ian in confusion. Nothing. Ian waved his hand and turned to look at the other side. Cassandra was surrounded by a group of girls asking her about dueling skills. Although she still looked high and mighty and ignored people, she couldn't hide the pride in her eyes. Ian smiled and turned to look at the flames dancing in the fireplace. It has been 11 years since he came to this world, and he finally took the first step. Slytherin's hidden prefect, this is a good start. It was getting late and everyone went to their dormitories one after another. Slytherin's dormitory was different from Gryffindor's 5-person dormitory, but a 2-person dormitory. Ian's roommate happened to be Draco. Potter, Draco suddenly called Ian, who was about to rest. What's wrong? Ian turned to look at Draco. Draco hesitated for a moment, then whispered, We are friends, right? Draco, I thought my attitude was already very clear. Ian smiled and looked at Draco. This platinum guy is really arrogant, which is quite interesting. Then, let's get to know each other again. Draco took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand. Hello, Ian, I'm Draco, Draco Malfoy. Hello, Draco, I'm Ian, Ian Potter. Ian also stretched out his hand and shook it with Draco. The two smiled at each other, then let go of each other's hands. Good night, Draco. Good night, Ian. After saying good night to each other, they lay down on their beds and prepared to rest. Ian lay on the bed, looking at the green silk bed curtains on the top of the bed with a lot of thoughts in his mind. In this turbulent world, strength is the only reliance. He must become stronger. Only in this way can he protect the people he wants to protect and get what he wants. Thinking of this, Ian's heart was full of determination and determination. He turned over and looked at the moon outside the window. The moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light. Under the moonlight, the castle of Hogwarts looked more mysterious and solemn. Early the next morning, Ian was called out of bed by Draco. Ian, get up quickly, it's time for class. Ian opened his eyes dazedly, looking at the neatly dressed platinum young master in front of him, and couldn't help yawning. Draco, what time is it? I say, have you forgotten that you are the class leader and are responsible for taking the students to the classroom? Draco said unhappily, get up quickly and take us to the auditorium for breakfast. The girls have already left. Hearing Draco's words, Ian realized that he was now an official. He quickly got up from the bed and started to put on his clothes. At Draco's urging, Ian quickly put on his clothes and picked up the wand on the table. Okay, let's go, Ian said to Draco, and then opened the door of the dormitory. Draco said proudly behind his back, don't worry, I have called them all up except for you, the leader. Good brother. Ian patted Draco on the shoulder. This prefect now appoints you as the deputy prefect of boys. Find a little brother to help him with the work so that he can tease the little witch. It's to deal with more important things. Is this appropriate? Slytherin has never had this. Draco looked at Ian with some surprise. If I say it's appropriate, it's appropriate. Ian waved his hand and said, let's go, Deputy Prefect Malfoy, let's take the students to the auditorium for breakfast. Ian took Draco to the Slytherin common room. At this time, only the first-year boys were left in the common room, standing in groups of 3 or 4 talking. Seeing Ian and Draco coming, they immediately stopped talking and looked at Ian. Prefect Potter, good morning. Good morning, Prefect. Good morning, classmates. Ian smiled. Now please line up and follow me and Deputy Prefect Malfoy to the hall for breakfast. Hearing Ian's words, the students immediately lined up and followed Ian and Draco. The two led the students out of the common room, then walked through the cold and dim basement and came to the hall on the first floor of the castle. On the way, Ian was still whispering to Draco, hey, what's going on? I'm just a hidden prefect, why are they so enthusiastic? A hidden prefect is still a prefect, not to mention that you, the savior of Slytherin, were in the limelight yesterday, so of course they want to curry favor with you. Draco rolled his eyes and said with some jealousy, Humph, these guys, I didn't see them so active during the duel yesterday. Well, they also have face to save, how can they curry favor right away? Humph, anyway, I think they are hypocritical. The two whispered quietly, and then led their classmates into the auditorium. In the auditorium, only Ravenclaw was full of students, and Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were scattered with more than a dozen students. Seeing Ian walk in with the first-year Slytherin students, students from other colleges cast curious and scrutinizing eyes. Of course, there was a most special look among these eyes. Miss Granger from Gryffindor was looking at Ian with an unhappy face. Humph. She was thinking about Ian all the time yesterday and didn't sleep well. Unexpectedly, this guy was so happy. Ian naturally felt the resentful look. He quickly showed a bright smile to Hermione and then sat at the long table of Slytherin with the little snakes. You can wait a while before coaxing your wife. People are iron and rice is steel. It's important to eat first. Potter, you boys are so slow. Cassandra took the plate and sat on Ian's right. Ian smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry to keep Miss Volley waiting for a long time. Next time Draco and I will organize the boys to get up earlier. I don't blame you. Cassandra snorted and then looked at Draco, who was sitting on Ian's left. Draco. Why is he also responsible for organizing the boys? Cassandra, I am now the deputy head of the boys. Draco said proudly. Oh, deputy head boy. Cassandra raised her eyebrows slightly, then looked at Ian. Did you appoint him? Yes. Ian nodded. I think Draco is very suitable for this position. Since you are the deputy head boy, you must assist Potter well. Cassandra looked at Draco and warned, if you dare to hold him back, I will not let you go. Draco was a little scared by Cassandra's look and quickly assured, don't worry, I will definitely assist Ian well. Hearing Draco's assurance, Cassandra nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Ian. Potter, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Afternoon. Ian thought for a while and said, I'm going to find my brother Harry. I was sorted into Slytherin. Harry is probably still worried about me. You are going to Gryffindor to find Harry Potter. Cassandra frowned. Will those lions welcome you as a Slytherin? Ian smiled. Why not welcome me? You may be a traitor in their eyes. Cassandra said bluntly, I don't care what others think of me. I only care about my brother and my friends. Ian looked at Cassandra with a smile. But thank you for caring about me. Who cares about you? I'm just afraid that you will embarrass Slytherin. Cassandra snorted, but the tip of her ear was slightly red. Seeing this scene, Draco on the side widened his eyes. Merlin's big socks, what did he see? Miss Volley actually blushed. Cassandra Volley actually blushed. How is this possible? He must have seen it wrong. Draco rubbed his eyes and looked at Cassandra again. Her face was still that cold and noble, but the blush on the tip of her ear could not be concealed. Draco, what are you looking at? Ian noticed Draco's gaze and asked curiously. Ah, nothing. Draco quickly retracted his gaze. I just think this bacon is quite delicious, haha. Looking at Draco's somewhat flustered look, Ian scratched his head in confusion. Ah, really? Cassandra listened to Draco's words, nodded thoughtfully, and then under Draco's shocked expression, she forked a few pieces of bacon and put them on Ian's plate. Try it, Draco said. It's delicious. If it's not delicious, beat him up. Cassandra looked at Ian seriously. Looking at the extra bacon on the plate, Ian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Thank you, miss. Don't be polite to me. Eat quickly. Cassandra's mouth curled up a faint arc. Draco on the side looked at this scene and widened his eyes again. Merlin. What's going on? Ian looked at Draco's expression of doubting life and couldn't help but joked. Draco, it seems that your recommendation is good. Miss Volley personally picked up the food for me. Ah, haha, is that so? Draco laughed dryly a few times. I just think this bacon is delicious. I didn't expect Cassandra to think so too. Ian wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a tremor all over his body as if he was stared at by something. He quickly raised his head and looked around, just in time to meet Hermione's eyes on the Gryffindor long table, looking at a heartless man. Looking at Hermione's eyes, Ian's heart skipped a beat. Oops, he forgot to coax his girlfriend. Ian quickly showed Hermione a flattering smile and then mouthed, Hermione, wait for me. Hermione snorted when she saw Ian's mouth shape, then looked away, picked up her books and prepared to go to class. This idiot, how dare he ignore her for so long and was so close to other girls. I must teach him a lesson later. Seeing Hermione look away, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Hermione should not be really angry. Draco also saw Hermione's gaze. He leaned close to Ian's ear and whispered, You haven't coaxed your childhood sweetheart yet. After the sorting yesterday, I followed her back to Slytherin. Where can I coax her? Ian took a bite of bread expressionlessly. We only have one transfiguration class in the morning today. I can sit with Hermione and coax her then. You, a Slytherin prefect, are going to sit in Gryffindor. Draco widened his eyes. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about? Do you think I'm the kind of person who's afraid of gossip? Ian glanced at Draco. Besides, I'm a Potter in Slytherin, which is enough to cause gossip. Hearing Ian's words, Draco was speechless. But after thinking about it, Draco felt that Ian's words made sense, so he didn't say anything else. Neither of them noticed that Cassandra's expression suddenly became a little cold after hearing this. Potter, I'm leaving with the girls. Please follow me as soon as you finish breakfast. Cassandra said as she stood up. Okay, Ian nodded. You go first, we'll be there soon. Cassandra didn't say anything else, turned around and left with a group of Slytherin girls. Looking at Cassandra's back, Draco couldn't help but sigh. Ian, I think Cassandra is really good to you. Why do you say that suddenly? Ian was a little confused, don't you think so? She actually picked up food for you personally. Draco said exaggeratedly, I have never seen Cassandra treat anyone so well since I was a child. Ian thought about it and found that it was true. But he still felt that Cassandra had some ulterior motives, so she took extra care of him. You think too much, don't you? Ian said with a smile. I think Cassandra is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She's like this to everyone. Really. Draco touched his chin. But why do I feel that she treats you differently? Who knows what Cassandra thinks? Ian patted Draco on the shoulder. We should go or we'll be late. After that, Ian got up and organized other Slytherin students to go to the Transfiguration classroom together. As soon as he entered the classroom, Ian saw a silver tabby cat squatting on the podium. Looking closely, there seemed to be square glasses-like patterns around its eyes. Cassandra had already taken the girls to sit on the left side of the classroom, and there was a large empty space at the back, which was obviously reserved for the boys. Hermione also sat in the front row of Gryffindor, and there were a few empty seats on the right, which were obviously reserved for Ian, Harry, and Ronald. Ian just let the other little snakes sit in the Slytherin seats and pulled Draco alone to stand in front of the podium and bowed 90 degrees. Although Draco didn't understand why, he followed Ian and bowed. "Good day, Professor McGonagall." Ian's eyes flashed with a smile. His little brother must help him to win the favor of the older cat girl. Alas, unfortunately, Hermione and Cassandra have already sat down, so it's not good to call them up. His brother and Ronald are both late again, which is really disappointing. They don't even grasp such a good opportunity. Transfiguration is really a great magic. We are honored to see the animagus form of the greatest contemporary transfiguration master. Ian's voice was not small, and the students in the classroom heard it clearly. The tabby cat squatting on the podium also raised his head and looked at Ian, with a hint of human doubt and surprise in his eyes, as if guessing how the little wizard in front of him knew that she was an animagus. Draco also reacted that this tabby cat was actually their transfiguration teacher Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall just blinked at Ian, but didn't mean to answer him. Ian glanced at the empty seat of Gryffindor and understood instantly. His brother was going to be late, and Professor McGonagall, as the most rigorous professor, must give Harry a big surprise. Thinking of this, Ian hurriedly pulled Draco to bow again and then winked at him, indicating that he should sit in the Slytherin seat. And Ian himself walked to the Gryffindor seat and sat next to Hermione. Seeing Ian's actions, the other students in the classroom were stunned. The little snake of Slytherin actually sat in the Gryffindor seat. Ian's dignified and self-righteous look made Draco dumbfounded. Draco subconsciously wanted to call Ian, but when he thought of what Ian had just said, he swallowed his words again. Forget it, Ian said it himself. He is not afraid of gossip, so why should he persuade him? Cassandra glanced coldly at the Gryffindor seat, and because of the professor's presence, she didn't say much. So under the gaze of everyone, Ian calmly sat next to Hermione and started passing small notes with Hermione. Ian said, "The children of the flower-growing family have this skill." Hermione, the cutest and most beautiful little Hermione. Hermione took the note written by Ian, saw the handsome handwriting on it, her little face blushed, and secretly glanced at the tabby cat on the podium, and then picked up the pen to write on the paper. "Why are you sitting here? Shouldn't you sit over there with Slytherin?" Seeing Hermione's reply, Ian smiled and wrote, "But I want to sit with Hermione, I don't want to be separated from you." Hermione's face turned even redder when she saw the content on Ian's note. She subconsciously looked around and found that no one noticed her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. But Hermione couldn't help but feel a little sweet in her heart. But when she thought of Ian being close to other little witches, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. She thought about it and wrote on the paper again, "Are you close to that blonde girl from Slytherin?" Ian took a look at the content on the note and instantly understood that Hermione was talking about Cassandra. He picked up the pen and wrote on the paper, "You mean Cassandra? She and I are both first-year prefects, so we have a good relationship." Prefect. Hermione wrote on the paper immediately, "Aren't prefects only for 5th to 7th year students? Slytherin is special. Each year has 2 hidden prefects, one male and one female." Ian wrote, "However, this position is only valid in Slytherin College and the school does not recognize it." Hermione nodded in understanding and wrote on the paper again, "I was wondering why you called her by her Christian name directly, so this is why." Seeing Hermione's reply, Ian smiled and was about to continue writing something when he heard the classroom door being pushed open. Harry and Ronald appeared at the door of the classroom panting. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall hasn't come yet, otherwise she would be so angry if she saw us late." Ronald said to Harry while walking towards Gryffindor. Harry also nodded in agreement. The two of them trotted to a position very close to the podium and immediately found Ian sitting in the Gryffindor seat. When they saw Ian sitting among a group of little lions in a wizard robe with a clear green logo, Harry and Ian were obviously stunned. "Ian." Harry and Ronald shouted at the same time. Ian swallowed his saliva, showed an awkward but polite smile and waved to the two. "Brother, dear brother, don't call me so loudly. Do you know that you are dead now? Ian, are you okay in Slytherin?" "I am very worried about you," Harry asked hurriedly. Before Ian could answer, the tabby cat on the podium suddenly turned into a witch wearing a green wizard robe, square glasses, and looked extremely serious. Ronald stared at Professor McGonagall, who suddenly appeared and said subconsciously, "Cool, good skills." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall nodded politely, "But I think maybe I should turn one of you into a pocket watch so that at least the other one won't be late." "Professor, we are lost," Harry argued. "Then turn it into a map. You don't need a map to find your seat," Professor McGonagall said sternly, without any mercy. Harry and Ronald immediately stopped fighting and ran to sit next to Ian in a dejected manner. Ian also took the opportunity to make a gesture to Harry, indicating that he was fine and would talk about it after class. After doing all this, Ian found that Professor McGonagall was looking at him gently. Mr. Potter, can you tell me now how you know that the tabby cat is my animagus form? Ian stood up, bowed slightly, and then said, Professor, I read a book about transfiguration before entering school. I know that you are one of the 7 animagus registered by the Ministry of Magic in that century, and your animagus form registered with the Ministry of Magic is a cat. Although the cat's breed was not specified, today is our first transfiguration class, so I made a bold guess that the tabby cat should be your animagus form. Ian talked freely without any nervousness, of course, if his clenched right hand was excluded. What about reading books about transfiguration before school started? What about bold guesses, all of which were made up by him on the spot? Ian knew that the tabby cat was Professor McGonagall, all thanks to the movies and original books he watched in his previous life. However, he said this beautifully, and the expression on Professor McGonagall's face became more gentle. Very good, Ian Potter, for your erudition, I will give Gryffindor 5 points, Professor McGonagall said in a gentle voice. Ian's mouth twitched fiercely, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Professor McGonagall continue. Oh, sorry, Ian, I forgot that you are a student of Slytherin, so add 5 points to Slytherin. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he looked at Ian with some regret, thinking silently. How could such a good child who is so knowledgeable, smart, and respectful to teachers not be from their Gryffindor? Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall looked at Potter from his own college again, and his eyes darkened instantly. They are both Potter. Why can Ian recognize her animagus and Harry is 5 minutes late for the first class? As expected, children look like each other. Ian looks like Lily, and he is as smart and excellent as Lily. Harry looks like James, and he is as reckless as James. Professor McGonagall shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, and concentrated on the class. Okay, let's start the class now. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. Anyone who makes trouble in my class will be asked to leave and never be allowed to come back to class again. Professor McGonagall said, waving the wand in his hand, and a line of words immediately appeared on the blackboard behind him. Transfiguration, change of material form. Does anyone know what change of material form means? Professor McGonagall asked. Hermione raised her hand without even thinking. Professor McGonagall raised his hand slightly, motioning Hermione to stand up and answer. The change of material form is the change of the essence of the object. Hermione stood up and said fluently, any object that has been transformed will have the characteristics of the transformed object. Excellent. 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall said approvingly, the task of this class is to turn the match in front of you into a needle. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and there was a match on the table in front of everyone. I know this is difficult for you fledgling wizards, but it doesn't stop you from trying. Professor McGonagall said as he walked to Harry with his wand and began to demonstrate for everyone, look, the key to transfiguration is to concentrate. You have to imagine the object you want to transform in your mind, imagine its form and its characteristics, the more detailed the better. Professor McGonagall said, gently waved her wand and muttered, needle. The next second the match in her hand turned into a thin and long embroidery needle with delicate patterns. Everyone applauded, and Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction, turning the needle back into a match, and then said, okay, now it's your turn, start trying. Ian looked at the match in front of him, thinking about Professor McGonagall's key points, took a deep breath and began to try. He stared at the match in front of him, thinking about all the characteristics of the needle in his mind. Thin and long, silver-white, shining with cold light, one end is flat, the other end is sharp. Ian thought and gently waved the wand in his hand, pouring the magic power like water into the match in front of him. Needle. The match on the table trembled slightly for a few times and actually began to deform. A few seconds later, a silver-white needle appeared in front of Ian. Ian looked at the needle and couldn't help but curled his lips. Ha ha ha, he is worthy of it. With the buff bonus of the chosen son, he succeeded in one go. Although he can't make beautiful patterns like Professor McGonagall, it's great for him, an 11-year-old wizard. Ian, you are amazing. Harry, who was sitting next to him, saw that Ian really turned the match into a needle and couldn't help but exclaimed, how did you do it? Ian was about to answer when he heard Professor McGonagall's voice ringing in his ears. Mr. Ian Potter, in view of your outstanding performance, Slytherin will add another 5 points. Listening to the inhalation sounds coming from all around, Ian was humble on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. This is the feeling of showing off in front of others that he wants. Thank you, Professor. I just tried it according to the key points you just said, and I didn't expect it to be successful. Ian stood up, bowed slightly, and said obediently, Seeing Ian's obedient appearance, Professor McGonagall's smile became even bigger, and then he said to the others, "Ian did it according to the key points I said, and he succeeded. I believe you can do it too. I will give extra points to the first 3 who succeed, 3 points for the second place, and 1 point for the third place. Let's start now." Everyone began to try. With Ian's example, everyone tried their best to get extra points for their own college. For a while, the classroom was filled with the sound of wands waving. Hermione even entered a state of ecstasy and kept muttering, "Needle, thin and long needle." Ian looked left and right, and decided to rush to the favor of the older cat girl again and coax his girlfriend by the way. "Hermione, when you transform, you have to draw the needle's pattern in your mind, which will be more helpful for your transformation." As Ian said, he motioned Harry and Ronald to listen to his, Mr. Potter's little class as well. You can imagine peeling off the part of the match that doesn't look like a needle, just like the excess part of the clay is removed when it is molded and then. Ian said softly, emphasizing the word peeling. Then Hermione was shocked and the transfiguration, which was a bit stuck, became smooth at this moment. A few seconds later, the match in Hermione's hand really turned into a needle. I did it." Hermione looked at the needle in her hand in disbelief. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and blinked blankly. They were both given special treatment by Ian, so why couldn't they do it? Ian looked at the silver needle in Hermione's hand and nodded with a smile. "Our Hermione is awesome. Ms. Hermione Granger, in view of your outstanding performance, Gryffindor will get 3 points." Professor McGonagall's voice sounded again. Everyone looked sideways, looking at Hermione with eyes full of envy and amazement. The girls from the 2 colleges envied Hermione for being taught by Ian. They also wanted to be taught by the handsome guy. "Ian, you taught me well." Hermione looked at Ian, her eyes almost tearing. "Ian, you are so nice." Ian looked at Hermione's slightly red cheeks due to excitement, smiled, and rubbed her head. "It's because of us. Hermione, who is smart, understands it at once." He didn't lie. He was able to succeed in one go, not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of the system's buff. Hermione was different. He just gave a little hint, but he didn't expect Hermione to understand it so quickly. Look at Harry and Ronald. One is pure blood, the other is half-blood. They are not as good as Hermione, a little witch from Muggle. No wonder Hermione was praised by the Black Dog Godfather as the smartest little witch of the same age in the original book and the movie. It has to be said that Hermione's talent in magic is really strong. "Professor, Hermione and I have completed the task, so can we help others?" Ian looked at Professor McGonagall with a questioning look on his face. Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded, "Of course." With Professor McGonagall's consent, Ian and Hermione directly turned into little teachers. Ian was responsible for Slytherin, and Hermione was responsible for Gryffindor. The 2 began to shuttle among the crowd and answer their questions. Professor McGonagall looked at the busy green figures in the classroom and nodded secretly. "Humble and polite, intelligent and helpful. Hey, why isn't this child from their Gryffindor? The Sorting Hat is really old." When sorting, she heard this child say that he wanted to go to Gryffindor. Forget it, Hermione from her own college is also a smart and good child. Professor McGonagall silently comforted herself in her heart. Ian didn't know what Professor McGonagall was thinking. Even if he knew, he would only feel happy in his heart. After all, he helped these little wizards answer questions and solve problems. On the one hand, he could improve the favorability of professors and classmates, and on the other hand, he could show his strength. He would not miss such a good thing. "Miss, do you understand?" Ian looked helplessly at Cassandra, who was distracted again. "What's wrong with Cassandra?" "She has been distracted 3 times in this short period of time." Cassandra came back to her senses, looked at Ian's helpless expression, and a barely perceptible blush flashed across her face. She muttered softly, "Of course I understand, I'm very smart." Yes, our eldest lady is the smartest." Ian responded with good temper and then asked softly, "Can the eldest lady show me?" Cassandra looked at Ian's smiling eyes, snorted, then raised her wand and chanted a spell at the matches on the table. A few seconds later, a silver-white needle appeared in Cassandra's hand. "Look, I did it." Cassandra looked at Ian triumphantly. Ian looked at the needle in Cassandra's hand, smiled and gave a thumbs up. "The eldest lady is great." "Of course." Cassandra raised her head proudly. Professor McGonagall looked at Cassandra's outstanding performance and smiled with satisfaction. 1 point for Slytherin. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Cassandra smiled slightly, then turned to look at Ian. "How is it? Did I embarrass you?" "Of course not, the eldest lady is the best." Ian looked at Cassandra's arrogant look, smiled and shook his head, and then continued to help other little snakes. By the end of the transfiguration class, 2/3 of the people in the 2 colleges had successfully transformed the matches into needles. Although the remaining one-third failed to transform successfully, they had also found the threshold and could succeed as long as they practiced more. After this helping others trip, Ian not only received the gratitude of the little wizards, but also received an extra 20 points from Professor McGonagall in the end. Of course, Hermione also got 10 points. As for the extra 10 points of Ian, it was because he chose to help Hermione at the beginning. In view of Ian's excellent performance in answering questions for his classmates, Professor McGonagall gave him an extra 10 points. Ian's performance in the Transfiguration class made him more prominent in the hearts of the first-year Slytherin snakes. As for the senior Slytherin students, they are still waiting and watching. After all, Ian has not shown the strength that can convince them, and they will not blindly put their eggs in the basket of the savior. Of course, they will not offend the savior of Slytherin when Voldemort's life and death are unknown, unless their brains are stepped on by a troll. So their attitude towards Ian is not to offend, not to flatter, and wait and see. Ian understands the thoughts of these senior pureblood wizards, but he doesn't care. As long as they don't cause trouble for him, he doesn't bother to care about them. He knows that it is not a one-time thing to get the recognition of senior students. What he has to do now is to slowly accumulate reputation, slowly infiltrate Slytherin, and disintegrate the enemy. Just think about it. If Voldemort is resurrected 4 years later, those pureblood families will find that the heirs in their families are all on the side of the savior. That scene must be beautiful. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. Ian is not stupid enough to really pin all his hopes on those pureblood wizards who may turn against him in the future. If he wants to defeat Voldemort, he still has to rely on his own strength. Strength is the basis for everything. Ian took a deep breath, calmed his thoughts, and then looked at the little snakes surrounding him. Okay, everyone, the get out of class is over now. Please give me some personal space, okay? Ian's tone was still gentle. Of course, goodbye, Prefect Potter. Prefect Potter, see you tomorrow. Prefect Potter, goodbye. The little snakes listened to Ian very much, said goodbye to him one after another, and then left. Why do they call you Prefect, Ian? Harry looked at Ian with some confusion. Cassandra raised her chin, because Potter is the male prefect of the first-year Slytherin students. What? Ronald exclaimed, this is impossible. Prefects can only be held in the 5th to 7th years. How could Ian? Looking at Harry's still confused look and Ronald's incredulous eyes, Ian could only explain the matter of Slytherin's hidden prefect again. After listening to it, Harry's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. So you have become the leader of the first year of Slytherin, Ian. Ian nodded awkwardly. You can say that. Harry sighed heavily. He was thinking whether his brother would learn bad things in Slytherin. He was still worried that Ian would be excluded or even bullied in Slytherin. After all, Slytherin was a group of bad wizards in his eyes. But now it seems that Ian has not only not been excluded or bullied, but has also been doing well and even became the leader of the first year of Slytherin. This plot development is really beyond his expectations. Ian seemed to see what Harry was thinking and turned to Draco and Cassandra and said, Draco, Cassandra, I have something to say to my brother. You guys go back to the lounge first. He had to brainwash Harry. It had to be wonderful chicken soup to comfort the soul. It would be fun to make Dumbledore think that they were brothers at odds. Wouldn't his personality collapse? Cassandra frowned when she heard this but didn't say anything, just nodded to Ian. Okay, then we'll go first. Remember to come back early. Goodbye, 3 of you. Cassandra and Draco nodded slightly to Harry and the other 2. After saying goodbye politely, Cassandra took Draco away, leaving Ian and the other 3 with private space. Watching Cassandra and the other person walk away, Ian turned his head and looked at Harry. Don't worry, Harry, I'm doing well in Slytherin. Harry opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he just sighed. Okay, Ian, as long as you feel good, that's fine. Ronald looked at Ian with a tangled face. He seemed to want to say something but didn't know how to say it. Ronald, what's wrong? Ian looked at Ronald's tangled look and suddenly spoke. Ronald looked at Ian worriedly. I just don't understand, Ian. You should belong to Gryffindor just like Harry. Ian was silent for a while and suddenly sighed. Maybe I really have the qualities of Slytherin. How is it possible? Ronald became emotional all of a sudden. In his opinion, Ian, like Harry, is a savior of justice, and Ian is so kind and friendly. How could Ian have the characteristics of Slytherin, the Slytherin that produces many dark wizards? Please, Ronald Weasley. Ian laughed and hit Ronald's shoulder. You're not going to stop being friends with me just because I'm in Slytherin, are you? Of course not. Ronald answered without thinking. Ian, you will always be my friend. Hermione even hugged Ian directly and said in a muffled voice, Ian, even if you are a bad wizard, I will always be with you, Ian. Ian rubbed the little witch's head without saying anything, but silently sighed in his heart. How could his Hermione be so good? Harry. Ian let go of Hermione and held Harry's hand. Slytherin is not only about dark wizards, there are also many good people. Ian directly gave examples. Although Draco is harsh in his words, he is not bad at heart. Cassandra is a little arrogant, but she also cares about me. Ian, maybe you are right. Slytherin is not only about bad people. Harry took a deep breath. You just care about me too much, Harry. Ian smiled and patted Harry's shoulder. I know, brother. Ian, you are my brother, my only family. Harry stretched out his wrist and motioned Ian to look at the little green snake he gave him. As long as you feel happy in Slytherin, that's fine. Ian looked at the little green snake on Harry's wrist and smiled slightly. Don't worry, Harry, I know what I'm doing. The trick was successful. He is indeed a genius at tricking people. Ian's study career at Hogwarts began in such a grand manner. I have to say that Ian is really popular in Hogwarts. Whether it is Slytherin or Gryffindor, Ian can chat with them. However, this also made Dumbledore focus on Ian again. He is really like Tom, isn't he? Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the portraits hanging on the wall. The same talent, the same wide circle of friends, the same likable. The portraits fell silent one after another. They didn't know how to answer Dumbledore's words. Tom Riddle or Voldemort is a taboo. A dark wizard who left Hogwarts, a dark wizard who almost destroyed the wizarding world. Albus, you don't think this kid will be the next Tom, do you? Phineas sneered. Although our Slytherin is rich in dark wizards, you can't generalize all Slytherins, right? He was really speechless. Their Slytherin's reputation in Hogwarts was ruined by Voldemort. No, Phineas, you misunderstood. Dumbledore shook his head. I just hope Ian doesn't follow Tom's old path. Don't worry, the kid from the Potter family is obviously not a supporter of the pureblood theory. Phineas crossed his arms and said calmly, that kid not only plays well with the twin brothers of the Golden Boy, but also with the Weasley kid and the Muggle-born witch. Hearing what Phineas said, Dumbledore also fell silent. After a long time, he slowly said, I hope I'm overthinking, but Phineas, Tom's affairs have left too much of a shadow on the wizarding world. Phineas also fell silent after hearing this. Tom Riddle's incident has indeed left a huge psychological shadow on the entire wizarding world. They really can't go through something like that again. Phineas, please keep an eye on Ian in the castle for me. Dumbledore suddenly turned his head and looked at Phineas. If there is any situation, remember to tell me in time. Phineas nodded. Don't worry, I will. Although he didn't think Ian would become the second Tom Riddle, since Dumbledore asked him, he would pay more attention to the kid from the Potter family. At this time, Ian didn't know that he was being targeted by Dumbledore again. He still lived his own life, attending classes, studying, practicing magic every day, and occasionally visiting the Gryffindor lounge. Ian, don't sleep, today is Professor Snape's class. Draco's voice rang in Ian's ears, waking him up from his sleep. Ian opened his eyes drowsily and saw Draco, who was already dressed neatly. Good morning, Draco, thank you for waking me up again. Ian rubbed his eyes and yawned. Draco was speechless. I didn't want to either because I promised to help you manage the first-year boys yesterday. Deputy Headmaster Malfoy, you are so dedicated. Ian patted Draco on the shoulder. Believe me, if you don't get up, Cassandra will definitely make trouble for me. Draco rolled his eyes. I don't want to be taught a lesson by her. Ian laughed when he heard it. Okay, I'm up, let's go to breakfast quickly. I don't want to be late for my own dean's class. The two quickly packed up and took the little snakes to the auditorium for breakfast. Ian was chewing on a chicken leg while listening to Draco bragging about his experience playing Quidditch at home. Ian, you can't imagine how much fun I have flying at home. Draco's face was full of pride. That's because first-year students can't join the house team, otherwise I would definitely join the Slytherin house team and lead Slytherin to win this year's Quidditch championship. Wow, awesome. Ian clapped his hands perfunctorily. What championship? In the movie, since Harry joined the Gryffindor house team, Slytherin has hardly won. Ian, when we are in the second year, we will join the house team together. Draco's eyes were shining with excitement. Didn't you say you play that football in the Muggle world? Didn't you say you are the little prince of goal scoring? Then you can be the batsman and I will be the seeker. Let's talk about it later. Ian touched the tip of his nose. When I thought about him flying all over the sky on a wooden stick, Ian suddenly felt a dull pain 3 inches below his navel. Although the flying brooms were all added with cushion spells before production, Ian still had an inexplicable worry. Moreover, as a rabbit who had lived in a flower-growing family for 18 years, Ian still yearned for flying swords. Let's ask, who didn't dream of flying with a sword when they were young? What's fun about Quidditch? Just when Ian and Draco were chatting happily, Cassandra said quietly. Ian blinked. You don't like it. I don't think flying in the sky is a very elegant behavior. Cassandra rolled her eyes. Potter, you should also stay away from this idiot. Don't be fooled by him. Hearing this, Draco jumped up in anger. Who do you say is an idiot? Cassandra, don't think I won't dare to hit you just because you are a girl. Hey, do you dare? Cassandra sneered and raised her fist directly. Draco was immediately scared when he thought of Cassandra's terrifying fighting ability. He sat back silently and muttered softly, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Ian couldn't help laughing when he saw Draco and Cassandra bickering. Hurry up and eat. It's time to go to potions class after dinner. Ian greeted the two, then lowered his head to finish the last piece of roasted pumpkin on the plate. After dinner, Ian and the other two took the little snakes to the potions classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, Ian saw Harry and the other two sitting in the first row, and there was an empty seat next to them. Ian, come on, we have a seat for you. Harry waved immediately after seeing Ian. Ian hesitated and looked at the distance between the podium and the first row. Harry, why don't we sit in the back? What's wrong, Ian? Harry scratched his head. Don't you love studying? Isn't it good to sit here? Ian looked at Harry's innocent green eyes and sighed. It's good to sit here, but this class belongs to our dean and he doesn't like Gryffindor students very much. Harry heard what Ian meant. Oh, you mean Professor Snape always likes to find fault with Gryffindor? Yes, that's right. Ian nodded. Believe me, Harry, sit in the back. It's good for you, me, and everyone. Harry looked at Ian's serious look and couldn't help laughing. Okay, Ian, listen to you. As he said, he packed up his things and followed Ian to the back. Ronald and Hermione saw this and hurried to follow. The four of them sat in the third row, and Ian breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he sat down. Ian, are you afraid of your dean? Harry asked curiously. I respect him. Ian gave an awkward but polite smile. Okay, Harry nodded, not quite understanding. You respect the teacher, Ian. Ian silently looked at Harry's messy black hair, thinking, I hope you can still be so calm when Snape asks you questions later. At this moment, the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open, and Snape, wearing a black robe, walked in quickly. The black robe was lifted high by Snape, and with his lifeless dead fish eyes, he looked like an old bat. Snape walked to the podium in a few steps, and his sinister eyes swept around the classroom like looking for prey. His eyes finally fell on Ian, who was sitting in Gryffindor. To be precise, they fell on Ian's green eyes, red hair, and his little face that looked like his deceased mother. Snape looked at Hermione on Ian's right, and when he saw the obvious red mark on the beautiful little witch, the bat's expression obviously improved for a moment. It's actually nothing for a muggle-born Gryffindor witch and a half-blood wizard from Slytherin to sit together. Maybe it can promote learning. But the wizards from Gryffindor may not be the same. Snape glanced at Harry on Ian's left-hand side and frowned. He first stared at the green eyes for a while, then looked at the other person's face, and his expression instantly turned into disgusted and disgusted, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Messy black hair, bad glasses. Such people will definitely lead their excellent Slytherin students astray. Ian, Potter, Granger, Malfoy, Wally, the four of you sit in the first row on the left. Snape suddenly spoke. The four people whose names were called were stunned, and Ian's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Harry beside him, and his heart was full of sympathy. Brother, take care of yourself. The four could only pack up their things silently and walk to the first row. Looking at the four people in the first row, Snape's mood improved a little. Very good, Snape nodded with satisfaction. Miss Wally on Ian's left is a Slytherin, a good girl from a pure-blood family. She looks very well behaved and will not lead Ian astray. Granger on Ian's right is also a beautiful girl, a smart little witch from a muggle family and will not lead Ian astray. Draco. Draco is his godson. Although he is a little annoying, he heard that Ian appointed him as the deputy head boy. They should have a good relationship. The friends Ian chooses will be good kids. How could they lead him astray? Only Harry Potter. Thinking of the identity of this boy, Snape's expression became ugly again. Except for the pair of clear green eyes, how does he look like Lily's child? On the contrary, he looks exactly like his B******* D father James Potter, especially the messy black hair. Snape thought of his miserable experience of being teased by the four men before, and suddenly looked at Harry's eyes and nose. Snape took a deep breath and told himself that this Potter was also Lily's child. He had to protect him and he needed to love everyone in his family. But Snape looked at Harry and his expression twisted for a moment. He really looked like James Potter. Looking at that face, Snape felt that his endurance was at risk. He decisively looked away and looked at Ian beside Harry. Touching the handsome little face with red hair and green eyes, Snape's eyes softened instantly, like the spring breeze in March, warm and gentle. Very good, from now on, the seats for the four of you in the potion class will be fixed in the first row. Snape said gently, and when he said the second half of the sentence, he deliberately glanced at Harry, and his eyes instantly became cold. I don't want some people to disturb the excellent students in the front row. Harry. Harry looked up with a confused look on his face and looked at Ian on the left. Ian shrugged at him, his eyes full of helplessness. Harry looked at Hermione again, and the little witch gave him a helpless smile. Harry finally looked at Ronald beside him, and the other side gave him a look that said, "May the best come to you." Harry. He knew that Professor Snape was talking about him, and he just needed to name him. After arranging the seats for the 4 people, Snape began the class. You are here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of potion preparation. Snape began to speak. His voice was almost slightly higher than a whisper, but every word was heard clearly. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the simmering pot with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You will not truly understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, making people excited and confused. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is, you are not the kind of idiots I often meet. When he said the last sentence, Snape glanced at Harry again, his eyes were cold. Harry, he really screwed up. Ian looked at Harry sympathetically and silently lit a candle for him in his heart. This is just the beginning. Snape's storm will come soon. I hope Harry can withstand the venom of the Snake King. Mr. Harry Potter. Snape shouted suddenly. Harry shuddered and stood up suddenly. Yes, yes. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormhood infusion? Snape asked. Harry didn't even have time to open the book. How could he know this? He swallowed and replied in a low voice. I don't know, Professor. Tusk, tusk. Snape shook his head with disgust and said in an exaggerated tone, it seems that fame doesn't mean everything. Hermione wanted to raise her hand. She secretly glanced at Ian beside her, remembered the other party's advice, and finally put down her hand. Let's try again. Snape said sarcastically, Potter, tell me, where can I find Bezoar? I don't know, Professor, Harry answered honestly. He lowered his head silently, not daring to look at Snape's eyes. Poor. Snape tapped the table with the quill in his hand. Then tell me, what is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum chamigesmi? This time Harry gave up and answered loudly. I don't know, Professor. I don't know. Snape said softly, his eyes like a cold, venomous snake entwined with Harry. It seems that you haven't learned anything in the 2 months since you received the admission letter, Mr. Potter. Gryffindor deducts 10 points because a big shot can't even do pre-class preparation. Snape stared at Harry sinisterly. What, Mr. Harry Potter? Entering the magic world and becoming a big celebrity, the boy who lived, makes you complacent to this extent? Harry pursed his lips. He clenched the book in his hand and answered loudly, No, Professor. Oh, then why don't you even open the book? Snape mocked. You don't want to learn at all, don't you, Mr. Potter? Harry opened his mouth. He wanted to explain something, but in the end he could only lower his head and whispered, No, Professor. Snape sneered and turned to look at Ian in the first row. Mr. Ian Potter, you answer these 3 questions. Ian stood up. He looked into Snape's eyes and answered clearly and accurately. Professor, adding narcissus root powder to wormhood infusion will produce a very effective sleeping pill. People call it the water of life and death. Bezoar can be found in the stomach of a cow. It has a very strong detoxifying effect. Bottle-shaped aconitum and wolfsbane aconitum are collectively called aconitum. Boat-shaped aconitum blooms purple flowers, while wolfsbane aconitum blooms blue flowers. The latter is highly toxic. Ian finished speaking and looked at Snape with a complicated expression. Unlike Harry, who knew nothing, Ian clearly understood the hidden meanings behind these 3 questions. Their mother, Lily, the flower language of Lily is the same as daffodil. My regret will accompany you to the grave. Wormhood represents absence and sorrow. The first question spoke of Snape's own painful love. Bezoar is an antidote, and following the painful love above, Snape asked here, how to relieve my pain. Finally, the flower language of wolfsbane is to live for love plus tenacity plus heroism. Snape asked these 3 questions to express his regret for Lily's death to the 2 brothers. I am heartbroken by your mother's death. Snape was stunned by Ian's eyes, and he looked away unaccustomedly. Very good, Mr. Ian Potter is different from your arrogant brother. He is preparing for the exam seriously. Snape paused and added, Slytherin gets 10 points as a reward for Mr. Ian Potter's excellence. Ian nodded slightly. Thank you, Professor. It seems that our other savior is much more humble. Snape glanced at Harry and raised his mouth sarcastically. Mr. Harry Potter, maybe you should learn more from your brother instead of being proud and complacent, thinking that you are the savior and that you can be solved once and for all by entering the magic world. Harry pursed his lips and whispered, I know, Professor. Huh. Snape snorted coldly from his nose. He turned and looked at other students. What are you doing? Why don't you write down Mr. Potter's answer? There was a rustling sound in the classroom, and students picked up quills and wrote on parchment. Snape looked at the well-behaved Ian and his expression eased a little. Okay, let's continue the class. He turned around and wrote a long list of potion formulas on the blackboard, saying as he wrote, "Today we are going to learn about the potion for treating scabies. Which student can tell me what is the most important thing in brewing this potion?" Hermione raised her hand high. She couldn't wait to answer Snape's question and add back the 10 points Harry lost. Then, Miss Granger will answer this question. Snape nodded and motioned Hermione to stand up and answer the question. It's the temperature of the crucible, Professor. Hermione stood up, looked into Snape's eyes, and answered loudly, "The most critical step in brewing the potion to treat scabies is to control the temperature of the crucible. It can't be too high or too low." Correct answer, Gryffindor +1. Snape glanced at Ian beside Hermione and changed his words, Gryffindor +5 points. Hermione smiled brightly when she heard the extra points. She sat down and squeezed Ian's hand slightly. She earned back half of the points Harry lost. Ian shook Hermione's hand back and smiled at her. Snape looked at Ian and Hermione's little gestures, frowned, but said nothing in the end. Forget it, after all, they are childhood sweethearts, and this little gesture is nothing. Young people should still cultivate more feelings, especially in two different colleges. Snape convinced himself in his heart and waved his hand. Okay, let's start brewing potions now. In groups of 2, you can form teams freely. The students began to move and look for their partners. Ian/Potter, let's form a group. Hermione and Cassandra looked at Ian at the same time and they said in unison. Ian was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be so popular. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with crackling sparks. Ian, we are both Slytherin prefects, so we can set an example for other students. Cassandra spoke first. She looked into Ian's eyes with a threatening tone in her tone. Hermione heard Cassandra's words. She straightened her back and said, Ian, I need you very much. Ian was caught in the middle and he was in a dilemma. He looked at Cassandra and then at Hermione, not knowing who to agree to. Draco and I are in a team. Ian quickly pointed at Draco beside him, wanting to escape from this Shura field. We agreed to brew potions together before. Draco didn't expect Ian to suddenly mention him. He was stunned for a moment, but after meeting Ian's gaze, he quickly reacted. Ah, yes, Ian and I agreed to brew potions together before. Cassandra and Hermione frowned at the same time when they heard Ian's words. Potter, I don't know them well. Cassandra wrinkled her nose, implying that she can't team up with others. Ms. Parkinson and Miss Greengrass, you don't know them well either. Ian silently mentioned 2 ladies from the same Slytherin pureblood family as Cassandra. Cassandra was choked and glared at Ian. The professor said we should work in pairs. They already have 2 people. Then, actually you can work with Hermione. Ian blinked and pointed at Hermione. You two are both very smart and you are both girls, so it is easy to communicate. Cassandra and Hermione were both stunned. They didn't expect Ian to make this suggestion. Who wants to work with her? Cassandra and Hermione refused in unison. Ian heard what they said and spread his hands helplessly. What do you say? Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and they saw the look of disgust in each other's eyes. But the potion class was still going on and they couldn't keep deadlocking. Forget it, I'll team up with you. Cassandra took a deep breath and walked to Hermione. Miss Granger, we should be able to work together well, right? Hermione looked at Ian, then looked at Cassandra standing next to her and finally nodded. Of course, Miss Volley, we can make potions together. Ian was completely relieved to see that Cassandra and Hermione finally reached an agreement and turned to look at Draco. Draco, let's start too. Draco nodded and started to make potions with Ian. Ian patted Draco on the shoulder and whispered, Good brother, thanks to you for saving me just now. Draco winked at Ian. Hey, Ian, Cassandra and Hermione, who do you like? Ian was startled by Draco's words and he almost threw the herbs in his hand away. Don't talk nonsense. Ian glared at Draco. Cassandra and I are just friends. Draco shrugged, looking unconvinced. Just friends. Cassandra almost quarreled with Hermione just to be in the same group with you. Ian was speechless by Draco's retort. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. Okay, let's make the potion quickly, the professor is still watching. Ian quickly changed the subject. He picked up the herbs at hand and started to process them. Draco saw that Ian was unwilling to say more and did not continue to ask questions. He picked up the herbs and started to make the potion with Ian. The 2 cooperated tacitly and soon made the potion. Snape walked past them and looked down at the potion they had brewed. Very good. Snape's eyes lit up. Which of you 2 thought of grinding slug mucus and snake tooth powder together? It was Ian. Draco pointed at Ian beside him. He said that the medicinal properties of these two herbs complement each other. Grinding them together can better exert their medicinal effects. Snape looked at Ian as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Genius idea. Snape praised generously. You understand the brewing of potions in all aspects. Slytherin plus 20 points. What a great talent for potions. Lily's child indeed. Ian was a little embarrassed by Snape's praise. He touched his nose. Thank you, Professor. You should be proud of yourself. Snape looked into Ian's eyes, his tone full of admiration. You are better than many seventh-year students, Ian. Ian was about to say something when he heard a loud bang not far away, as if someone's crucible exploded. Ian looked over subconsciously. Neville had overturned the crucible. Neville was soaked in potion, and his arms and legs were covered with red and swollen boils, and he screamed in pain. The potion was originally used to treat scabies, but somehow Neville made it into a potion for making scabies. Snape's face suddenly sank. He turned to look in the direction of the sound and walked over angrily. Ian and Draco looked at each other and followed tacitly. Idiot! Snape roared, waving his wand to sweep away the potions spilled on the ground. Seamus Finnegan, Neville Longbottom. Are you brewing potions? Snape looked at the messy operating table in front of him, his face terribly gloomy. You almost blew up the classroom. Professor, yes, I'm sorry. Neville sobbed and cried. I didn't mean to. Longbottom. I think you probably put the porcupine quills in without taking the crucible away from the fire, right? Professor Snape said sarcastically. Professor. Ian came over with a freshly brewed potion. Neville's left arm seems to be injured. Draco and I have prepared a potion to treat scabies. You can apply it to Neville first. Snape looked at Neville with a gloomy face. When he saw the red and swollen scabies on his exposed left arm, the Snake King nodded. For Mr. Potter's helpfulness, Slytherin will get 10 points. The potion made by Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy is the best today. Slytherin will get 20 points. Ian handed the potion to Neville. This is a potion for treating scabies, a special potion for treating pustules, measles, boils, and other symptoms of lymphotuberculosis. Apply it on your wound and it will heal tomorrow, but you'd better go to see Madame Pomfrey again after class. Thank you. Neville looked at Ian with gratitude. Thank you, Ian. You are such a good Slytherin. It's okay, be careful when brewing potions next time. Ian patted Neville on the shoulder and whispered, Professor Snape is just a little worried about your safety, don't be sad. Neville nodded and carefully applied the potion on the wound. It hurts, it hurts. Neville grimaced in pain, but the magical thing is that as soon as the potion was applied, the swelling of his swollen left arm subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. Snape looked at this scene and his face finally looked better. But then the Snake King started to attack Harry again. Harry Potter, you are sitting next to Longbottom. Why don't you tell him not to add porcupine quills? Do you think you are good just because he made a mistake? Gryffindor lost another 5 points because of you. Why is it my business again? Harry opened his mouth and wanted to explain something but was stepped on by Ian. Harry looked down and saw Ian shaking his head slightly at him. Harry swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Ian looked up at Snape in front of him. He knew that the other party was taking advantage of the situation to vent his dissatisfaction with James on Harry. Fortunately, he looks like Lily's mother, thanks to Merlin. After the whole potion class, Harry felt that his whole soul was attacked by poison and his spirit was depressed. So after class, Harry couldn't help complaining to Ian. Professor Snape always targets me, I didn't do anything. In this class, he deducted 30 points from Gryffindor because of me. Ian, you are right, he is deliberately picking on Gryffindor. Harry, calm down. Ian patted Harry on the back. He felt that Harry should be thankful that he was Lily's child. Otherwise, with Harry's face, Gryffindor would be deducted negative points by Snape. Professor Snape didn't target Gryffindor too much, did he? Cassandra came over and looked at Harry in confusion. At least, Miss Granger was given 10 extra points by Professor Snape. That's because Hermione is smart. She's a top student. Ronald yelled, if Snape doesn't give her extra points, he's really biased. I also think Professor Snape is okay. Hermione poked her finger hesitantly, putting aside other things. Professor Snape is a very good potion master. Yes, Professor Snape is indeed a very good potion master. Ian shrugged, but this doesn't conflict with his love of deducting points from Gryffindor. Hermione looked at Harry with an indescribable expression. Harry, it seems that Professor Snape may be just targeting you. Harry scratched his hair irritably. I really don't understand why he targets me so much. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything. Harry, I'm even worried that Professor Snape will target you in every class in the future. Hermione whispered. Ian also nodded. Harry, although it's not nice to say that, you have to get used to Professor Snape's weirdness as soon as possible. After all, you still have to study in Hogwarts for 7 years, and Professor Snape will also teach potions in Hogwarts for 7 years. After hearing this, Harry's face turned green. What no? Oh, if the potions class can have a different teacher. Ronald sighed. Snape only likes Slytherin students. Just like Ian, Snape's attitude towards Ian and Harry is completely different. Cassandra and Draco looked at each other and said faintly, "Although we and Potter/Ian are all Slytherin students, Professor Snape didn't give us such crazy extra points." Ian touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "Maybe it's because my potion level is not bad. Professors like children who study well, right?" Draco rolled his eyes. "You might as well say it's because you are the savior. If it's because of the savior." Ian and Harry are twin brothers. Even if Harry is from Gryffindor, there is no reason for Professor Snape to hate Harry so much, right? Besides, Professor Snape seems to despise Harry's identity as the savior. Hermione couldn't figure it out either. Cassandra stared at Ian's face and blurted out subconsciously, "Is it possible that he is likable because of his handsome face?" "What kind of reason is that?" Ronald muttered. "Isn't Ian handsome?" Cassandra asked back. She looked at the delicate little boy in front of her who was looking at her inexplicably. Cassandra's cheeks suddenly blushed and she turned her head away unnaturally. "How could the old bat favor Ian just because he is handsome?" Ronald shouted exaggeratedly. "Hey, Weasley. Even if you want to defend Potter, you don't have to say that about Professor Snape." Draco yelled angrily. "You actually nicknamed the professor." "Am I wrong?" Ronald saw that it was Draco and he spoke even more vigorously. "He is just an old bat." "Cold and biased. Weasley, I want to tell me." Draco's face turned red like a little pufferfish. He looked at Ronald aggressively. "I want to duel with you." "Duel then duel. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Malfoy?" Ronald also yelled. "I say calm down, both of you." Ian grabbed Ronald with one hand and Draco with the other hand and said helplessly, "We are all friends, why do we have to duel?" "Ronald, Draco is right, don't give professors nicknames casually." Ian turned to Ronald with a serious face. "Besides, Professor Snape is Draco's godfather." To be honest, Draco's reaction was good enough to scold someone's godfather in front of him. If it were him, he would have cursed Ronald directly. Right, sorry, Malfoy." Seeing Ian say this, Ronald, no matter how reluctant he was, also mumbled and apologized to Draco. Draco's face looked better at this time. He snorted and turned his head with his chin raised. "Draco, this is Ronald's fault." Ian turned his head and looked at Draco again, but he just cares too much about Harry. Seeing Harry being deducted points by Professor Snape, he was a little angry. But whether to forgive him or not is up to you, Draco. After hearing what Ian said, Draco's expression completely eased. He snorted and muttered, "Since Ian, you said so, then I will reluctantly forgive you, Weasley." Ronald also breathed a sigh of relief. It might be a bit bad to scold their dean in front of Malfoy, but scolding his godfather in front of him was indeed a bit too much. After Ian's mediation, the atmosphere between Ronald and Draco was finally not so tense. Ian nodded with satisfaction. "This is right. What are you arguing about? They are all his main force in dealing with Voldemort in the future. Colleagues should be friendly to each other." "Okay, Harry, don't worry." Ian turned to look at Harry and smiled. "I will protect you in potions class from now on. I promise that Professor Snape will not deduct too many points from you." Harry looked at Ian with emotion. "Ian, you are really my good brother." "Harry, although Ian will protect you, you should stay away from Snape." Ronald muttered, "Anyway, no Gryffindor student like Snape." Hermione raised her hand silently and Ronald quickly changed his words. "Well, except you, Hermione. Actually, I can understand why everyone doesn't like Professor Snape." Hermione sighed. "He does always target Gryffindor and always speaks in a sarcastic tone. But he has a high level of potions and is very powerful. He is a very good professor." Hermione changed her tone and praised Snape again. Facing the numb eyes of Harry and Ronald, Ian smiled helplessly. "You know, Hermione loves to study. In her eyes, as long as the knowledge is taught well, it is a good teacher." Cassandra glanced at Hermione. "Then you should go to Ravenclaw, there are like-minded classmates." Hermione shook her head in confusion. "I don't know why the Sorting Hat sorted me into Gryffindor, even if it thinks I am also suitable for Ravenclaw. Gryffindor's characteristics are bravery or recklessness." Cassandra looked Hermione up and down. "You also love to get into trouble." "Cassandra," Ian raised his voice helplessly. Cassandra snorted and stopped talking. Let's go have lunch." Ian hurriedly greeted a few people and walked towards the auditorium. "There are flying lessons in the afternoon. Only after eating a full meal can you have the strength to fly." "Ian is right, Weasley Scarhead. I'll show you how good I am, how good I fly. Hee, Malfoy/Oilhead, I hope you won't make a fool of yourself." While Draco and the other two were arguing, Ian took them directly to the Gryffindor table. Draco stopped arguing with Harry and noticed the way the other Gryffindors looked at them. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Ian, just send them here, let's go back to Slytherin. Cassandra was not used to the gazes of these little lions and quickly pulled Ian's sleeve. Of course. Ian didn't think about having lunch at the Gryffindor table. He turned to look at Harry and the other two and smiled. Let's go, Hermione, Harry, Ronald, see you later. Okay, Ian, see you later. Harry and the other two quickly waved goodbye to Ian. Ian nodded and took Draco and Cassandra to the Slytherin table. I got scared. I thought Ian was going to take us to eat at Gryffindor. Draco stroked his chest, looking frightened. Although we have a good relationship with those three guys, I will never eat at their long table. Indeed. Cassandra nodded. Besides, Gryffindor is too noisy. We Slytherins are quieter. Listening to the noise coming from the Gryffindor long table and looking at his classmates who were eating quietly beside him, Ian nodded in agreement. Fortunately, you three didn't get carried away and really sit at the Gryffindor long table. Blaise, who was opposite Ian, said with a look of relief, if you really sat there. Professor Snape will never let you off. I'm afraid you will be turned into 3 Slytherin statues by the professor and placed at the entrance of the auditorium. Thinking of this scene, Blaise couldn't help but shudder. Ian was also shocked by Blaise's imagination. He looked at Blaise speechlessly, his mouth twitching slightly. Believe me, Blaise, Professor Snape will never do such a childish thing as turning a person into a statue and placing it at the entrance of the auditorium. No, he will, Cassandra said faintly. Ah. Ian turned his head to look at Cassandra, slightly opening his mouth with a look of surprise. In fact, a few years ago, there was a half-blood wizard in Slytherin who fell in love with a witch from Gryffindor and then sat at their long table for dinner. Theodore gestured to Ian to look at the brown-haired boy at the end of the long table. The next day, Professor Snape picked out some minor mistakes, punished the senior, turned him into a statue, and placed him opposite the Gryffindor long table for a whole morning. Ian turned his head to look in the direction pointed by Cassandra and Theodore, and indeed saw a brown-haired boy who was concentrating on eating, looking very handsome. So miserable. Ian swallowed. Didn't Professor Dumbledore do anything? Didn't he stop this behavior? Professor Dumbledore went to America for a meeting and was not in school at all. Cassandra shrugged. When Professor Dumbledore came back, it was too late to do anything. He had already been punished. What happened next? Ian asked. What happened to that senior and his relationship with the Gryffindor witch? The relationship naturally ended in vain. Theodore shrugged. After all, no little witch wants her boyfriend to be turned into a statue and placed there for people to visit. As for the senior, Theodore pointed at the brown-haired boy. Look, now he doesn't even dare to look up when eating for fear that others will see his face, so naturally he doesn't dare to date a little witch anymore. Ian turned his head and saw that the brown-haired boy lowered his head again, wishing he could bury his whole face in the plate. It's miserable, it's really miserable, it's miserable. Ian silently lit a candle for the senior in his heart. So Ian, don't sit at the Gryffindor table. Cassandra looked at Ian seriously. I don't want to see you turned into a statue at the entrance of the hall one day. Don't worry, I will never sit at the Gryffindor table. Ian shook his head quickly, his face firm. I will definitely defend the identity of Slytherin to the death. When he can beat Snape, he will go to the Gryffindor long table to eat. Ian added silently in his heart. After lunch, Ian and his friends took a short break and went to the flying class venue. Good afternoon, children. Madam Hooch stood in the middle of the playground. There was a row of brand new flying brooms next to each little wizard. It seems that you have been looking forward to it for a long time. Now there are brooms next to you. You just need to put your hands on them and say, get up, and the brooms will automatically come to your hands. Remember, say it with emotion. The little wizards nodded one after another and then couldn't wait to try. Get up, get up, get up quickly. Ian was also trying to wake up his flying broom, but the broom next to him just shook slightly and didn't fly to his hand. He turned to look at Harry and Draco, and their brooms were already in their hands. Is it true that the child will inherit the talent of whoever he looks like? He looks like his mother Lily and is good at potions just like her mother Lily. Harry looks like James, so all James' Quidditch talent points are added to Harry. Ian looked at Harry, turned his head silently to look at the broom at his feet and said affectionately, get up. This time the broom flew off the ground, but before it reached Ian's hand, it fell heavily again. Ian quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the broom that was about to hit his feet. Well, it seems that he really did not inherit James' Quidditch talent. Ian, you don't have a good relationship with your broomstick. Draco laughed gloatingly. Why don't you try to shout its name loudly like calling a pet and call it up? Draco, my fist as big as a sandbag will fall on your face in a moment. Ian shook his fist and glared at Draco unhappily. I think you don't want your broomstick anymore. Draco quickly covered his mouth, but the gloating smile on his face could not be stopped. Ian took a deep breath and thought to himself, System. Exchange all the remaining charm points for Quidditch talent. Ding, remaining charm points, 66. All points have been added to the host's Quidditch talent. As his voice fell, Ian suddenly felt that his body seemed to be much lighter, and even the broomstick in front of him became much more friendly. Get up, Ian said softly. This time, the broomstick seemed to have life and flew straight into Ian's hand. Seeing that Ian had made peace with his broom, Hermione couldn't help but look at the broom at her feet. Alas, her broom really didn't give her face. She called it several times, but the broom just wouldn't get up. Hermione tried again, but the broom just rolled on the ground and had no intention of getting up. Ian keenly noticed the plight of the little green plum. While Mrs. Hooch was not paying attention, he took out his wand and tapped Hermione's broom lightly. Get up. The next second, the broom, which was still lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up and flew straight into Hermione's hand. Hermione looked at the broom in her hand with surprise, turned her head and saw Ian winking at her. Hermione felt a little warm in her heart. She smiled at Ian, then turned her head to look at the broom in her hand and gently stroked it twice. Ian, it seems that you have all mastered the technique of flying the broom. Madam Hooch clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the little wizards. Then, let's start learning to fly now. You ride on the broom and push hard against the ground. Madam Hooch explained and demonstrated. Okay, now I will count 1, 2, 3, and when the whistle blows, you will jump up gently. Remember, you must jump up gently. If you jump too hard, you will fall off the broom. Okay, now 1, 2. Before Madam Hooch finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to fly to the sky. It's Longbottom. A little wizard saw the little wizard flying to the sky with sharp eyes. Merlin, he's flying so high. Ian looked up and saw Neville screaming in the air, and the whole person was shaky on the broom. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Longbottom, Mrs. Hooch shouted loudly, but Neville could no longer hear her voice. The young wizards present all watched Neville nervously as he flew out. The out-of-control broom swung Neville around in the air. Madam Hooch took out her wand. Longbottom fly. Before she finished her spell, the flying broom took Neville straight to the crowd. The young wizards were so scared that they fled everywhere, and Ian also pulled Hermione and Cassandra to hide to the side. Everyone watched Neville fly to the roof, and then his school robe was hung on the tip of the statue. Neville swallowed his saliva, and he could already hear the sound of his clothes tearing. Sure enough, the next second, his robe could not bear his weight, and it tore straight apart and Neville fell from midair. Oh my God. Hermione couldn't help but exclaimed. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest and looked at Neville with a worried look. Wingardium Leviosa. Ian drew out his wand and firmly recited the spell to Neville, and Neville's falling speed slowed down immediately. The young wizards from both schools looked at Ian, who cast the spell. No, brother, are you too good? What spell is this? I don't know it at all. The lions from Gryffindor looked at Ian with admiration. The little snakes from Slytherin looked proud. That's right. Isn't the wizard who cast the spell handsome? We are Slytherins, our prefect, we know him very well. Madam Hooch also cast a levitation spell. Two wizards cast the spell, and Neville's falling speed became slower and slower, and then he slowly floated to the ground. Madam Hooch rushed over and hugged Neville, and the young wizards also surrounded him. Poor child. Madam Hooch checked Neville's injuries. Fortunately, it's just a scratch. Neville lay in Madam Hooch's arms and cried in fear. Madam Hooch patted Neville's back gently. It's okay, Mr. Longbottom, you're safe. She turned to look at Ian with a little more praise in her eyes. Ian, you did a good job. If you didn't recite the spell in time, Neville might be in danger. I want to add 10 points to Slytherin. Ian smiled slightly and said modestly, You are flattering, Madam Hooch. I just did what I should do. Madam Hooch praised Ian a few more times, then turned to look at the little wizards watching and said with a stern face, I'm going to take Mr. Longbottom to the school infirmary now. He has some scratches. When I come back, I don't want to see anyone in the sky. Otherwise, before this year's Quidditch game, I will let this person withdraw from the flying class. You all saw it, Mr. Longbottom almost fell off the broom. I hope you can learn from it. The little wizard stood in place and watched Madam Hooch take Neville away. Until the two disappeared, the little wizards looked at Ian again. Ian, what spell did you just chant? A little wizard asked curiously, Why can you make Neville float? It's the levitation spell. Ian explained, This spell can make objects float, and it is a must-learn spell for us in the first grade. Ian, you have learned the levitation spell now. Theodore looked at Ian with admiration. You are so amazing. I just like reading books, so I learned it in advance. Ian said modestly, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Hey, what is that? Ian was secretly happy and suddenly heard Ronald's exclamation and subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. Neville's broom was flying in the sky with a transparent glass ball. It's a memory ball. Hermione exclaimed, "That's Neville's memory ball." Ian squinted his eyes and looked at the crazy broom flying up and down, left and right in the air. "I'm going to get that memory ball back." Harry rode on the broom and shouted, "Harry, you're crazy." Ronald quickly grabbed Harry. "You haven't even taken a formal flying lesson and you dare to ride a broom." Hermione also disagreed. "Harry, Madam Hooch just said that no one can fly to the sky before she comes back, otherwise they will quit the flying lesson." "But that's Neville's memory ball." Harry looked at the broom flying in the sky. "That was given to him by his grandmother, Hermione." Ian looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh at the plot correction power. Even if Draco didn't take Neville's memory ball this time, it still flew to the sky in a bizarre way. Just when Ian was sighing, a golden head rushed out of the crowd. "Scarhead, I support you. Let's compete to see who can help Longbottom get the memory ball back first," Draco said, riding his own broom. Harry looked at Draco and rode on his broom, ready to retrieve the memory ball. "Then let's compete, Slicker." After that, the two of them kicked their feet and flew straight into the sky. "Harry, Malfoy," Ronald shouted loudly. Seeing that both of them flew up, Hermione stamped her feet in anger. "Draco, get down quickly. What are you doing with Harry? These two guys are crazy." Cassandra was also gnashing her teeth in anger. "How dare they? If they are not afraid of death, I can throw them off the castle with my own hands. There is no need to fly up to the sky and break my neck." Seeing this, Ian hurriedly grabbed Cassandra. "Don't be impulsive, Cassandra. If you throw them, you will have to go to Azkaban." However, Ian still admired the two people's behavior of flying up. After all, the flying skills of the first-year wizards are not proficient, and the two dared to fly up, which is indeed a bit courageous. "What should we do now?" Theodore looked at Ian. "Should we fly up as well? What if Potter and Draco both fall down?" "What are you thinking about, Theodore?" Blaise interrupted Theodore. "Shall we fly up and then fall down together?" Ian's eyes lit up. He is now a Quidditch talent at the highest level if he is discovered. Will he also be able to join the Quidditch team in his first year? Here comes another chance to show off in front of others. Thinking of this, Ian also got on his broom. "Ian, what are you doing?" Cassandra saw Ian's desperate behavior and grabbed him. "Are you going crazy with them?" "Cassandra, don't worry, I'm sure." Ian smiled and said confidently, "I'll fly up and save them." Hermione's eyes turned red with anxiety. "Ian, what are you going to do?" "I will never allow you to go." "Hermione, you have to believe me. When have I ever done something I'm not sure of?" Ian said softly, "Just wait and see my agile skills. Remember to cheer." After that, Ian kicked his legs and rushed directly into the sky. Ian, Hermione and Cassandra clenched their hands in anger, but they could only watch Ian fly higher and higher. "Look, Ian Potter is flying up too." I don't know which little wizard shouted, and everyone looked up at the sky. In the sky, Harry and Draco were approaching the crazy broom on the left and right, and Ian was chasing behind them. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Ronald looked at Ian's back and exclaimed, "Ian is crazy too, but this is so cool." Theodore and Blaise also nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's so cool." The three people's words successfully aroused the anger of the two little witches. "Do you think it's cool?" Hermione turned her head viciously. "If Ian falls and breaks his neck, I will use your three heads to transplant him. Let you feel what cool is." Cassandra also rarely agreed with Hermione. "Yes, if you three dare to say another word, I will make you speechless forever." Ronald, Theodore, and Blaise, the three little wizards, were suddenly silent. The three looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They are too terrible. What a miserable life Ian has. Just when the ground was in a mess, the three people in the sky also started to move. Harry took the lead and rushed to the crazy broom, reaching out to grab the flying memory ball. Seeing this, Draco quickly accelerated and flew forward, trying to get ahead of Harry. Ian flew slowly behind the two of them, ready to attack at any time. Just when Harry was about to touch the memory ball, the broom suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed towards Draco. "Draco, be careful," Harry shouted loudly. Ian saw that Draco was in danger and reached out to grab the crazy broom aimed at Draco. But the broom was too fast, and he just took the memory ball off the broom. Draco panicked when he saw Ian miss, and he quickly turned the broom in the direction of the broom to avoid the crazy broom. But Draco was still a step slower, and the broom hit Draco hard, and Draco immediately lost his balance and fell off the broom. Draco. Harry saw this and quickly accelerated and flew over, grabbed Draco's clothes and pulled him onto his broom. "Harry," Draco hugged Harry's waist in shock. "Thank you. Don't talk," Harry shouted. "Hold on tight, I'll pull you up." After that, Harry was ready to pull Draco back to his broom. However, the crazy broom hit again. This time, its target was Harry. Ian had been paying attention to the situation of Harry and Draco. When he saw the crazy broom hit Harry, he quickly accelerated and flew over and grabbed Harry's arm. "Ian," Harry looked at Ian in surprise. "Why are you?" Ian's face turned black and he gritted his teeth and said, "This broom is not right, it seems to have been cursed." He didn't need to think too much. It was probably Quirrell who saw the three of them in the sky and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of them. After all, among the three people there are two saviors, and one is the Malfoy family kid who betrayed Voldemort. All here. Hearing Ian's words, Harry and Draco changed their faces. "What should we do now?" Draco asked in a trembling voice. "It's okay, I'm here." Ian said in a deep voice, "Let's go back to the ground first." After that, Ian took Harry and Draco to the ground. However, the crazy broom caught up again, and this time it was even faster than before. "Don't panic." Ian glanced at the castle behind him. "This broom will follow us and rush to other students. We have to find a way to land in the castle where we should be safe." Harry nodded. "This is the only way." After that, the three of them worked together and flew towards the castle. On the ground, the little wizards saw this scene and exclaimed, "Oh my God, they are flying so high, too dangerous, will they fall down? By the way, should we go find the professor?" Hermione and Cassandra clenched their hands nervously, staring at the three people in the sky without blinking. Ronald, Theodore, and Blaise also became nervous. Although they thought flying was cool, they became worried when they saw Ian and the other two in danger. Just when everyone was nervous, the three people in the sky finally flew over the castle. Ian glanced at the crazy broom behind him and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Want to kill them? But it's not that easy." Ian aimed his wand at a window on the castle and shouted, "Harry, Draco, get ready to jump out of the window." Harry and Draco nodded and grabbed their brooms tightly. Ian took a deep breath and waved his wand vigorously, "Water mirror." Before the voice fell, the brooms of the three people were like arrows from a string, and they suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the window on the castle that had turned into water. Bang. After a loud bang, the three people rushed into the castle with their brooms, and the window returned to its original state. Because the crazy broom was too fast, it had no time to stop. It hit the hard glass window of the castle hard, and it made a loud bang and then fell to the ground and turned into a pile of debris. Ian pulled the corner of his mouth subconsciously. He dared to say that this glass window must have been made by the flower grower. The young wizards on the ground cried out when they saw this scene. "Oh my God, are they okay?" It was so thrilling it was almost. "Stop talking, let's go and see if they are injured." After that, the young wizards ran towards the castle. Inside the castle, Ian, Harry, and Draco were lying on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces full of relief for surviving the disaster. "Great, we are all fine," Harry said with a gasp. Draco also nodded. "Yeah, it was so thrilling just now. Fortunately, we are fine." Ian smiled and took out the memory ball from his arms. "It's quite exciting." "Exciting. Who of you three can tell me what's going on?" At this moment, a stern voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the three. Hearing this, the three were stunned for a moment, and then turned their heads to look, only to see Professor McGonagall standing beside them with a serious face, his hands on his hips, glaring at them. They then noticed that they were in the Transfiguration classroom, and even said that students from other colleges were still in class. They were in a hurry just now and didn't pay attention to this at all. Harry and the other two quickly got up from the ground and stood in front of Professor McGonagall with their heads down, like three quails. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." Harry stammered to apologize. We didn't mean it." "That's right, Professor, it was because the broom suddenly went crazy that we ran in." Draco also explained. Ian laughed twice and looked at Professor McGonagall timidly. "Professor, let me explain. In fact, this is an accident." The anger from the older cat girl, can the favorability he brushed play a role at this time? "Accident? You almost lost your life," Professor McGonagall said angrily. "What on earth were you doing?" The three looked at each other and said in unison, "We were chased by a flying broom." Professor McGonagall frowned and his expression became serious. What on earth is going on? Everyone go to self-study first." Professor McGonagall said to the second-year students who were in class and glanced at the three quails, "You three follow me." What on earth happened? Professor McGonagall and Ian stood outside the classroom. Harry took a deep breath and told Professor McGonagall what happened after they flew into the sky. After listening to Harry's words, Professor McGonagall's face suddenly became solemn. "You said that the broom suddenly went crazy?" Professor McGonagall asked in a deep voice. "It's true, Professor." Ian said, "The broom seems to be cursed and keeps chasing us. I think someone wants to kill us." Professor McGonagall frowned, his face full of seriousness. "This is a serious matter. I must report it to Headmaster Dumbledore immediately. Before that, you three come with me to the hospital wing and let Madame Pomfrey check your body." Harry and the other two nodded obediently and then followed Professor McGonagall to the hospital wing. On the way, Professor McGonagall said as he walked, "You three are too naughty. You dare to fly around in the flying class. Do you know how dangerous it is? I'm sorry, Professor, we know we are wrong. Harry and the other two apologized in unison. Professor McGonagall sighed, fortunately you are all fine. Soon the four of them arrived at the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey saw Harry and the other two and was stunned for a moment. Why are you here again? What happened this time? They had an accident, Poppy, you helped them check. Professor McGonagall said. Madame Pomfrey was nervous when she heard this. She quickly let Harry and the other two lie on the bed and then began to carefully check their bodies. After a check, Madame Pomfrey breathed a sigh of relief. They are all fine, just a few scratches and bruises. I will give them some medicine. Professor McGonagall was also relieved when she heard this. It's good that they are fine. After Madame Pomfrey gave Harry and the other two medicine, Professor McGonagall took them out of the medical wing and went to the principal's office to find Principal Dumbledore. Ian, we won't be expelled, will we? Harry was scared at this moment. Ian twitched his mouth. You are scared now. Draco waved his hand. What's so scary? My father is a school director. I asked him to donate money to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will definitely not dare to expel us. Ian and Harry looked at each other and they saw speechlessness in each other's eyes, this unlucky child. Soon, under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, the three of them came to the door of the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Professor McGonagall knocked on the door. Come in. Dumbledore's voice came from the principal's office. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open and walked in. Harry, Ian, and Draco hurriedly followed. At this moment, Principal Dumbledore was standing in front of the window, with his back to the door, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery outside the window. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Dumbledore turned around and smiled at Professor McGonagall and Harry. Minerva, what's the matter? Dumbledore, something big happened. Professor McGonagall said solemnly. Dumbledore's smile gradually disappeared upon hearing this, replaced by a solemn expression. What happened? It's like this. Professor McGonagall told Dumbledore what Harry and the other two had encountered in the flying class and their guesses. I think this is very serious, and it is very likely that someone wants to harm them. After hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Dumbledore's face became completely gloomy, and there was a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore, could it be Voldemort? Ian asked tentatively. Hearing the word Voldemort, Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly, and then he shook his head slowly. It's not clear yet, but I will find out. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Harry and the other two and said softly, You three go back first, I will handle this matter. Harry and the other two heard this, nodded obediently, and then left the principal's office. Ian, you just said that Voldemort wanted to kill us. Harry clenched his fists. Just a guess. Ian glanced at the pale Draco. Let's not talk about Draco, just the two of us saviors are enough to make Voldemort hate us. After Voldemort fell, Lucius, the head of the Malfoy family, swore that he was cast under the Imperious Curse and forced to become a Death Eater. Do you think anyone believes this? Ian sneered. Anyway, Voldemort didn't believe it. It's not surprising that Voldemort wants to kill Draco, the only heir to the pureblood family who betrayed him. Ian clenched his wand and said, What's more, Draco is so close to our two saviors. Isn't this enough to make Voldemort angry? Draco's face became paler and paler. Ian, if I stay away from you two now, isn't it too late? Don't worry, I'll take care of it later. Ian patted Draco on the shoulder. You have already boarded the pirate ship of my two saviors, and it is impossible to get off. Draco, okay, don't worry, we will fight back when the enemy comes, and we will cover the water with earth. Ian said lightly, We are only in the first grade now, and it is useless to think so much. Let's work hard to improve our strength. At least if Voldemort wants to kill us, he will have to pay a price. Ian is right. Draco also echoed, We are still too weak now, and we must work hard to improve our strength. Knowing that Voldemort actually wanted to kill him, Draco deeply realized the importance of learning at this moment. Only by studying hard can you master powerful magic and protect yourself and your family. Ian looked at the two of them, and there was one more thing he didn't say. Dumbledore would never watch him and Harry get into trouble. As Ian said, after Harry and the other two left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore called Snape. Severus, you have to protect Harry and Ian. Voldemort has set his sights on them. Dumbledore looked at Snape solemnly. You shouldn't use the Philosopher's Stone to lure Voldemort, they are only first years. First years, Dumbledore, Snape roared with a twisted face. They have just come into contact with magic. Can they protect themselves? In order to destroy Voldemort, you have done everything you can. Calm down, Severus. Dumbledore sighed. Of course I know this is dangerous, but in order to destroy Voldemort, we must take risks, and Harry and Ian must grow up as soon as possible. Snape said gloomily, Are you going to gamble with their lives? Of course not. Dumbledore said, I will protect them and you have to believe in Harry and Ian, they have unlimited possibilities. Snape sneered, unlimited possibilities, they are just two little trolls who know nothing now, you want them to deal with Voldemort. We have to believe in the two Potters. Dumbledore looked at the three little wizards surrounded by classmates downstairs. Severus, actually at the beginning, I thought Ian would be the second Voldemort. I admit that no matter what happened yesterday, Ian helps students' behavior or the attitude towards the professors, which reminds me of Tom. I think Ian, like the original Voldemort, accumulates strength and seek big things. The Sharp Light, even they have lived in the orphanage and they are all mixed-race wizards in Slytherin. Enough. Snape interrupted Dumbledore inumnibly. Ian is not Voldemort, he will never be a person like Voldemort. Dumbledore smiled. Of course, I also know that Ian is different from Tom. Quat, just follow. Dumbledore looked over and saw Ian and the other two smiling and high-fiving. His eyes flickered slightly, then he looked away and snorted, I know Ian is a good kid without you telling me. Ian has a lot of friends, like the kid from the Malfoy family. Dumbledore said, although I don't think Voldemort will target him, you'd better take care of that kid, Severus. Snape's face suddenly darkened and he said unhappily, that's my godson, you don't need to remind me. After that, he turned and left the headmaster's office. Looking at Snape's back as he walked away, Dumbledore smiled. At the same time, Ian downstairs suddenly sneezed. Ian, what's wrong with you? Hermione asked with concern. Nothing, my nose just suddenly itches. Ian rubbed his nose and smiled, maybe someone is talking about me. Cassandra crossed her arms and snorted coldly. I guess the professors are discussing your feet just now. How can professors be so idle? Ian shrugged. As soon as he finished speaking, Snape's special tone sounded behind him. If our famous Ian Potter can make his hardworking dean worry less, then I have a lot of free time. Ian froze for a moment, turned slowly and faced Snape's expressionless face. Professor. Ian smiled awkwardly, why are you here? Snape snorted coldly, if I didn't come, how would I know that you had caused such a big mess for me? Ian touched his nose and said nothing. Professor McGonagall also came over and said, Ian, Professor Snape and I have other things to talk to you about. Ian and the other two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Potter Malfoy, follow me. Snape glanced at Ian and Draco, then turned and walked towards another corridor. Ian and Draco hurriedly followed, while Harry followed Professor McGonagall. Professor, what do you want with us? Ian looked at Snape's back and couldn't help asking. Snape didn't answer but took the two of them to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor Quirrell, I'm looking for Flint. Snape said to Quirrell, who was in class. Ding ding, of course Snape, Professor. Quirrell stuttered, then turned to look at the unusually tall Slytherin boy in the classroom. Flint, Mr. Flint, please come out for a moment. Professor Snape, you want me? Flint said respectfully. Ian looked at Flint in surprise. This guy with uneven teeth and a troll-like appearance was so respectful to Snape. You know, in the movie, this guy is very arrogant, but now he is as obedient as a kitten. Flint, I found two excellent Quidditch players for you. Potter is the beater and Malfoy is the seeker. Snape pointed at Ian and Draco and said, what? Three voices rang at the same time. Ian and Draco looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They are going to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Professor, they are only in the first year. Flint also said in shock. Snape glanced at him coldly. What? Do you have any objection to my decision? No, I dare not. Flint shook his head quickly. Then it's settled, the two of them will join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Snape said, if I know that you dare to bully them. Snape glanced at Flint and didn't continue, but the threat was already very obvious. No, I won't, Professor, Flint said quickly. Snape nodded and then said to Ian and Draco, you two should behave well and don't embarrass me. After that, he turned and left. Ian and Draco looked at each other and then looked at Flint at the same time. Welcome to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Tomorrow I will take you to familiarize yourself with the Quidditch rules. Flint said a little embarrassedly. So Ian and Draco joined the Slytherin Quidditch team in this confused way. This is just like a dream. Draco said in disbelief, I actually joined Quidditch, first grade, I'm only in the first grade. I didn't expect it either. Ian also pretended to be surprised, I thought we had to be at least in the second grade to join the Quidditch team. Merlin's beard, I must write a letter to my father about this. Draco said excitedly, he will be proud of me, Ian. You know, we are the youngest Quidditch players in 100 years. Ian, Draco, hearing the cough, the two looked back and the Gryffindor trio came over at some point. I have good news for you, Harry has become the Gryffindor Seeker. Ronald said excitedly, the youngest Seeker. Ian and Draco looked at each other and laughed at the same time. This is indeed good news. Ian laughed, but Ronald, you may not know that Draco and I have also joined the Slytherin Quidditch team. I am the beater and Draco is the seeker. What? Ronald widened his eyes in shock, the youngest Quidditch player in 300 years. If I had known, I would have flown up in the class just now. Ronald said in annoyance, maybe Professor McGonagall will also choose me to join the Gryffindor team. Come on with your flying skills. Hermione hit him mercilessly. It's good enough that you don't get thrown off the broom. Don't talk if you haven't flown before. Ronald snorted, okay, stop arguing, both of you. Harry interrupted them helplessly and suddenly looked worried. Actually, I'm a little scared, afraid that I will make a fool of myself in the game. I've never played Quidditch. No, Harry. Hermione was sure you and Ian are both talented. Harry wanted to say something but was interrupted by Hermione. Come with me. Hermione said, I have something to show you. Hermione led a few people to the award display room and stopped in front of one of the medals. There were a few lines of words engraved on it. The Quidditch House Cup won 6 consecutive championships, won by James Potter, the Seeker of Gryffindor. Look, your father was once a Seeker of Gryffindor and one of the best Seekers in the history of Hogwarts. Hermione looked at Harry and said seriously, so Harry, don't worry, Quidditch is something engraved in your and Ian's genes. Harry stared at the medal blankly, his eyes gradually moistened. Ian sighed in his heart and started again. He was going to perform under Dumbledore's nose again. Ian was silent for a moment, then pretended to be excited and shook Harry's hand. Harry, did you see that? This is the honor that Dad once won. Now it's our turn. Harry was infected by Ian's emotions, rubbed his eyes and grinned. You're right, Ian, it's our turn. Just then, a shadow suddenly enveloped several people. Several people turned their heads and saw Dumbledore looking at them with a smile. What a touching scene. Dumbledore smiled, seeing you two brothers, I feel like I saw James and Lily back then. Ian's heart suddenly jumped, and he knew that this old bee was really spying on him secretly. Ian pretended to casually glance at the portraits hanging on the wall, secretly complaining in his heart. These broken portraits are the eyes that monitor him. They are all in the same pot with Dumbledore. Dear Professor Dumbledore, Harry stammered, don't be nervous, kids. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Old people always like to reminisce about the past. When I saw you, I couldn't help but want to come over and chat. Ian sneered in his heart. It was obvious that he was worried about him, and he said it so high-soundingly. I heard you two little guys say that you want to shine in Quidditch. Dumbledore looked at Harry and Ian and smiled. I am very happy to see that you are so confident. I think if your parents were still here, they would be proud of you. Professor Dumbledore, we will work hard. Harry clenched his fists and said firmly. Ian didn't say anything but just nodded slightly. He really didn't want to perform the brotherly love drama in front of Dumbledore again. Very good, Harry. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. I am looking forward to your performance in the Quidditch game. After that, Dumbledore turned and left. When he walked not far away, he suddenly turned his head to look at Ian and smiled gently. And you, little Ian, I'm also looking forward to your performance. Ian cursed in his heart, but showed an innocent smile on his face and waved to Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and turned to leave. Harry let out a long breath. Professor Dumbledore is really kind. Yes, really kind. Ian agreed but couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. Okay, let's go out quickly. Hermione urged, if we don't go out, it will be dark. Several people left the showroom and returned to the castle. Ian and Draco just returned to the Slytherin lounge and saw a group of people waving at them excitedly. Ian, Draco, you are back, Theodore shouted. Prefect Potter, we heard that you and Malfoy joined the Quidditch team. Is this true? You guys are so awesome. This time we Slytherin will definitely win. Ian and Draco were surrounded by the crowd and everyone asked. Okay, everyone be quiet. Ian covered his forehead, quite helpless. If you do this, Draco and I will go deaf. Everyone quieted down after hearing this but still looked at Ian and Draco with excitement. Yes, Draco and I did join the Quidditch team. Ian said, but it's not just the two of us. Harry also joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. So what, Prefect, you are the best. If it weren't for the Prefect in today's flying class, Longbottom might have fallen to death. As Ian's diehard fan, Theodore immediately retorted. That's right, our Prefect is the best. Gryffindor is nothing. Prefect, our Slytherin will definitely win the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. That's right, we will win for 7 consecutive years. Looking at the enthusiastic faces of everyone, Ian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Too naive, how could Dumbledore let Slytherin win the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup? Ian dared to bet that even if Slytherin really won the House Cup with his strength, Dumbledore would definitely find ways to send the trophy to Gryffindor. After all, Dumbledore still wants to build confidence for Harry and make him recognized in the wizarding world. Prefect, you won't give in to the Potter from Gryffindor, will you? Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded in the crowd. Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who spoke. What did you say? Prefect, we are going to win the championship for 7 consecutive years. You must not consider any brotherhood and give in to Potter in the competition. The man continued, Losk Selwyn. Are you questioning Prefect Potter? Cassandra glared at the boy named Selwyn, defending Ian more actively than Ian himself. Ian glanced at Cassandra. Hey, this girl is quite protective of him. Draco also snorted, Selwyn, has your brain been stepped on by a troll? Ian didn't say anything, just looked at Losk indifferently. Losk was a little guilty, but he still said, but Prefect Potter and that Potter are brothers. So what? Ian interrupted him directly, Selwyn, do you think I will choose to let Gryffindor go because of personal feelings? Losk opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. On the Quidditch field we are teammates. I will do my best to fight with him, but if we are opponents, I will not change my principles because of personal feelings. Ian glanced at everyone. I will do my best to compete with my opponent until the last moment because I am a Slytherin student, not a Gryffindor. Well said. Draco was the first to applaud. You are worthy of being our Slytherin prefect. Everyone also applauded, looking at Ian with eyes full of admiration. Ian just smiled and didn't say anything. Although Ian's words were to appease the disobedient little snakes of Slytherin, they were also what he thought. Since he was standing on the court, he represented Slytherin, so he would never let his opponent off. Not to mention that Harry was just his brother. Even if his real parents came, he would not let them off. Savior, he was playing for the savior. Ian said a few more words to everyone, then took Draco back to the dormitory. That Selwyn, he dared to question you. Draco was still indignant. Who is he? He dared to question my friend Malfoy. Okay, why are you angry? Ian smiled helplessly. Let him question anyway. I won't really let Harry go. Humph, even if you really let Harry go, I won't agree. Draco snorted coldly. I want to win the Quidditch Cup with you. Ian patted Draco on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't. I'm a Slytherin. When have you ever seen our Slytherin students let others go? Who said that? If the other side is Hermione, you will definitely let her go. Draco said without thinking. Ian choked up when he heard it. This is different. What's different? Draco asked. Is Hermione not a Gryffindor student? Ian opened his mouth but found that he was speechless. Well, if the person on the other side is really Hermione, he may not be able to do it. Seeing Ian's frustrated look, Draco suddenly became proud. I knew you would let Hermione go. Okay, stop talking. Ian said helplessly, why are you gossiping like a woman? Who do you say is like a woman? Hearing this, Draco was immediately angry. Ian Potter, I want to duel with you. Sleepy Wingardium Leviosa. Ian cast a sleeping spell and a floating spell on Draco without hesitation, then walked to the bed and lay down. Good night. Unfortunately, Draco could not hear this good night. He had been sent directly to a date with Joe Gong by Ian's spell. The next morning, Ian got up early and went to the hall with Draco and the little snakes for breakfast. During this period, many Slytherin students came to talk to Ian, and without exception, they asked him not to let Harry go in the Quidditch match a month later. Ian, does he look like a saint? Why do everyone think he will let Harry go? He is not a saint. This doubt was soon answered by someone. Cassandra looked up and down at Ian. Maybe because you are a good person, everyone thinks you may let Harry Potter go for the sake of brotherhood. Ian, thank you, at least it proves that his personality in the packaging is very successful. But I know you won't. Cassandra smiled. Ian turned his head to look at her. Do you trust me so much? Because you are Ian. Cassandra said seriously. Ian was stunned for a moment. This was the first time Cassandra called him by his Christian name. He thought so he asked, Cassandra, you used to call me Potter. Why did you change the name today? Why, only you can call me by my Christian name, can't I call you that? Cassandra raised her chin and said proudly, besides, doesn't Granger call you that too? Ian heard this and was a little amused. Of course you can call me that, Cassandra, you can call me whatever you want. I know it without you saying it. Cassandra snorted lightly, but couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Draco, who was standing by, was so upset that he couldn't help but complain. Enough of you two, you're being so fussy here so early in the morning. Are you going to let me have breakfast? Draco, can't you shut up when you eat? Cassandra glared at him. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let Ian cast a few more spells on you to teach you a lesson. Draco shut up from the bottom of his heart. He was hurt by Ian's combination spell yesterday, and he didn't dare to provoke this gentleman again today. After breakfast, the little wizards of Slytherin went to the classroom together. The morning class was very boring. It was the history of magic, and the professor was the ghost professor of Hogwarts, Cuthbert Binns. Cuthbert Binns read the class in a voice without any emotion, and the long tone made Ian drowsy, as if he was under a spell. Ian forced his eyelids and glanced at the people around him. Except for Hermione, everyone had fallen asleep. Ian looked at Hermione sitting next to him. The little girl stood up straight, listening to Cuthbert Binns's class attentively and occasionally writing down a few notes in her notebook. Ian. Is this the world of academic masters? It's really amazing. He really couldn't pretend anymore. Cuthbert Binns was really sorry. He couldn't be a good student who respected his teacher now. He, Ian Potter, went to sleep first. Ian thought so. His head drooped uncontrollably and his eyes slowly closed. Just when Ian was about to date Jo Gong, he suddenly felt something poking his waist. Ian frowned, suppressed his anger, and opened his eyes, wanting to see which brat dared to disturb his sleep. However, when he saw the person who poked his waist, all his anger disappeared immediately. Listen carefully to the class and don't sleep. Hermione looked at him seriously, holding a feather pen in her hand to poke him. Ian looked at Hermione, and the little girl's clear eyes were full of the 3 words "for your own good." But Cuthbert Binns' lectures are really hypnotic. Ian said with a bitter face, and except for the 2 of us, everyone fell asleep. You don't like history class in the first place. If you don't listen, you will fail this course. Hermione said seriously. No, I can look at your notes to review before the final exam. Ian said shamelessly. Hermione gave Ian a slap with a dark face and whispered, Ian Potter, yes, I was wrong, I was wrong. Ian covered his head and begged for mercy. Humph, Hermione looked at Ian's sleepy appearance and was relieved. Go to sleep. I'll give you the notes after class. I knew it, Hermione, you are the best. Ian smiled immediately. Hermione looked at Ian's smiling face and a smile rose unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. She snorted lightly and turned her head away and stopped looking at Ian. Go to sleep quickly and stop talking. Okay. Ian closed his eyes without hesitation. With Hermione's permission, Ian was finally able to sleep peacefully this time. Before going to bed, Ian thought drowsily. Before he abolishes the statute of secrecy, he must be the headmaster of Hogwarts for a few years. When he takes office, the first thing he will do is to replace Cuthbert Binns and let him retire. After a while, Ian felt someone pushing him and Hermione's voice rang in his ears. Ian, wake up, get out of class is over. Ian opened his eyes drowsily and what came into view was Hermione's enlarged, beautiful face. Get out of class is over. Ian sat up straight while rubbing his eyes. Well, get out of class is over, everyone has left. Hermione pulled Ian up and said, Draco asked me to tell you that you have to practice Quidditch with Flint after lunch, don't forget it. Ian and Hermione walked side by side and he just nodded when he heard this. Okay, I know. Hey, by the way, Hermione, do you have anything to do this afternoon? No, what's wrong? Hermione asked. Then do you want to watch me practice? Ian invited, today is my first time to officially contact Quidditch. Okay, Hermione thought about it and nodded in agreement, but I have to organize my notes before going. Wait until I come back tonight and organize them. Ian said casually. Hermione suddenly stopped and looked at Ian dimly, who was sleeping in class just now. Ian Potter, are you sure I want to organize my notes when I come back tonight? No, I'm not sure. Ian's scalp tightened immediately, and he said with a strong desire to survive, you should organize them now, I'll wait for you. Seeing Ian's following the heart look, Hermione finally withdrew her gaze with satisfaction and continued to walk forward. Ian looked at Hermione's back, couldn't help but chuckled and hurriedly raised his feet to catch up. Hermione, walk slower, wait for me. Ian, hurry up, I'm hungry, I have to go to the hall to have lunch. Come on, don't worry. The voices of the two gradually faded away and finally disappeared at the end of the corridor. There were always eyes watching them from behind. Quirrell walked out of the shadow of the corridor. He looked at the direction where the two left, and his face showed a tangled and struggling expression. Master, Quirrell stopped stuttering at this time, are we really going to let the troll in on Halloween? A cold and greasy voice sounded in Quirrell's mind. Are you questioning my decision? Number, I dare not. A trace of fear flashed across Quirrell's face. It's just that the last flying broom has made Dumbledore more vigilant. I'm a little worried. Your task is to execute my orders, Quirrell. Voldemort interrupted Quirrell directly instead of questioning me here. Yes. Quirrell nodded and bowed hurriedly. I understand, Master. Humph, I know Dumbledore is on guard against us without your reminder. Voldemort's voice sounded again. But don't worry, I have plenty of ways to keep Dumbledore from taking care of the Philosopher's Stone this time. Yes, as long as we lead the two Potters to the troll, Dumbledore cares so much about them, he will definitely rescue them and we can take them away. Quirrell didn't finish his words, Voldemort interrupted with a sneer. Foolish. Those two Potter boys, do you think Dumbledore won't use them? Voldemort sneered. Especially the young one who is gifted and has many friends at such a young age. Dumbledore must be on guard against him. Voldemort said gloomily, he is always wary of excellent Slytherin wizards just like he was wary of me back then. Quirrell was shocked when he heard Voldemort's words and said cautiously, "Master, what do you mean? The troll is just a cover. When the time comes, I will personally go out and get the Philosopher's Stone. As for the two Potters," Voldemort paused and continued, "just do as you say. I see that little Potter is very concerned about the Gryffindor Muggle witch. You can start with that girl." "Master, don't worry. It is normal for young wizards to have some quarrels." Quirrell smiled sinisterly. "As long as I give a little guidance, our Miss Granger will probably cry because of her friend's misunderstanding." Voldemort listened to Quirrell's plan and hummed with satisfaction. "Very good, Quirrell, you really didn't disappoint me. It's still a smart man from Ravenclaw." Thank you for the compliment, Master." Quirrell showed a smug smile on his face. "Okay, go and arrange the matter of the Philosopher's Stone first, don't let me down," Voldemort ordered. Yes, Quirrell nodded and bowed in response. "I'll do it right away." After that, Quirrell turned around and left with Voldemort behind him. Feeling Quirrell's steps, Voldemort's mouth curled up a cold smile. "Dumbledore, do you think you can protect the Philosopher's Stone with your careful arrangements? The Philosopher's Stone will be in my pocket sooner or later. I, Voldemort, will return sooner or later." After lunch, Ian and Hermione went to the Quidditch field. At this time, Wood and Flint were standing face to face on the Quidditch field. Both of them stared at each other as if they wanted to kill each other with their eyes. "Flint, I will train our Gryffindor's new seeker Harry Potter in Quidditch today. I have a note from Professor McGonagall." Wood patted Harry's shoulder and said to Flint opposite, "Please get out of the way. Wood, you really know how to pick the time." Flint sneered, "I also have a note from Professor Snape, and I also want to train our new chaser Ian Potter and new seeker Draco Malfoy." When Flint spoke, he emphasized the word Potter to tell Wood that they were not the only ones in Gryffindor who had Potter. Wood frowned when he heard this. "But we were here first. Wood, if you ask me, your practice is useless." Flint smiled provocatively. "Don't forget that we Slytherins have won the Quidditch championship for 6 consecutive years, and you Gryffindors are our defeated opponents." At this point, he glanced at Draco standing beside him and Ian, who was walking towards here not far away, and continued, "Especially this year, we have such excellent chasers and seekers, and you Gryffindors have even less chance of winning. You." Wood was furious when he heard this. He clenched the flying broom in his hand and was about to rush up to argue with Flint. At this moment, a slender hand reached out and grabbed Wood. "Wood, calm down." Ian walked to Wood's side. Seeing that it was Ian, Wood's expression improved a lot. He knew that Ian was a good Slytherin, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Ian, you came at the right time. Please judge, Flint is too much." Ian smiled at Wood to comfort him, but he was already cursing in his heart. "This Flint looks and thinks like a troll. Can't he cause less trouble for Gryffindor? He has to clean up this mess." If it weren't for accumulating food and becoming king slowly, he would definitely give this guy a big bite first. Although he scolded Flint in his heart, Ian didn't show it on his face. He turned his head to look at Flint and smiled slightly. "Flint, the Quidditch field is so big. You just train me and Draco. We can occupy half of the field with Wood and the others. But Ian, this will affect our training." Flint frowned and looked at Ian in confusion. He didn't know why Ian was speaking for Gryffindor, even though his own brother was in Gryffindor, but so what? "Flint, it might be a special experience for 2 schools to be on the same field." Ian patted Flint's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Besides, don't you want to dampen the morale of Gryffindor? See how they train the Seekers." When Flint heard what Ian said, he immediately understood Ian's intention. "You're right, Ian." Flint nodded. "This is a great opportunity for us Slytherins to defeat Gryffindor's morale." As he said that, he turned to look at Wood and smiled provocatively. "Wood, since Ian said so, let's train together. I want to see how you Gryffindors can beat us Slytherins this year." Wood listened to Flint's words. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still suppressed his anger when he thought of what Ian had just said and nodded. "Okay, then we will each have half of this court." In this way, Wood and Flint took a few people to each side of the court and started their own training. Hermione quietly pulled Ian before he changed his clothes. "What did you say to Flint just now? Why did he agree to it for no reason?" "I told him that it would dampen the morale of Gryffindor and let him see how they train their Seekers." Ian smiled and whispered. He wanted to see Gryffindor make a fool of themselves so much, so he would definitely agree. "You are so smart." Hermione glanced at Ian coquettishly and said, "Go change your clothes quickly. I am still waiting to see you train." Ian nodded and turned to go to the locker room. After a while, Ian changed into Slytherin's Quidditch uniform and walked onto the court. At this time, Draco had also changed his clothes and was standing at the edge of the court with a flying broom. When Draco saw Ian, he immediately came up to him. "Come on, I know the rules of Quidditch. You listen to Flint carefully. If you don't understand anything, just ask me." Ian nodded and followed Draco to Flint's side. Flint saw that Ian and Draco were here, so he cleared his throat and began to explain the rules of Quidditch. Ian listened to Flint's explanation while observing the training of Gryffindor. Harry was riding on the flying broom, and under the leadership of Wood, he dived and rose again and again, doing various movements. Ian looked at Harry's movements and nodded secretly in his heart. Harry was indeed very talented in flying. His movements were smooth and natural, and he didn't look like a novice at all. Ian was a little jealous. This was born good, unlike him, who had to spend coins to buy it from the system. However, Ian was only jealous for a moment, and then he looked away. Ian, as a time traveler with a system, if he can't even beat an 11-year-old wizard, then what is he doing? Thinking of this, Ian was immediately full of fighting spirit. He looked up at Flint. Flint, I remember everything you said just now. Now can we start training? Draco also looked at Flint eagerly. Yes, Flint, start training quickly, I can't wait. Flint looked at Ian and Draco, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Okay, since you are all ready, let's start training now. As he said that, he turned and walked to the center of the court. You start with the simple ones, fly a few laps on the court on your broomsticks to get familiar with its performance. Flint said as he took out 2 quaffles. This is the quaffle. Potter, you are the chaser. Your task is to throw the 2 quaffles into the 3 hoops. Malfoy, you are the seeker. I don't need to tell you much about your task. Catch the golden snitch. Ian and Draco nodded, then rode on their broomsticks and followed Flint to the center of the court. On the other side, Wood saw that Slytherin had started training, so he also called Harry to start training. For a while, the whole court was filled with the sound of flying broomsticks. Ian rode on his broomstick and flew over the court, but in his heart he was thinking about how to transform the broomstick into a long sword. He could go to Professor McGonagall to ask him. Then he could fly directly on the sword. Wouldn't that be awesome? Ian couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. Ian, what are you laughing at? Draco flew to Ian and asked in confusion. Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Ian shook his head and didn't tell Draco his thoughts. Seeing that Ian was unwilling to say, Draco didn't ask much but just said, Ian, look at Harry, I just saw him find the golden snitch in 10 minutes, he is really fast. Speaking of this, Draco gritted his teeth and said, No, from now on I will come to practice every day, I must not let Slytherin's Quidditch Cup be lost because of me, then you have to work hard. Ian smiled slightly, Harry is indeed very talented in flying. If you want to surpass him, you have to work hard. HMPH, just watch, I will definitely surpass him. Draco snorted and then accelerated to fly forward. Ian looked at Draco's back, smiled, and also accelerated to catch up. Time passed slowly during the 2 people's training, and soon it was dinner time. Ian and Draco rode the flying broom back to the castle together, and the 2 went directly to the restaurant. At this time, the restaurant was full of people. Ian and Draco found a seat and sat down and then started to eat dinner. Halfway through dinner, a group of owls flew in from the window, hovering over the restaurant, dropping packages one by one. Today is the day when owls deliver letters. I guess my mother will send me some cookies and candies again. Cassandra, who was sitting next to Ian, said softly. Ian nodded slightly, then turned his head to look out the window and saw a familiar owl flying towards the Gryffindor long table with a long package in its mouth. That was Harry's Hedwig. Ian looked at Hedwig flying towards Harry, and his heart couldn't help but move. Nimbus 2000, although he was not without money to buy it, but it was free, who wouldn't want it? That's great, he said he should go to Gryffindor, damn the sorting hat, if he was a Gryffindor student, Professor McGonagall would definitely give him one. On the other side, Harry had already taken the package from Hedwig's mouth. Harry looked at the long package in surprise, he actually received a package. Harry opened the package in confusion, and the next moment his eyes widened. In the package there was a streamlined flying broom. Harry looked at the flying broom in his hand with some excitement. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful flying broom. Wow, it's a Nimbus 2000, this is not an ordinary broom. Ronald exclaimed, Harry, who gave you this? I don't know, I've never received a package. Harry shook his head, his eyes full of surprise. He subconsciously looked at the teacher's seat and saw Professor McGonagall smiling and nodding at him. Professor McGonagall. Harry immediately understood that it was Professor McGonagall who gave him the flying broom. Harry, you are so lucky. Ronald looked at the Nimbus 2000 in Harry's hand with envy. With this flying broom, you will definitely become the best seeker in Gryffindor. Harry was still happy in the last second and frowned in the next second. Ronald, where can I buy this broom? Ronald scratched his head. What's wrong, Harry? The Nimbus 2000 can be bought at the Quidditch boutique in Diagon Alley, but why do you suddenly ask this? I want to buy one for Ian too. Harry said without thinking, my brother also wants a broom like this. Ronald was immediately envious. You brothers have a really good relationship. Harry smiled and didn't say anything, but he had already made up his mind to go to Professor McGonagall later and ask her to help buy a broom for him. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. She wanted to save money to buy a broom for Ian. She couldn't be inferior to her brother Harry. After all, she and Ian will be the closest family in the future. That is a relationship that even Harry, the twin brother, can't compare to. At the Slytherin table, Draco patted Ian on the shoulder and teased, "Look, Harry received a Nimbus 2000, are you jealous?" Ian looked at the lively Gryffindor table. Harry was holding a brand new flying broom. No. Ian retracted his gaze and shook his head. "Our Potter family is quite rich. I can definitely buy a better one, and so can Harry." Draco choked for a moment, then snorted, "Rich savior." Ian laughed and ignored Draco's teasing. At this moment, Ian's golden eagle Themis flew in from the window, holding 3 packages, and flew towards the Slytherin table. "Hey, isn't that Themis?" Cassandra held her chin, suppressed her pride, and looked at Ian. "Someone sent you a package, Ian. It should be from Aunt Granger." Ian smiled slightly, untied the package from Themis's feet, and fed it some snacks. "Good girl." Ian opened his 3 packages, and then saw 3 Nimbus 2000s lying inside. As soon as the 3 flying brooms shining with the light of money appeared, the surrounding snakes immediately exclaimed, "3 Nimbus 2000s, how much does it cost?" Potter is so popular that 3 people gave him brooms. 3. Ian looked at the 3 flying brooms in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Cassandra immediately raised her chin proudly and pointed to the broom in the middle with the family crest of the Wally family. "This is a gift from me, Potter, our Wally family crest, and your name is engraved on the side. And me." Draco pointed to the one on the left with the Malfoy family crest. "This is a gift from me to you." Draco suddenly felt a little depressed. "Originally, my broom arrived today, but my mother didn't let me use it so early." Ian looked at the 2 different family crests and couldn't help laughing. "Then I'll accept it, thank you. These 2 are really Slytherin students. They always bring family crests when giving things to others." Cassandra snorted lightly and turned her head away, revealing the slightly red tip of her ears. "We are friends, why thank you." Draco hit Ian's shoulder, "But who gave you this 3rd one?" Ian touched the logo of the Serpent House and looked towards the teacher's seat with a feeling, looking for the familiar black figure. When he met the familiar cold snake eyes, he smiled slightly. "I guess it's Professor Snape." Ian said softly and then raised a bright smile to the other party. In the teacher's seat, Severus Snape's hand holding the quill paused slightly. His eyes stayed on Ian's bright smile for a moment, then retracted his gaze and wrote the next line on the parchment. Cassandra and Draco looked at each other. Their expressions were a little subtle. How could they not know that their dean also had the character of doing good things without leaving a name? "Do you often flatter Professor Snape? Why does he like you so much?" Draco couldn't help asking. "I'm his godson and I haven't seen him send me one. I just often ask the professor for advice on potions." Ian shrugged and put away all 3 flying brooms. Cassandra looked at Ian thoughtfully and silently asked a question in her heart. She used to think that Professor Snape's attitude towards Ian was very subtle. Now it seems that this always indifferent dean is really special to Ian. Ian felt the subtle gazes of Cassandra and Draco and felt a little helpless. What should he say? Should he say that Snape is a dog who licks his mother, Lily? So he transferred all his love and guilt for Lily to him, the son who seemed to have lost his mother. Ian shook his head and threw this dangerous idea out of his mind. "There is no class in the afternoon, Draco. Do you want to try the new broom with me?" Ian asked, successfully changing the subject. "Okay," Draco nodded, then looked at Cassandra. "Cassandra, do you want to come with me?" "Of course." Cassandra nodded gracefully, then left the auditorium with Ian and the others. Shortly after they left, most of the people in the auditorium had left, leaving only the professors who were still leisurely eating lunch in the teacher's seat. "Severus, you gave Ian a Nimbus 2000. Professor McGonagall looked at Snape in surprise. "This is really unlike your character." Snape paused slightly while holding the knife and fork and said calmly, "I gave Draco one too, but Narcissa stopped him. She didn't let Draco ride the Nimbus 2000 too early. She was worried that the boy would be too excited." "Oh, Narcissa is still the same." Professor McGonagall laughed, then looked at Snape. "Ian is really popular. I saw that Wally and Malfoy both gave him one." Snape didn't say anything but just looked at the food on the plate with a heavy look, not knowing what he was thinking. "Speaking of which, the child really looks like Lily." Professor McGonagall said with emotion, "Especially when he smiles, they are exactly the same." Snape tightened his hand holding the knife and fork slightly and said in a low voice, "Yeah, very similar." Dumbledore smiled at Snape and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Ian is a very smart kid." Dumbledore said softly, "He looks like Lily, doesn't he?" Humph! Snape snorted and didn't answer, but his eyes looked towards the entrance of the auditorium involuntarily. There, Ian just left. After Ian and his two friends tried out the Nimbus 2000 on the Quidditch field, they ran into the Gryffindor trio as soon as they walked into the hall door. Ian looked at the three lions in red school uniforms opposite him and then looked at the three green snakes on his side. He suddenly thought, could the three of them also be considered the Slytherin trio? Cool, so cool. Ronald looked at Ian's three broomsticks infatuatedly. Ian, you actually have three Nimbus 2000s. Harry also said he would give you another one so you would have four. Wait, what did you say? Ian interrupted Ronald's envy and turned to look at Harry. Harry, you are going to give me a broomstick too? Harry nodded embarrassedly. Yes, Ronald said Nimbus 2000 is the best broomstick, so I thought about buying you one too. No, Harry. Ian pointed to the three broomsticks behind him. I already have three and I really can't use them all. Four Nimbus 2000s, is he going to eat them all, or does he have 8 legs like the acromantula? If Harry really wants to give it to him, he might as well give it to him in cash. Ian's refusal made Hermione subconsciously pinch the corner of her clothes and sigh in her heart. It seems that Ian no longer needs a broomstick, so what else can she buy for Ian? Damn, too slow, that Wally has already given Ian one. Harry looked at the three brooms behind Ian and felt a little disappointed. Well, I thought I could give you the best broom. Although I can't accept another broom, I received your kindness, Harry. Ian smiled and patted Harry on the shoulder. Hey, curfew is coming soon, let's go back quickly. Be careful not to be caught by Filch and deducted points. Cassandra stood aside with her arms around her chest, looking at Ian talking to the Gryffindor trio, and couldn't help but speak out. Ian heard this and turned to look at Cassandra, and then he realized that because of talking to Harry and the others, Cassandra and the others had been standing at the door of the hall without moving. Then let's go together, Ian said as he walked into the castle. Seeing this, several people hurriedly followed and walked into the castle with Ian. I should have known not to let you two try the broom. Cassandra covered her mouth and yawned gracefully. I'm so sleepy now. If Filch catches us, I'll make sure you guys are in trouble. We won't be caught. How can we be so unlucky, miss? You are just a mediocre person. Before Ian finished speaking, Ronald, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look behind him. His face was pale as if he saw something scary. What's wrong, Ronald? Harry asked curiously. Ronald pointed behind Harry with trembling hands. Peeves, Harry, we're done. When Harry and others heard the word Peeves, their faces changed. They turned their heads and saw Peeves floating in the air. Peeves was grinning at them at this time, with a naughty and prank-like excitement on his face. Oh, look who is this? Peeves said with a smile, a bunch of little snakes and little lions. Hee hee, you dare to wander outside during curfew time, Peeves will catch you all and bring you to Professor McGonagall. Peeves, please let us go. Hermione said with a bitter face, we really didn't mean it, we just forgot the time when testing the flying broom. Huh, why should I let you go? Peeves said with his eyes wide open, I am the discipline committee of Hogwarts, you just wait to be punished by Professor McGonagall. Ian. Hermione and Cassandra subconsciously leaned towards Ian, their faces full of worry. Peeves, be careful or I'll call the Bloody Baron. Ian looked at Peeves expressionlessly, not caring about his threat at all. I think you should know how much the Bloody Baron is willing to teach you a lesson, right? Sure enough, when he heard the word Bloody Baron, Peeves' face suddenly changed and a look of horror appeared on his face. Who is the Bloody Baron? Harry asked curiously when he saw that Peeves was afraid of someone. The Bloody Baron is the ghost of Slytherin. Draco explained in a low voice, he is also the one that Peeves fears the most, no doubt about it. The one that he fears the most. Ronald's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ian, call Mr. Bloody Baron quickly. Teach Peeves a lesson and let him know that we little wizards are not easy to mess with. Peeves was still terrified, and when he heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, Mr. Peeves will punish you, you bunch of annoying little wizards. Peeves' loud noise immediately attracted the attention of Filch not far away. Who's there? Run, Harry shouted, pulling Draco and Ian beside him and turned to run. Hermione and Cassandra saw this and hurriedly followed, and Ronald did the same. For a while, Peeves was the only one left in the corridor. Oh no, there is another Filch. Damn little wizards. Peeves cursed, then quickly floated in front of Filch, pointed in the direction where Ian and others left and shouted, Filch, catch them, they violated curfew. Filch's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, and he quickly chased after them with a flashlight. Damn little wizards, stop right there, Filch shouted as he chased. Ian and others turned a deaf ear to him, but instead sped up, moving quickly in the castle, trying to get rid of Filch behind them. I say, stop running, why are you running? I'll cast an illusion spell on you, Before Ian could finish his words, the leader Harry led a few people to a locked door in the corridor on the 4th floor. Why is the door still locked? Harry pushed hard, but it didn't move. Ian just said no. In his heart, Hermione had already pushed Harry, who was standing in front of him, holding a magic wand, and walked forward. "Get out of the way, let me do it. Allah, open it." As Hermione's voice fell, a flash of light flashed on the door lock, followed by a click, and the door lock opened. "Great, Hermione," Harry praised, and then pushed the door and walked in. Ian looked at the backs of several people, smiled bitterly, and could only follow them in. "Forget it, just go in, you will definitely not die. Dumbledore will definitely not let the three-headed dog hurt the little wizard, he will only let the three-headed dog scare them away." Several people hid inside the door, listening to Filch's footsteps gradually fading away outside the door, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, we finally got rid of Filch." Harry wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Yeah, this time it's really thanks to Hermione." Draco also nodded. Hermione raised her chin slightly. "Nothing, it's just a simple unlocking spell." "But why is this room locked?" Ronald suddenly asked. "Not many people will come to the corridor on the 4th floor. By the way, don't you smell a stinky smell?" Cassandra covered her nose and said with disgust. Ian turned around and looked at the drooling three-headed dog and said faintly, "I think there must be a reason why this door is locked, and this reason is behind us." Hearing this, several people turned around and looked, and then saw the drooling three-headed dog behind them staring at them with a covetous look. "Run!" someone shouted, and then everyone ran towards the door. However, they were still a step too late. The three-headed dog pounced on them, and with a wave of its huge claws it closed the door directly. The few people could only huddle in a small corner, holding their wands and looking at the behemoth in front of them. "What should we do, Ian?" Draco looked at Ian with a pale face. "Will we die here?" Cassandra grabbed Ian's clothes, her voice trembling. "Ian, what should we do?" Hermione saw this and hugged Ian's waist directly. "Ian." Ian's mouth twitched and he looked at the two helplessly. "Are you all scared now? Then who suggested running here just now?" Everyone looked at Harry and pointed at him. "Harry, well, I didn't know there was such a monster locked in this room." Harry said with a bitter face, "If I knew, I would never come in. It's useless to say all this now, let's think about how to get out." Hermione took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "Ian, do you have any ideas?" "Don't worry, if it wants to eat us, it would have eaten us while we were talking." Ian looked at the three-headed dog's sturdy limbs and sighed. "It may just want to trap us here and then tip off its owner." Hearing this, Draco and Cassandra were relieved. "As long as they don't die for the time being, it's fine," Ronald said with a sad face. "What should we do now? Just wait here." Ian silently called the system in his heart. "System, exchange me a magical animal affinity of the same type as Newt." Ding. The host has deducted 20 heart points. The magical animal affinity has been successfully exchanged. As the system finished speaking, Ian felt that his body seemed to have changed, but it seemed that nothing had changed. Ian took a tentative step forward and stretched out his hand to the three-headed dog. Then, he saw that the three-headed dog, which was originally staring at him, put away its sharp claws and fangs and suddenly wagged its tail, and the fierceness in its eyes turned into intimacy. One of its heads even came close to Ian and gently rubbed his cheek. Everyone was stunned by this scene. "It seems to like you very much." Hermione looked at Ian in shock. "How did you do it?" Ian raised his eyebrows. "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome." "Yeah, that makes sense." Hermione and Cassandra looked at each other and nodded seriously at the same time. Indeed, good-looking people are always more popular. Draco and Harry and Ronald. "It doesn't seem like the time to focus on this now, right?" Ian reached out and patted one of the three-headed dog's heads gently. "Good boy, can you let us out? We got here by mistake." The three-headed dog seemed to understand what Ian said, whimpered softly, then turned around and nudged the door behind him with his head. With a click, the door that was originally closed by the three-headed dog was easily pushed open by it. Ian looked outside the door, then turned his head to look at the three-headed dog. "Well, can we go out?" The three-headed dog whimpered again and nudged Ian gently with its head, as if urging him to leave quickly. "Okay, we'll leave right away and won't come again." Ian smiled. "Thank you." After that, Ian led a few people out of the room and returned to the corridor. It was not until they returned to the corridor that they finally felt like they had survived a disaster. Great, we're finally out." Draco leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Ronald also said with some fear, "Yeah, I thought we were dead. Why would the school let such a scary thing in? What are your eyes for?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Didn't you see that there was a trap door under the three-headed dog? It must be guarding something important." Cassandra also agreed. "Granger is right. The school will not put such a dangerous creature here unless there is something worth guarding here." "What could it be?" Harry murmured. "Whatever it is guarding, it's none of our business." Hermione said seriously, what happened just now has taught us a lesson. Don't get involved in things that you shouldn't get involved in. Be careful not to get your life involved. That's right, if it weren't for Ian, we would have really died in the mouth of the three-headed dog. Cassandra crossed her arms. Besides, we have promised the three-headed dog that we won't come again. Harry, no matter what the three-headed dog is guarding, we shouldn't think about it now. Ian looked at Harry and said meaningfully, curiosity sometimes kills the cat. Harry was silent for a long time after hearing this and finally said, Okay, since you all said that, I won't think about this place anymore. Okay, let's go back to bed quickly. We have classes tomorrow morning. Ian stretched, I'm so sleepy. Several people nodded, divided into two groups, and each returned to their own college. The next morning, Ian woke up early, washed up, and went to the Great Hall with Draco to have breakfast. Because of what happened last night, everyone was a little listless, especially Harry, who had dark circles under his eyes. Obviously, he didn't sleep well last night. Hey Harry, what nightmare did you have last night? Ronald asked vaguely while stuffing sausage into his mouth. Are you still thinking about the three-headed dog? Harry said listlessly, I dreamed that I was chased by the three-headed dog all night last night. It was so scary. Don't worry, Harry, with Ian here, the three-headed dog won't hurt us. Hermione took a sip of pumpkin juice, but we can't go there again after all, we have promised it. I know. Harry sighed, I'm just a little curious about what it is guarding. Don't be curious. Hermione glared at Harry, curiosity kills the cat, have you forgotten? Harry suddenly wilted, I didn't forget. Anyway, you should listen to Ian more, Harry. Hermione said seriously, Ian's words must be right, he is always right. Harry. If I remember correctly, he is the older brother, right? Why does it feel like his and Ian's identities have been reversed? Harry, eat quickly, we have a herbology class later. Ronald held a big chicken drumstick in each hand, his cheeks bulging like a hamster. If you don't eat quickly, it will be too late. Harry immediately stopped thinking about anything else and started eating in big mouthfuls. There is no rush for the three-headed dog. He will know what the three-headed dog is guarding one day. After breakfast, Ian and his friends went to the herbology classroom. The herbology classroom is in a greenhouse behind the castle, which is full of various magical plants, dazzling to the eyes. Herbology is taught by Professor Sprout, a very amiable witch who always smiles and makes people feel friendly. Professor Sprout gave each student a straw hat to wear on their heads to prevent sunburn. Professor Sprout stood in front of the greenhouse and said loudly, Today we are going to learn about a very interesting vine plant, devil's snare. Who can tell me what the devil's snare is used for? Professor Sprout asked, scanning the little wizards. Hermione immediately raised her hand and stood up. Devil's snare can be used to make binding potions, making the bound person unable to move. Excellent, Miss Granger, 10 points for Gryffindor. Your answer is completely correct. Professor Sprout praised with a smile. Then who can tell me what is the biggest feature of the devil's snare? Professor, I know. Ian raised his hand. The biggest feature of the devil's snare is that it only binds living objects and will leave inanimate objects alone. In other words, if we stay still, it will not actively attack us. Absolutely correct, Mr. Potter, 10 points for Slytherin. Professor Sprout nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you have all prepared well before class, not bad, not bad. Well, let's do it now, Professor Sprout said and took the students to the greenhouse. Professor Sprout led the little wizards to the darkest corner of the greenhouse and finally stopped in front of an immature devil's snare. Now, you need to form groups freely, with a maximum of 7 people in each group and a minimum of 4 people. Professor Sprout said and took out a small basket. There are some red fruits in the devil's snare. You need to pick all these fruits and put them in the basket, but remember, the devil's snare will actively attack living objects. You need to find a way to make it quiet down before picking them. The group that picks the fruits the fastest will get extra points and my private collection some rare magic seeds. The students began to form groups freely, and Ian and his friends were naturally assigned to a group. I say, can't we really explore what is under the trapdoor? Harry stood in front of the devil's snare looking at the green vines and whispered to Ian, You can't be curious. Ian refused without hesitation. We have already promised the three-headed dog don't go and do something stupid. Seeing that Harry wanted to say something, Ian said again, Harry, we are in Hogwarts now, not at home. We can't do whatever we want. That's right. Draco stretched his green tie and glanced at Harry. I now think the sorting hat is right. At least Ian won't be as impulsive as you. Well, let's not talk about anything else. Ian does have the Slytherin self-preservation mentality. Cassandra nodded in agreement. Then Hermione is also a Gryffindor. Didn't she also disagree to explore the secret of the trapdoor? Harry muttered softly. Hermione turned her head away awkwardly. She was actually very curious, but she was worried about Gryffindor deductions and Ian's persuasion, so she held back and didn't go. Okay, let's find a way to pick the fruit from the devil's snare. Ian interrupted Harry and Draco's quarrel. Don't forget that we are here for Herbology class, not to discuss whether to go on an adventure. Harry stopped talking immediately and began to concentrate on dealing with the devil's snare. With Hermione as an encyclopedia, they quickly thought of a way to quickly get the fruit through the devil's snare, shining it with strong sunlight or fire. Devil's snare is a shade-loving plant. Once exposed to sunlight, it will immediately become sluggish and stop attacking them. The question is, where can we find strong sunlight and fire? Ronald pointed to the environment they were in and said with a bitter face, "It's so dark here and the sunlight can't shine in." Weasley, where is your brain? Draco looked at Ronald with disgust. There is no sunlight here, but we are wizards, we can use spells, are you stupid? Malfoy, you say it so easily, then come on, can you do it? Ronald rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Draco choked immediately. He didn't know any spells to create sunlight, he just simply couldn't stand Weasley. Ian will definitely do it. Draco pushed Ian out with confidence. Right, Ian? Ian, no, you are bragging, let me take the responsibility. Ian looked at Draco speechlessly, then waved his wand. Lumos. A bright white light immediately appeared at the tip of his wand, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Under the strong light, the devil's snare quickly shrank like an eggplant hit by frost, revealing the red fruit hidden inside. Ian, I knew you could do it. Draco patted Ian's shoulder proudly. Come on, let's pick all the fruits. Ian put away his wand. And the devil's snare immediately regained its vitality. Wait a minute, it doesn't take so many people to pick the fruits of the devil's snare. 2 or 3 people are enough, the rest of the people go to other groups to see. If other groups also think of using light to illuminate, we will use fire, we can always be faster than them. Yes, Ian is right. Hermione nodded in agreement, put her hands on her hips and commanded, Ian and I will be responsible for picking. You 4 go to other groups to inquire about the situation and come back to inform us immediately if there is news. Cassandra crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her chin. I will stay too, you 3 go to other groups to inquire about the situation. Okay. Draco nodded under the pressure of Cassandra and then waved to Harry and Ronald. You 2 follow me to other groups to see. Ronald didn't want to go with Draco, but Harry had already followed, so he had to follow reluctantly. Ian looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving and wanted to ask them to take him away with them, but feeling the 2 strong lights around him, he decisively chose to stay. Sometimes, being sandwiched between 2 beautiful little witches is also a sweet burden. Under the double attack of Cassandra and Hermione, Ian could only do 3 things at the same time: fluorescent flashing, picking the fruits of the devil's snare, and answering the questions of the 2 little witches. By the way, Ian, what is your favorite color? Cassandra suddenly asked. Green. Silver is also okay, the iconic color of our school, I like it very much. Ian answered casually and then turned to explain the growth habits of the devil's snare to Hermione. Green and silver. Cassandra murmured and nodded thoughtfully. Then she could give Ian a green scarf for Christmas, so that every time he wears a scarf he can think of her. Ian didn't notice Cassandra's strangeness. He was busy talking to Hermione and didn't expect Cassandra to think about other places because of his words. When Draco and the other 2 came back from finding out the news, Ian and his team had already picked more than half of the red fruits. How is it? What about the other groups? Ian asked Draco while putting the fruits into the basket. Tusk. Theodore and the other 4 also thought of using the sunlight, and Theodore just learned fluorescent flashing. Draco curled his lips and said a little unhappy, we have to move faster, their group is also picking them quickly. It's okay, I'm here, I guarantee the first place. Ian raised his eyebrows, aimed at the devil's snare, and shook his wand. Flame. In an instant, a flame sprayed out from the tip of Ian's wand, reflecting their faces red. Under the burning of the flame, the devil's snare made a crackling sound and wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ian's fire curse directly amazed everyone. They didn't expect that Ian had already mastered this spell. Cool. Draco looked at the rising flames and said sincerely, this is really cool. Ian pressed his mouth and smiled reservedly. Okay, hurry up and pick the fruits. With the help of Ian's fire spell, they quickly picked the remaining devil's snare fruits, and then Hermione cast a levitation spell, and a group of people flew towards Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout was rescuing the little wizards trapped in the devil's snare. Seeing Ian and his friends coming, she pushed her glasses and said in surprise, Oh, it seems that you have successfully found a way to crack the devil's snare. You are really smart. Thanks to Ian, he thought of using light and fire to deal with the devil's snare. Hermione said with a smile, Well done, Ian. Professor Sprout patted Ian's shoulder approvingly. You are very skilled in the use of spells. It seems that you have learned very well in the spells class. Ian was a little embarrassed to be praised by the professor. He smiled modestly. Professor, you are too kind. I just like to study spells. Professor Sprout praised Ian a few more times, then looked at the red fruits in their baskets and nodded. Then I will add 10 points to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Professor, what are these fruits used for? Ronald asked curiously. This is the raw material of a potion. Professor Sprout explained and took out 7 magic seeds and cultivation manuals that she treasured. As a reward, I will give each of you a lucky clover seed. Please take good care of it, it will bring you surprises. Lucky clover, Professor, what is its use when it matures? Will it bring us luck? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, you can understand it this way. Professor Sprout smiled. When the lucky clover matures, make some small wishes to it, and it will help you realize it with a certain probability. Of course, this is not just as simple as bringing luck. You will know when you grow it. Ian stared at the unprepossessing seeds in his hand. His eyes were a little doubtful. Lucky clover. Is this one of the raw materials for the lucky spirit potion? He vaguely remembered that the lucky clover was included in the formula of the lucky spirit potion. And it was very rare. Ian stroked the seed in his hand, his eyes flickered. Lucky spirit potion, then this lucky clover is a good thing. Professor Sprout is very secretive. Taking out 7 seeds at once is really a big deal. When I thought of this, Ian looked at Professor Sprout with a burning look. Professor, can I come here to help you take care of magic plants? Do you think I still have a chance? Professor Sprout has good things in his hands. These good things are suitable for rewarding excellent students like him. Professor Sprout was stunned by Ian's burning gaze, then laughed. Of course, Ian, you can come here to help me take care of these magic plants when you are free, but why are you so active all of a sudden? In order to enrich my knowledge of magic plants, Professor, I am willing to dedicate my precious free time. Ian patted his chest righteously. Besides, it must be very hard for you to take care of these plants alone. If I help you, you can also relax a little. Haha, then it's settled. You can come to me every Wednesday afternoon. Professor Sprout was coaxed very happily and said with a smile, Ian, you can start with those dangerous plants that first-year students can't touch. I will explain their habits to you. Thank you, Professor, you are so nice. Ian showed a bright smile on his face and the joy in his eyes almost overflowed. As a reward for helping the professor, Professor Sprout looked at Ian's sparkling eyes and found it a little funny. After thinking for a while, he said, how about this? I will give you a magic plant every month. How about it? Great, Professor. Ian jumped up excitedly and looked at Professor Sprout with gratitude. Professor, you are such a generous professor. Professor Sprout is such a good person. He will definitely help him collect all the raw materials for the Felixir, right? Merlin will praise you, Professor. Ian looked at Professor Sprout, his eyes bright. I have never seen a professor as generous as you. Flattery never wears out. Professor Sprout was coaxed to laugh by Ian and waved his hand in a good mood. Since your group has completed the task, let's end the get out of class early now. Okay, Professor. Ian responded with a smile and then winked at Hermione and the others, and a group of people left greenhouse number 3 happily. Ian, why do you suddenly want to help Professor Sprout take care of magical plants? Hermione couldn't help asking as soon as she left greenhouse number 3. Isn't it obvious? Because Professor Sprout will reward him with rare magic seeds. Cassandra crossed her arms, her eyes were a little subtle. It's really Potter from Slytherin. Ian touched the tip of his nose and smiled awkwardly. How can you say that? I'm also helping the professor. Of course, if the professor is willing to give me some rewards, I am also willing to accept it. You are quite honest at this time. Cassandra chuckled, turned around and left with the book. Let's go back to the castle. She wanted to cultivate the lucky clover quickly, and she didn't know if it would work if she made a wish to it to confess her love. Looking at Cassandra's back, Ronald touched his head a little confused. Why is she so weird? Don't worry about her, let's go back quickly. I can't wait to plant the lucky clover. Harry's eyes flashed with excitement. If the lucky clover can help me escape Snape's potion homework. Don't dream, Harry. Ian ruthlessly broke his fantasy. The lucky clover only has the probability of fulfilling some small wishes. Don't daydream. Harry sighed in disappointment. Okay, I know. The group returned to the castle with laughter. This is what the Potter boy has done these days. Although this boy seems to be kind, he is also a pure Slytherin. The portrait of Phineas was reporting to the thoughtful Dumbledore. Dumbledore suddenly laughed, but he is very honest. Miss Wally saw through him and he did not hide it, right? Phineas was stunned, then nodded. Indeed, although this kid is a bit cunning like Slytherin, he is indeed much kinder than other Slytherins. If you ask me, you just think too much. The portrait of Principal Dilly's Devant suddenly appeared. What a good child, in my opinion. He is much more sensible than his brother. It is really confusing for you to be suspicious of a child like this. Devont, have you forgotten that, Tom? He was also a sensible and excellent child. Principal Armando Dippet sighed. Delis sneered. Yes, yes, you liked him so much at that time that you almost gave him the position of defense against the dark arts. Armando was speechless and sighed helplessly. Who would have thought that a child would be so scheming? He disguised himself so well and fooled all of us. Dumbledore coughed lightly and Armando immediately changed his words. Okay, except Dumbledore. So you plan to be wary of all Slytherins? Delis said angrily. Didn't you see what Ian did these days? He is a kind and good child, don't always be suspicious. Ian is of course a good child, no one denies that. Dumbledore said with a smile, we are not targeting him, but we are a little worried that he will be influenced by some bad ideas. You just think too much. Delis glared at Armando, then looked at Dumbledore. Ian is a good child at first glance, you must not listen to him, Armando, this old fool. Of course, I will keep my own judgment. Dumbledore smiled at Principal Delis. Ian is indeed a good boy, I will pay attention to him and make sure he doesn't go astray. Humph, Delis snorted and said nothing more. As a retired old principal, she couldn't control too much. The portraits became quiet again, with only occasional sighs echoing in the castle. As time went by, Ian gradually got used to life in Hogwarts. Every day he went to class, practiced magic, flirted with the little witch, and occasionally went to the kitchen to ask the house elves for snacks. His life was leisurely and comfortable. Children, today we are going to learn the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick stood on a special stool. As a wizard, one of the basic skills is levitation, which means having the ability to make objects fly. On the podium, a shrill voice echoed in the classroom. Did everyone get the feather? As soon as Professor Flitwick finished speaking, Hermione actively raised the feather. Very good. Professor Flitwick nodded with a smile. When you cast a spell, you must remember the wrist movement. Wave first, then shake. Professor Flitwick said, rolling up his long silver cuffs, revealing his slender arms. He picked up the wand and waved it lightly, and a book suddenly flew up from the corner of the classroom. Ian was still distracted, and when he saw this hand, his eyes lit up instantly. Silent casting. Should he go to Professor Flitwick, the spell master, to learn from him, so that he can master silent casting or even wandless casting as soon as possible? Everyone should remember the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Flitwick whispered a spell, and the book flew in the air and landed gently on the podium. Now try it yourself, use the magic wand to chant the spell to the feather and try to make it fly. Professor Flitwick said, this spell is very practical, I hope you can all master it. Ian picked up the magic wand and waved it at the feather in front of him, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather was controlled by Ian to float towards Hermione on the right and rolled a few times in front of the little witch with a teasing meaning. Ian. Hermione glared at Ian coquettishly, her little face flushed, not knowing whether she was angry that he showed off his spell level or embarrassed by his ambiguous behavior. Ian chuckled and stopped teasing her. He controlled the feather to float to Miss Wally on the left and circled around her. The lady raised her chin slightly, seeming to be very satisfied with Ian's performance. Childish. Cassandra reached out to pinch the feather, but couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of her mouth. I confiscated the tools used in the crime. Ian glanced at Hermione, who was practicing spells seriously. Just as he wanted to take the opportunity to say a few more witty words to Cassandra, he heard Professor Flitwick at the podium exclaiming in admiration. Very good. It seems that our Mr. Potter has successfully mastered the levitation spell and is very skilled. Professor Flitwick looked at Ian as if he was looking at a precious egg. Slytherin plus 10 points. Although he had long known that this child was gifted and used the levitation spell to save the Longbottom child, he couldn't help but be amazed every time he saw this child skillfully using spells. This is not a first-year wizard, hey. How come such an excellent child is not from their Ravenclaw? Hearing Professor Flitwick's words, the little wizards in the classroom all looked at Ian, their eyes full of envy. Ian had long been immune to the professor's praise, and his handsome face once again put on his signature smile. Thank you for your compliments, Professor. Leaving a good impression on the professors and raising his reputation in Hogwarts is one of his important tasks. Professor Flitwick looked at Ian with satisfaction. This child was so outstanding that he could not find any faults at all. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione and Cassandra also recited spells one after another, and the feathers in front of them also floated up. It seems that our little witches are not to be outdone, Professor Flitwick said with a smile. Gryffindor plus 5 points, Slytherin plus 5 points. The two little witches who were called smiled, especially Cassandra, who raised her chin even higher. That's great. Ian looked at Cassandra with a smile. It seems that our eldest lady is also very capable. Of course, Cassandra said proudly, I'm a genius. Of course, you are indeed a genius. Ian gestured and said seriously, but you are a little bit worse than me. Potter. Cassandra's eyes widened with anger, but thinking of the other party's strength, she had to admit that the other party was indeed more talented than her. Humph. Cassandra snorted lightly and turned her head away from Ian. Come on, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa. You even pronounced the spell wrong. You are the smartest, okay, Miss Know-It-All. Ian listened to the noise, turned his head and saw Hermione and Ronald quarreling. Hey, Ronald. Don't talk to Hermione like that. Harry quickly dissuaded. Harry had seen the dangerous look in his brother Ian's eyes. If he didn't stop Ronald, he had no doubt that Ian would rush up and beat Ronald up. During the time studying at Hogwarts, Harry knew the character of his twin brother very well. Although Ian always smiles and looks easy to get along with, Harry knows that the premise of getting along well is that you don't provoke him. Obviously, someone makes Hermione unhappy is included in the scope of provoking him by Ian. Stop arguing, Ronald. Before Ian got angry, Harry quickly covered Ronald's mouth and turned to Hermione and said, Hermione, you are so awesome, you are so great. Hearing Harry's sincere praise, Hermione's face looked better. Ian took a deep look at Ronald, as if to say, you kid, try to make Hermione angry again. Although he needs to maintain his title of savior in front of others, he doesn't mind using his wand to teach some people what respect means. He believes that even if Dumbledore knew, he would only think that he was angry for his beloved. Ronald shuddered at Ian's eyes and immediately lost his temper. In addition to Harry's warning to him just now, he didn't dare to say anything else. Ian was very satisfied with Ronald's understanding. He turned his head and looked at Hermione gently. Our Hermione is the smartest little witch I have ever seen. Hermione blushed immediately after being praised by her lover and whispered, Ian. Cassandra stared at Ian's red-haired head with dissatisfaction. The smartest. The one he had ever seen, Potter with no taste. Cassandra couldn't stand Ian and Hermione flirting as if no one was around. She coughed lightly and forced a wave of presence. Ian tilted his head. What's wrong, Miss Humph? Cassandra snorted and turned her head away. Stupid Potter, why did you call me Potter again? Ian scratched his head in confusion, but he knew in his heart that this was the jealous lady. As a master of keeping things in balance, Ian was also very distressed. He couldn't ignore his childhood sweetheart, genuine girlfriend, because of his new love, right? However, Cassandra didn't seem to be generous enough, seeing that he didn't react to Hermione's flirting. But Ian Potter, he is destined to be a romantic man. After the spell class, Ian was still surrounded by two beautiful little witches. Ian, what do you think of my spells? Cassandra asked seemingly indifferently. Excellent, Cassandra. Ian answered without thinking, you are worthy of being our Miss Volley. Listening to Ian's praise, Cassandra smiled proudly at Hermione. See, Granger, Ian still cares more about me. Hermione glared back. She grabbed Ian's other arm. Ian, let's go to the library to read. Cassandra grabbed Ian's clothes. Ian, didn't you say you were going to practice Quidditch? Looking at the two little witches in front of him, Ian felt a headache. Ian, the two little witches shouted at the same time. Ian swallowed his saliva and smiled dryly. I remembered. I still have to go to Professor Snape to ask about the potion. I'll leave first, goodbye. After saying that, Ian didn't dare to look at their reactions at all and turned around and ran. He was afraid that if he was a step later, he would be killed by the eyes of the two little witches. Looking at Ian's fleeing back, Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and went to find their friends in the same college. However, the atmosphere on Cassandra's side was still good, while Hermione's side was a little low. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa, Ronald and Harry complained. Do you think she needs to be so serious? Harry was anxious when he heard Ronald say that. He quickly covered Ronald's mouth and whispered in his ear. You don't want to live. You dare to say bad things about Hermione. If Ian hears it, you will be in trouble. Ronald pulled Harry's hand away and muttered softly, I didn't say anything wrong. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, you are right, but don't forget that Ian likes Hermione. So what? Ronald shouted with his neck stiff. Can Ian beat me for her? What else? Harry spread his hands a little helpless. Which do you think is more important, a girlfriend or a friend? Ronald kept talking for a long time but couldn't say anything. Of course he knew that for Ian, Hermione, the girlfriend, must be more important. I'm serious, Harry, you should have stopped Ian from being with her. That Thorn, no wonder she doesn't have many female friends in Gryffindor. Ronald said angrily, I don't know how Ian tolerates her. In my opinion, Cassandra is much better than her. Listening to Ronald's increasingly outrageous words, Harry felt his scalp tingling and he quickly looked around, fearing that Hermione was nearby. But as the saying goes, the more you fear something, the more it will come. Harry glanced at Hermione with red eyes behind him and shouted in his heart that it was not good. Hermione. Harry turned around carefully, looking at Hermione with slightly red eyes and cursed Ronald in his heart. Ronald, this guy, tell him not to talk nonsense. Tell him to talk nonsense. Hermione ignored Harry, pushed the two away, and ran away with tears in her eyes. It's over. Harry stared at Hermione's back and felt that the sky had fallen. Ian shouldn't beat him, his own brother, right? He did persuade him. Ronald, you should go and apologize to Hermione. I'll apologize at the dinner. Ronald wanted to argue, but when he thought of Ian's gloomy face, he immediately changed his mind. Harry sighed, and seeing Ronald's cowardly look, he patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're on your own. On the other side, Ian, who had successfully escaped from death, stood at the door of the cellar and took a deep breath. He reached out and knocked on the door of the cellar. Come in. Snape's low voice came from inside the door. Ian pushed the door open, looked at Snape, who was brewing potions in the room, and whispered, Professor. Snape ignored Ian and put the herbs in his hand into the crucible. Ian didn't care. He walked to Snape and handled the herbs skillfully. Professor, what potion are you brewing? Felixir. Snape answered without looking up. Ian stared at the golden potion brewing in the pot and said casually, It's Felixir. Speaking of which, I got several raw materials for brewing Felixir from Professor Sprout in the past 2 months. Snape paused and glanced at the boy beside him. The raw materials for Felixir are hard to find. If you have collected them all, you can come to me to brew Felixir. Thank you, Professor. Ian didn't give Snape a chance to regret and agreed. Nonsense. He, a first-year wizard, can't brew Felixir now. Although he can buy talents from the system, he doesn't have money now. It's better to find the most powerful potion master of the century as free labor, get twice the result with half the effort. You should know that the brewing process of Felix is extremely complicated, takes up to half a year, and has a very high failure rate. Horace Slughorn, former Slytherin dean and potions professor as a top potion master, only used it twice in his life. This shows how precious Felix is. By the way, Professor, what gift do you want for Christmas? Ian asked suddenly. Snape paused holding the stirring stick and turned to look at the boy beside him, frowning. What are you planning? I don't have any. Ian blinked, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I want to give the professor a gift. Snape stared at Ian's clear green eyes for a while, snorted, and turned his head away. I don't need you to give me a gift. How about I give you a few bottles of magic shampoo? Ian looked at Snape's greasy long hair with an unspeakable expression. I think your hair is a little oily. You need a bottle of all-controlling and fluffy shampoo. I remember Professor McGonagall told me that our Potter family is so rich. A big part of the reason is because my grandfather, Fremont Potter, invented the hair conditioning potion and sold well, which quadrupled the family property. Ian grinned. Professor, do you need it? Snape's forehead was throbbing with veins. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, Ian Potter. At this moment, he was just as worthy of a beating as that damn James Potter. Ian smiled awkwardly. Professor, I was joking. Joking. Snape stared at Ian with a gloomy face. If he believed this kid, he would be as stupid as the failed potion. Snape took a few deep breaths, silently said a few words, this is Lily's child, and resisted the urge to throw Ian into the crucible. If you have nothing else to do, go to the hall, the dinner should be about to start, Professor. Ian touched the tip of his nose. I actually want to ask you, do you know who owns the Potter family's property now? After all, Harry and I have only returned to the wizarding world not long ago, and we don't know much about the family situation. Ever since Professor McGonagall told him that his family also had a super profitable hair conditioner factory, he wanted to take back all the Potter family's properties. He guessed that Harry would not compete with his brother, who had been alone and helpless since childhood and lived alone in an orphanage, for the family property. Hearing this, Snape's face looked better. He thought for a moment and replied, your family's property should be managed by the house elves of the Potter family. Do we have house elves? Ian looked up in surprise. Why haven't I seen them? It's been 2 months since Harry and I returned to the magical world, and we haven't seen house elves come to us. You go to school at Hogwarts. Will the house elves come to the school to find you? Snape's venom began to attack the little wizard again. Your poor professor doesn't even know that the young master of the Potter family is so grand. Ian. He glanced at Snape silently and chose to shut up. Forget it, I have already provoked Snape twice today, so don't step on landmines again. Seeing Ian didn't say anything, Snape snorted coldly. If you want to take over the Potter family's property, you can go to Dumbledore and ask him to take you to the Potter family's old house. You should know that the house elves are very loyal to the family. If they don't see you two brothers, they will not hand over the property. Okay, Professor, Ian nodded. I will go to Professor Dumbledore. Humph, it's late, go to the dinner. Snape snorted coldly without even looking at Ian. Remember to close the door when you go out. Okay, goodbye, Professor. Ian exited Snape's office and headed straight to Dumbledore's office. He stood in front of the stone monster and whispered, "Fizzy bee candy." Wrong password. The stone monster said coldly. Old Dumbledore changed the password. Ian was stunned. He frowned and thought for a while, then said to the stone monster again, "Cockroach pile. Correct password." The stone monster jumped aside, revealing the passage below. You can go in. Ian walked through the passage, climbed the stairs, and came to the door of the principal's office. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Professor Dumbledore, I'm Ian." "Oh, it's Ian, come in quickly." Dumbledore's gentle voice came from inside the door. Ian pushed open the door and saw Dumbledore standing in front of the window, holding a small golden plate in his hand, which was full of sizzling bees. Hearing the sound, Dumbledore turned around and said with a smile, "Ian, what do you want to do with me?" "Yes, Professor," Ian nodded. "I would like to trouble you to take me and Harry back to the old house of the Potter family." "Back to the old house of the Potter family." Dumbledore was slightly stunned, then laughed. "Of course, Ian, but you have to tell me what you're going to do when you go back." "I want to collect all the properties of the Potter family." Ian did not hide it and said bluntly, "But Professor Snape said that our family's properties are all managed by house elves, so I need to go back to the old house." "Oh, is that so?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "How about this? I will take you and Harry back to the old house of the Potter family at Christmas. How about it?" "Of course, Professor Dumbledore." Ian thought about it and felt that Dumbledore's suggestion was not bad, so he nodded and agreed, "Then go back at Christmas." "Okay, Ian, I will arrange this matter." Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's getting late, let's go to the Halloween dinner. I think the food tonight will not disappoint you." "Okay, Professor Dumbledore, goodbye." Ian nodded, turned and walked towards the door, then suddenly stopped and turned to look at Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, see you at the dinner." Dumbledore smiled and waved, "See you at the dinner, Ian." After Ian left, the portraits in the headmaster's office opened their eyes one after another, talking to each other. "This kid is quite direct. He actually came directly to ask for the Potter family's property," Headmaster Armando Dippet said. "I said that the sorting hat didn't sort that kid into the wrong house. Our Slytherin children always put interests first." Phineas Black said slowly. Dumbledore smiled and said nothing. After Ian left the headmaster's office, he went straight to the auditorium. At this time, the hall was already full of students. Ian glanced at the Slytherin table and saw Draco waving at him. He walked over quickly and sat down in the empty seat next to Draco. "Potter." Cassandra glanced at Ian. "What's wrong, miss?" Ian stretched out his long arm and put it on the back of Cassandra's chair as if he was holding her in his arms. Cassandra paused and her ears gradually turned red. Draco, who was standing by, looked at Ian in horror. "No, this," he hugged her now. Cassandra didn't even resist. "You." Cassandra pursed her lips and looked at Ian, hesitant to say anything. "Ian, I heard that, Greg." Before Cassandra finished her words, she was interrupted by the sound of the hall door opening. "Sorry, Cassandra, let's talk later." Ian patted Cassandra's shoulder, then turned his head and looked in the direction of the hall door. Dumbledore was standing in front of the door, smiling at the young wizards present. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Everyone be quiet, we are now officially starting the dinner." As Dumbledore finished speaking, colorful fireworks suddenly burst out from the ceiling of the hall, and the little wizards looked up and exclaimed. After Dumbledore announced the start of the dinner, plates of delicious food suddenly appeared on the long table. Ian glanced and saw many Halloween specialties such as bloody drinks, skull-shaped candies, and milk tea with eyeballs. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he knew that these were all Halloween specialties, they looked really scary. "Cassandra, what did you want to tell me just now?" Ian put a skull candy in his mouth and turned to look at Cassandra. "Didn't you notice that Granger was not at the Gryffindor long table?" Cassandra motioned Ian to look at the Gryffindor long table. Ian followed Cassandra's line of sight and did not see Hermione next to Harry and Ronald. Ian suddenly panicked, and before he remembered that he had forgotten something important, Cassandra continued. "I heard that after class, Weasley said something bad about her and she heard it and then." Cassandra pursed her lips. Her roommate went to comfort Granger and she said she wanted to be alone, and now she is crying secretly in the bathroom. Ian couldn't sit still anymore and immediately stood up, his face extremely flustered. Hermione. He really had too many good days. How could he forget that today is Halloween? Troll, girls' bathroom, Hermione. Suddenly the door of the auditorium was violently knocked open and Professor Quirrell, wearing a purple headscarf, stumbled in. "Troll, basement, there is a troll in the basement." Professor Quirrell no longer stuttered at this time and spoke very quickly. "I think you should know." As soon as he finished speaking, Quirrell rolled his eyes and fainted very simply. The whole auditorium was in chaos in an instant, and the little wizard screamed in panic, almost overturning the ceiling. "Calm down, Cassandra." Ian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Cassandra leaned on Ian's arms with a pale face. "Troll, troll. I'm going to tell my dad." "Shut up, Draco." Ian directly hit the platinum head on his left hand. "Calm down too." Draco was a little dazed by Ian's blow and stared at Ian blankly. He hugged Cassandra tightly and comforted her in a soft voice. "No, brother, you are too hypocritical, right?" "Quiet." Dumbledore's loud voice echoed in the hall, and the little wizards quieted down instantly. "The prefects of each college will take the students back to the lounge in an orderly manner, and the professors will follow me." Dumbledore's words comforted the little wizards very well, and the prefects also began to organize the students of their own colleges in an orderly manner. "Draco, you take the first-year boys to catch up with the main group." Ian arranged everything calmly and looked at Cassandra, who had calmed down. "Be careful, Cassandra." After that, Ian prepared to leave the hall. "Ian," Cassandra reached out and grabbed Ian's sleeve. "Where are you going?" Draco also looked worried. "Ian, it's dangerous outside, there are trolls." "I'm going to find Hermione." Ian answered without hesitation. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Ian shook Cassandra's hand comfortingly, then turned and ran out of the hall. Cassandra looked at Ian's back, clenched her hands as if trying to control her emotions. Ian walked out of the hall quickly with a noisy crowd behind him, but he couldn't hear anything, and all he could hear was the sound of his heart beating wildly. Ian ran through the noisy crowd and headed for the basement of the castle. Just as he was about to reach the girls' bathroom, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the corner. Ah, this cry, it's Hermione." Ian's heart tightened and he quickly quickened his pace and ran over. Turning the corner, Ian saw a tall figure blocking the door of the bathroom, holding a thick wooden stick in his hand. "Hermione, Ian," three voices sounded at the same time. Ian had no time to care about Harry and the others. He looked at Hermione hiding under the pool in embarrassment. His eyes were bloodshot. If he hadn't learned the 3 unforgivable curses, he would have given the troll an Avada Kedavra. "Disarm you, obstacles everywhere, imprison quickly, petrify everyone, fall to the ground." Ian unceremoniously threw all the offensive spells he knew at the moment on the troll. The troll is a very stupid creature, but its magic resistance can be said to be full. Ian's magic output and spell level are not much different from scraping. But Ian's attack successfully drew away the troll's hatred. It turned around slowly and hit her with a wooden stick, which gave Hermione a chance to breathe. Ian's expression was solemn, and he dodged quickly, narrowly avoiding the troll's attack. Harry and Ronald were also very anxious, but they didn't know any offensive spells at all, so they could only throw stones at the troll to try to attract his attention. "Ian, be careful." Hermione just climbed out from under the pool and saw that the troll's wooden stick was about to hit Ian, and she screamed in fear. Ian rolled sideways and narrowly avoided the troll's attack, but this also made him retreat to the blind spot of the bathroom. Wingardium Leviosa. At the critical moment, Hermione raised her wand and shouted at the troll's stick. The troll's stick instantly floated in the air. It stared at its palm in confusion and didn't care about Ian. Ian took the opportunity to crawl out of the blind spot and controlled the stick to hit the troll's head hard. The troll was hit hard and soon fell to the ground with a loud noise. Seeing the troll fall to the ground, Ian finally breathed a sigh of relief, climbed up and patted the dirt on his body, and then hurried to Hermione. "Hermione, how are you? Are you hurt?" Hermione's eyes were red and there were drops of water on her face. She looked very pitiful. "I'm fine, Ian." Hermione cried. "Why are you here? It's dangerous here. Are you okay?" "You're here, of course I have to come, Hermione." Ian reached out and hugged Hermione in his arms. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ahem. There were a few coughs next to her, and Hermione suddenly reacted and pushed Ian away, her face flushed. Ian then remembered that there were Harry and Ronald next to him. If the two of them didn't say anything, Ian wouldn't remember why Hermione was crying alone here. Thinking of this, Ian's face suddenly darkened. Good, Ronald Weasley, good boy, but you'll become a dead boy soon." "Ronald Weasley." Ian walked a few steps to Ronald and grabbed his collar. "If it weren't for you, Hermione wouldn't be in danger." "Do you know what Hermione would have faced if I hadn't arrived in time just now?" Ronald was frightened by Ian and turned pale. He stammered and apologized. "I'm sorry, Ian, I really know I was wrong. I will never do it again." Hermione, I was talking nonsense. You are very good, I was wrong, I shouldn't say that to you." Ronald quickly looked at Hermione, his tone trembling. Harry looked at his furious brother and didn't dare to speak but quietly moved back. In the end, Hermione couldn't stand it anymore and came over to pull Ian's sleeve. "Ian, don't be angry. Ronald already knows he was wrong, and he apologized to me, and I'm not injured." Ian snorted coldly, and because Ronald and the others came to save Hermione, he let go of his collar but punched Ronald hard on the right cheek. Ah! Ronald was knocked to the ground by Ian's punch, covering his face and groaning in pain. My punch is to teach you to respect others, especially your friends. If you say disrespectful words to Hermione again, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Ronald covered his rapidly swollen cheeks and nodded repeatedly, not daring to say a word. Harry swallowed his saliva. He was extremely glad that he didn't say bad things about Hermione at this moment. Otherwise, even if he was Ian's biological brother, he would probably not be able to escape this punch. After hitting Ronald, Ian pulled him up from the ground again. Shut up. It doesn't hurt that much. Ian turned his head to look at Harry again, and Harry shrank his neck suddenly. Why are you so scared? Ian looked at Harry strangely. Harry silently looked at Ronald, who was covering his face. I was afraid that you would go crazy and punch me too. Oh my God, what's going on, the four of you? Professor McGonagall suddenly walked into the bathroom, followed by several other professors, Cassandra and Draco. Can anyone tell me what happened here? Professor McGonagall looked at the giant monster lying on the ground with shock and anger, and then looked at Ian and the other four. Ian stood up. Professor, we. Before Ian could say anything, Professor Snape, who was standing at the end, suddenly changed his expression, walked quickly to Ian and held his scratched wrist. Ian subconsciously wanted to shake it off, but he didn't expect that Professor Snape looked thin, but the strength in his hand was not small at all. Don't move. Professor Snape's face was gloomy. He carefully checked Ian's injuries and found that it was just a minor scratch. His face looked better. He took out a small medicine bottle from his arms and poured some on Ian's wound. As soon as the medicine was applied, Ian felt a coolness, and the originally burning wound was instantly relieved. Thank you, Professor. Ian pointed at the other three people. Hermione and the others are also injured. Please give them some medicine. Professor Snape's face darkened again in an instant. Don't they have hands? After saying that, Professor Snape stuffed the bottle of medicine into Ian's arms, turned around and walked aside, hugged his chest and stared at them coldly. Ian's mouth twitched, and after carefully applying the medicine to Hermione, he handed the bottle of medicine to Harry and the others. Okay, now can you tell me what happened? Professor McGonagall looked at the four people seriously. If it weren't for Miss Wally and Mr. Malfoy worrying about you and finding us in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find this place in time. Sorry, Professor. Ian simply told the story again without exaggerating the facts or deliberately discrediting anyone. Although it was simple, the professors also understood what happened. Professor McGonagall looked at Ronald with a sullen face. Mr. Weasley, because of your unfriendly behavior, Gryffindor will be deducted 10 points. I hope you can remember today's lesson. As for you guys, Professor McGonagall paused and continued, you can defeat the troll in the first year and survive. Each of you will get 20 points. You are really lucky to be alive. Professor McGonagall said this and glared at Ronald again. Mr. Malfoy and Miss Ward will also get 10 points each because they found the professor in time. Cassandra's face was expressionless, as if it didn't matter to her whether to get points or not. And Draco looked proud and raised his chin to Ian. Ian rolled his eyes and ignored him. After Professor McGonagall dealt with the troll, he left with other professors. Before leaving, Professor Snape looked deeply at the Potter brothers. The brothers shuddered when Professor Snape looked at them. Harry muttered quietly, "What's wrong with Professor Snape? Why is he looking at us like that? Maybe he's jealous of how handsome we are." Ian replied casually, "Harry." After the professors left, they all gathered in Dumbledore's office to report to him about the troll. "I think we should strengthen the castle's defenses." Professor McGonagall frowned and said, "It's too dangerous for the children. Minerva, are those children okay?" Dumbledore asked. Professor McGonagall softened his tone, except for Miss Wally and Mr. Malfoy. The others had some scratches, but they have all been healed by Severus. Snape snorted with an ugly expression. Who is willing to treat a group of little trolls who are rushing to die? Severus, we must be patient with the children. Dumbledore smiled gently, and they did a good job, didn't they? That's right, Merlin's big socks. Professor Flitwick's tone became excited. I just looked at the traces of spells on the trolls. The first-year wizards can use those offensive spells so quickly and skillfully. Incredible, incredible. Dumbledore still had a kind smile on his face. Oh, is it Ian? Yes, Ian Potter can use the levitation spell and the transformation spell so skillfully. It's amazing, he is definitely a genius. Professor Flitwick did not hesitate to praise. Professor Snape's face was still gloomy. Genius. In order to save his friend, he impulsively ran to fight the troll. If he wasn't lucky, he would have died long ago. He knew it. This child shouldn't be allowed to stay with Harry Potter. It's only been 2 months. He has become as impulsive as Gryffindor. How can he still be a Slytherin? Severus, you can't deny Ian's courage and wisdom. Dumbledore said, in a critical moment he can think calmly, use his knowledge, and bravely protect his friends. This is very rare. Professor Snape snorted coldly and said nothing. Well, now the more important thing is how the troll got in. Dumbledore changed the subject. The troll is stupid. He definitely won't break in suddenly. Someone deliberately let him into Hogwarts. Snape said coldly. I will find out about this matter. Dumbledore sighed and suddenly asked, by the way, where is Quirinus? Professor Quirrell is dealing with the troll in the basement. Professor McGonagall replied, he said he would check the troll to see if he could find any clues. Okay, that's it for now, you can go back first. Dumbledore waved his hand. The professors left one after another and only Professor Snape stood there with an angry face. Dumbledore, do you know that if that child was not strong enough, he would be a cold corpse now? Including those little trolls. Severus, Ian and Harry are the key to dealing with Voldemort. Maybe you should try to let go instead of treating them as flowers in a greenhouse. Dumbledore said softly, and you should believe in Ian, he is a smart child. You can't understand at all. If the two of them died in front of me, it would be. Snape shouted this sentence angrily but stopped abruptly. He seemed to have been paused, his face twisted for a few times and finally glared at Dumbledore fiercely, swaying his robe and striding away. Watching his departing back, Dumbledore sighed softly. At the same time, Ian and the others had already returned to their respective colleges. In the Slytherin common room, Ian was lazily lying on the sofa, listening to Draco praising him with an admiring look on his face. Ian, you are really amazing. You can actually defeat a troll. So cool. I will write a letter to tell my parents. Ian rolled his eyes. You've said this many times. Come on, you're really awesome. First grade, Draco said as if it was a matter of course. Besides, you're my friend Malfoy. My friend is a hero. Okay, Draco, stop flattering Ian, aren't you sleepy? Cassandra looked at Draco faintly. Draco was about to say, I'm not sleepy, but when he saw Cassandra's emotionless light green eyes, he nodded quickly. Oh yes, I'm sleepy, good night, Ian, Cassandra. Draco said and ran back to the dormitory at a very fast speed. In the common room, only Ian and Cassandra were left. You should go back to the dormitory and sleep, Cassandra. Ian avoided the gaze of those green eyes with a guilty conscience. He begged Cassandra not to cry, otherwise he would have to coax the eldest lady after coaxing Hermione. Cassandra did not move. She looked at Ian steadily, her eyes gradually reddened. Ian Potter. Have you ever thought that if you had not fought the troll, you would not be standing here now? Cassandra. Ian hurriedly wiped the tears for the little witch. Cassandra threw herself into Ian's arms and sobbed softly. I was very scared on the way there. I was afraid that I would see your body. Fortunately, you are still alive. Ian gently patted Cassandra's back, saying gently, don't cry, I'm fine, right? If you are going to do something, don't leave me behind again, don't take risks alone. Cassandra raised her head from Ian's arms, her eyes red and her tone overbearing. Ian Potter promises there won't be a next time. Ian raised 3 fingers without blushing. I swear to God. Anyway, he is a wizard, not God's control, he is Merlin's control. Cassandra didn't think too much, and when she saw Ian swear, her uneasy heart was slightly calmed. Okay, it's late, it's time to go to bed. Ian gently kissed Cassandra on the forehead. Good night, have a good dream, Cassandra. Cassandra blushed slightly, whispered good night, and walked quickly to the entrance of the girls' dormitory on the right. Just as she touched the door handle, Cassandra seemed to remember something and turned to look at Ian. If it were me, would you do the same? Ian knew what she meant and nodded without hesitation. Yes. Cassandra laughed this time. It was a smile from the heart that Ian had never seen before. The little witch's smile made Ian's heart skip a beat, and Ian didn't come back to his senses until Cassandra's figure disappeared at the door of the dormitory. He touched his chest, where his heart was beating a little faster. Ian shook his head, he was such a jerk. But he shouldn't be the first man to be attracted to 2 girls, right? With a little inexplicable feeling of guilt, Ian returned to the dormitory. The next day, Ian appeared at the Slytherin table with a pair of black eyes. Ian, you really beat the troll, this is so. Theodore stopped praising him halfway. He looked at Ian with a worried look on his face. Prefect, are you okay? Didn't you sleep well? Why are you so dark circles? Is it obvious? Ian touched his eyes where there was a dark circle. Very obvious, you look like you went to steal last night. Blaise nodded sincerely. What? Ian, you went to steal last night? Draco, who was halfway listening, turned his head and looked at Ian in surprise. They were in the same dormitory. How could he not know that Ian went to steal in the middle of the night? What thief? I just didn't sleep well last night. Ian rolled his eyes and said unhappily. He did not sleep well last night, but he did not go to steal but dreamed. He first dreamed of Hermione. The little girl looked at him with an accusing look on her face, saying that she had come first, so why did he give his heart to another girl? Ian was about to explain, but the scene suddenly changed, and Cassandra appeared in his dream again. The eldest lady also had an accusing look on her face, saying that Ian was a liar and he kissed her, but he didn't dare to admit that he liked her. Ian's mouth was almost dry, and he didn't coax the two of them. He also caused Hermione and Cassandra to give him a Avada bite big melon together, which scared him awake. After waking up, Ian couldn't sleep no matter how hard he tried, and appeared in the restaurant with a pair of panda eyes. "Oh, you really shouldn't have slept well. You are the hero who defeated the troll." Draco looked proud. "Ian, thank you, but can you not mention this title? It's very shameful, okay? I'm just thinking about life." Ian yawned. After he woke up last night, he had been thinking about how to make Hermione and Cassandra live in peace. After all, if the harem is well managed, then it is Shidao, and if it is not well managed, then it will become Makoto, being killed by his own girlfriend. Ian shuddered subconsciously. He didn't want to die so early. "Isn't there a Quidditch match this afternoon? Have you practiced?" Ian changed the subject and mentioned the afternoon match. "Don't worry, I will fight too." Draco patted his chest confidently. "That's fine." Ian nodded and saw a sneaky figure in his peripheral vision. It was Professor Quirrell. He looked around with fear on his face as if he was afraid of something. Ian frowned imperceptibly. Quidditch match. In the original plotline, Quirrell should have thought about killing Harry. Tusk. Now there is one more. There is no need to think too much. Voldemort must want to catch them all in one fell swoop. After all, no one wants to face two difficult saviors after resurrection. Thinking of this, Ian's eyes darkened. It seems that when he is in the second year, he should go to his dear Tom to learn more about black magic to make up for the loss brought to him by Voldemort. Ian. Draco stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Ian's eyes. "What are you thinking about?" "Ah, nothing." Ian came back to his senses and shook his head. "I'm thinking about the troll from yesterday." "Ah, do you want to beat him again?" Draco clapped his hands in sudden realization. "I know, you must want everyone to see your strength with their own eyes, right? I understand you." Ian's mouth twitched. "You know shit. What I mean is that the troll must have been deliberately let in by someone. There must be a conspiracy." Draco's expression froze. "Okay, it seems to be true, so we have to be careful." Ian looked at Professor Quirrell in the teacher's seat with a hint of meaning. "I always feel that someone wants to harm me." Draco echoed. "That's right, Ian, you are right, I will be careful." Ian nodded and yawned again. "I've finished eating, I'm so sleepy, I'll go back and take a nap first. See you at the game in the afternoon." After saying that, Ian stood up, stretched, and left the restaurant. He really should catch up on his sleep, otherwise he would not have the energy to deal with emergencies in the Quidditch match in the afternoon. Cassandra had been shy and did not dare to look at Ian. Now that she saw him leaving, she immediately raised her head and looked at Ian's back. She pursed her lips, stood up, and walked quickly to the door of the restaurant in the surprised eyes of everyone. "Cassandra, where are you going?" Pansy frowned and asked hurriedly. "I'll go out for a while and be back soon," Cassandra said without turning her head. She walked out of the restaurant quickly and saw Ian, who was not far away. "Ian." Cassandra's trot turned into a jog and walked to Ian. "Huh, Cassandra. Why are you out too?" Ian turned his head and looked at the girl next to him with some surprise. I also want to go back to catch up on my sleep." Cassandra lied. She couldn't say that she came out because of Ian. Ian nodded without thinking. "Okay, let's go together." Cassandra smiled and said nothing and walked back to Slytherin side by side with Ian. The two did not speak along the way, but they did not seem awkward at all. Instead, there was a strange atmosphere between them. Ian glanced at Cassandra from time to time, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Cassandra's cheeks were slightly red, and her hands were twisted together nervously. She was also hesitating whether to ask Ian about the kiss and their relationship. In the end, Ian took the lead in breaking the silence. "Will you come to watch my game this afternoon, Cassandra?" Ian touched his nose. He actually knew that Cassandra didn't like Quidditch. After all, she always felt that this sport was violent and inelegant. Cassandra was stunned for a moment, subconsciously raised her head and met Ian's deep eyes. She clearly saw her shy and expectant expression. At this moment, Cassandra suddenly didn't want to worry about so much anymore. She raised her head slightly, looked at Ian and said seriously, "Ian, I will go to see it, I just want to cheer you up." Hearing the girl's serious answer, Ian chuckled. "Well, I will also work hard, cheer for me for the young lady." Cassandra's cheeks became redder. She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but felt that nothing she said was enough to express her feelings. So she raised her hand, gently grabbed Ian's sleeve and nodded slightly. Ian was stunned for a moment, looking at the shy but firm expression of the girl. His heart moved slightly. But when he thought of his age, Ian put down the throbbing in his heart again. He raised his hand, gently covered the back of Cassandra's hand and smiled gently. "Let's go, young lady, I'll take you back to the dormitory." Cassandra's cheeks were red, but she didn't refuse. She nodded gently and let Ian lead her to the Slytherin girls' dormitory. The two of them were silent all the way, but the atmosphere was more ambiguous than before. Ian sent Cassandra to the door of the girls' dormitory before stopping. "I'm here, Ian." Cassandra pursed her lips and said softly, "Yeah, I know." Ian smiled and let go of Cassandra's hand. "See you in the afternoon, miss." After that, Ian turned and left, leaving Cassandra standing alone, looking at his back with red cheeks. Cassandra didn't look away until Ian's figure completely disappeared around the corner and turned to walk into the dormitory. She lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a sweet smile on her lips. "Ian, there is a long way to go." In the afternoon, Ian and other members of the team came to the Quidditch field early. They had just changed their clothes in the locker room when they heard loud cheers from outside. "It seems that there are a lot of people today," Marcus said while sorting out his protective gear. "Many girls are here for Potter." Lucian Ball nodded in Ian's direction. "What for me?" Ian subconsciously replied, "What am I here for?" Draco was surprised. "Ian, don't you know that many girls regard you as the school idol of Hogwarts? When did this happen?" Ian's mouth twitched. He really didn't know about this. "Recently." Chloe Foley, the only girl in the team, said with a smile, "I heard that even the good girls of Ravenclaw are secretly discussing you in the dormitory every day." Draco nodded enviously. "Those girls said you are more handsome than Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff." Ian was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. "Okay, stop talking, it's time to go on stage." Marcus clapped his hands and interrupted the conversation of several people. "Remember, we are Slytherin, we can't lose. For Slytherin." Everyone shouted in unison and then walked out of the locker room together. Ian followed behind everyone, but he didn't feel much nervous. He looked up at the Gryffindor audience, and as expected, he saw Hermione holding a Go Ian banner in her hand. Ian turned his head and looked at the Slytherin audience. Cassandra was sitting there, staring at him closely. Ian chuckled and waved to Hermione and Cassandra. Hermione also saw Ian, her eyes lit up, and she also waved to Ian. Cassandra smiled with pursed lips and looked at Ian gently. "Ian, what are you looking at?" Draco followed Ian's gaze and exclaimed, "Wow, Ian, you are so lucky." Ian retracted his gaze and patted Draco on the back of his head in annoyance. "Don't talk nonsense." What would happen if the two little witches heard this? Draco covered the back of his head, looking aggrieved. "I'm not wrong, so many girls like you, of course you are so lucky." "Tusk." Ian glared at Draco and pretended to hit him again. Seeing this, Draco quickly dodged. Okay, I won't say anything, don't hit me." While the two were playing, the whistle for the start of the game sounded. Ian quickly regained his mind and devoted himself to the game seriously. As a chaser, his only task was to throw the quaffle into the hoop to score points. With his agility and sharp judgment, Ian dodged the blockade of several Gryffindor team members and successfully threw the quaffle into the hoop. "Yeah, Slytherin scored." The Slytherin audience burst into cheers. Cassandra stood up excitedly, looking at Ian with admiration in her eyes. Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, as the commentator, was not excited. "Oh, Slytherin's Potter scored. Gryffindor's Potter is still looking for the golden snitch. Slytherin, except Potter, is more evil than the other. The tactics are really dirty. Oh God, they pushed Anna down." Jordan. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded in his ears. "You are explaining the game, watch your attitude." Lee Jordan was very aggrieved. Why was he caught by Professor McGonagall again? The game was still going on, but the Gryffindor team was faintly suppressed by the Slytherin team. Harry was a little anxious. As a seeker, he hadn't even seen the shadow of the golden snitch since the start of the game. At this moment, Harry suddenly caught a glimpse of gold from the corner of his eye. He quickly looked over and saw the golden snitch hiding in the corner behind Ian. Harry was delighted and quickly drove his broomstick to chase Ian. Huh! Ian suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. He subconsciously looked back and saw Harry flying towards him. Ian understood in an instant and immediately called out to Draco. "Draco, golden snitch." Draco heard this and looked towards Ian and saw the snitch hiding behind Ian. He turned around and flew towards Ian without any hesitation. Harry was anxious when he saw this, and he quickly sped up, trying to catch the snitch before Draco. However, Draco was also fast, and he almost came behind Ian at the same time as Harry. "It's mine." Harry and Draco said in unison and stretched out their hands at the same time, trying to catch the snitch. The next second, Harry's broom suddenly swung up and down uncontrollably. Harry. Draco, who was about to catch the snitch, quickly gave up the snitch and grabbed Harry's arm. The shaking of the broom did not stop, and Draco was also shaken. Ian was about to draw out his wand and use a curse to stop on the broom, and its Nimbus 2000 also began to shake. For a moment, the attention of all the audience on the field was focused on the three brooms. Damn Voldemort, damn Quirrell. In the end-of-term game, I must give the noseless monster a few more hits. Ian thought with gritted teeth. Ian tried to maintain his balance, took out his wand from his arms, pointed it at his broom, and shouted, "Spell stop." His broom instantly returned to normal, but Harry and Draco's brooms were still shaking. Ian quickly cast a spell stop on Harry's broom, and Harry's broom also returned to normal. At the same time in the audience, a flame from nowhere ignited Snape's wizard robe, causing Professor Quirrell to fall off his seat. At this time, the three people on the field had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the audience, and just continued the game. "Hurry up, you two, find the golden snitch. I don't want this broom to do it to me again." Ian shouted at Harry and Draco while hitting the quaffle into the hole. After what happened just now, Harry didn't dare to act rashly anymore, and could only look for the trace of the golden snitch carefully. Draco also became more cautious, staring at Harry closely, fearing that he would have another accident. Not long after, the two of them found the trace of the golden snitch at the same time, and hurriedly urged the flying broom to chase it. With the experience just now, Harry didn't act rashly this time, but waited patiently for the opportunity. At this moment, the golden snitch suddenly dived and flew towards the ground. Harry and Draco urged the broom at the same time and dived down with the golden snitch. When the golden snitch was about to fall to the ground, Harry suddenly accelerated. He stood directly on the broom and reached out to grab the golden snitch. Just when he was about to catch the golden snitch, the whole person and the broom rolled to the ground. The audience in the stands saw this and exclaimed. Harry covered his chest as if he was going to vomit and retched a few times. The next second, Harry spat out the golden snitch. Looking closely, there was still some saliva on it. Harry Potter caught the golden snitch. "Harry Potter, the game is over," Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. In the audience, the Gryffindor students stood up and cheered excitedly. The Slytherin students looked disappointed, and even Cassandra couldn't help but frown. Although Harry caught the golden snitch and got 150 points, Ian Potter scored 3 consecutive quaffles in the end, 10 more points than Gryffindor so. Lee Jordan dragged out his voice, and in the expectant eyes of everyone, he slowly spit out the last few words, "Slytherin wins." As soon as Lee Jordan finished speaking, the Slytherin students in the audience cheered. The Gryffindor students looked disappointed, and even the cheers were much quieter. Although Hermione wanted to cheer loudly for Ian, she could only whisper to Ronald, "Let's go celebrate for Ian and Harry later." Seeing that there were all the disappointed Gryffindor classmates around her, Ian also breathed a sigh of relief on the field. He had just scored 3 quaffles to tie the score of catching the golden snitch. We can't let Dumbledore give all the highlights to Harry, so he is not the savior. He is not the child of the Potter family, Tusk. The old bee with a biased eye, you mean Professor Snape wants to kill me and Harry. Ian was still wearing his Quidditch uniform. He sat by the Black Lake and looked at Hermione, who said this in surprise. After the game, Hermione and Ronald found Ian and his friends and told him their previous guesses. Draco didn't believe that his godfather would do that and immediately retorted, "How is it possible? What reason does Professor Snape have to kill them? Keep your voice down." Cassandra slapped Draco's head hard and scolded in a low voice, "You idiot! Do you want everyone to know that we are talking about the professor here?" Draco covered the back of his head that was hurt by Cassandra's slap and grumbled aggrievedly, "I know you are too cruel. I think what Draco said makes sense. Harry is fine, but what reason does Professor Snape have to harm Ian?" Cassandra reminded them, "Don't forget how worried Professor Snape was about Ian when the troll attacked yesterday." Hermione hesitated after hearing what Cassandra said. She remembered that Professor Snape's anxious look in the bathroom yesterday did not seem to be pretended. "Listen to me, everyone. Snape is not a good person at all. He must want to steal the things guarded by the three-headed dog," Harry suddenly said. "He was the one who let the troll in at the Halloween dinner." Harry said confidently he wanted to divert everyone's attention so that he could take the opportunity to steal the things hidden under the trapdoor. Wow, Ian looked at Harry in surprise. He was thinking, when did his cheap brother learn to use his brain? Harry felt guilty at Ian's look and pointed at Hermione. "You went to catch up on your sleep in the morning. This is the result of Hermione's deduction." Ian nodded in understanding. "That's good. It's not that Harry has grown a brain. Otherwise, it will be hard to fool him in the future. This morning, after you left Ian, Snape came to mock Harry. Ronald repeated what happened in the morning. Absolutely true." Harry nodded quickly. "The 3 of us saw Snape limping, and you didn't notice that his leg was bleeding yesterday." So, you think that Professor Snape wants to kill me and Harry for something unknown? Ian frowned and looked at the three people. Do you have any other solid evidence? You can't just doubt him because he mocked Harry a few times and walked with a limp because of his injured leg. Of course, Professor Snape doesn't look like a good person. Ian added, Ian, you are too naive. Harry patted his brother's shoulder helplessly. You always don't want to think that people are so bad. Ian still had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. What a first-class performance. Anyone who saw it would say that he is a good student who respects his teacher and respects his teacher. Even in this situation, he still refuses to doubt his professor. Felixir, for your sake, I have to say a few good words for Professor Snape. We should tell Professor Dumbledore about this. Hermione, who had the strongest sense of justice, suggested, since we can't catch Professor Snape, let Professor Dumbledore investigate. Ian mercilessly interrupted Hermione's fantasy. We don't have solid evidence. Do you think Professor Dumbledore will believe us little brats or a professor? I think Ian is right. Cassandra also agreed with Ian's opinion. Without evidence, it's useless even if we tell Professor Dumbledore. Several young wizards were immediately dejected when they heard this. We have to take a long-term view on this matter. Don't alarm the enemy and slowly look for evidence. Ian said slowly, anyway, whether it was Professor Snape or not, I'm sure that the troll yesterday must have been deliberately let in by someone. Who could it be? Several people were thinking about the murderer. Hey Harry, Ian, why are you sitting here? Hagrid, who was passing by, saw the people sitting together and ran over excitedly. I haven't congratulated you yet, Ian. The last 3 quaffles were awesome. And Harry, you caught the golden snitch. Thank you, Hagrid. Ian and Harry said at the same time. By the way. Hagrid, how are the professors investigating the troll? Hermione asked hurriedly. Hagrid's expression suddenly became unnatural and he stammered, You don't care about this matter. Hermione's eyes lit up. It seems that Hagrid knows something inside. That. I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Hagrid seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly turned and left. Hagrid must know something, Harry said affirmatively. Let's go, let's follow. Hermione made a prompt decision and quietly followed with a few people. Hagrid walked all the way to the cabin in the Forbidden Forest and didn't notice Ian and his followers during the period. Hagrid went in. Should we go in too? Ronald was eager to follow Hagrid into the cabin. Ronald, go knock on the door. Ian smiled and told Ronald. Okay, Ian. The innocent Ronald didn't realize why Ian asked him to knock on the door. He took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, are you there? I'm Ronald. The door opened. Hagrid poked his head out and was stunned when he saw Ronald and others outside. Why are you here? Hagrid asked them to enter the room with a surprised expression. It's so cold outside, come in and sit down. Hagrid, can you tell us about the troll? Ian explained his purpose directly. Hagrid's expression suddenly became unnatural when he heard this. He avoided Ian's eyes and didn't dare to look into his eyes. Don't ask about the troll. Hagrid, you are our friend. Harry also said, if you know anything, you must tell us. Okay. Hagrid couldn't stand the looks of these little guys the most. He sighed, I really can't stand you little guys. Don't tell anyone about the troll. Hagrid poured a glass of juice for everyone. The professors guessed that someone deliberately put the troll into the school. Who? Several people asked in unison. I don't know. Hagrid shook his head. The school is investigating this matter now. Don't tell anyone. Harry quickly told Hagrid the murderer that several people guessed. You suspect Professor Snape? Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Why would Professor Snape do such a thing? I believe in Professor Snape's character. Hagrid insisted, although he doesn't look like a good person, he is definitely not the murderer who let the troll into the school. But we really saw Professor Snape limping, and his leg was bleeding. Harry quickly told Hagrid what he saw. He just wanted to steal the things guarded by the 3-headed dog. So he let the troll into the school to take advantage of the opportunity to achieve his goal. How do you know, Fluffy? Hagrid was very surprised. Ian shook his head. He felt that Hagrid was simply the best guide for Dumbledore to set up a game for Harry to pass levels. Look, just a few words and the bottom line was revealed. Flew. That 3-headed monster has a name, Draco said with disgust. It's so ugly, but it still has a name. Hagrid, how do you know the name of that 3-headed dog? Hermione was keenly aware of something wrong. You know it, right? Hagrid immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and he hesitated, not knowing how to answer Hermione's question. Flew? So it's called Flew? It's really cute. Ian spoke at the right time. Hagrid immediately became excited when he heard Ian praise Flew for being cute and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Flew is really cute. I bought him from an Irishman. He was just a cute baby at the time, but later he was borrowed by Dumbledore to guard Nick Flamel. Hermione and Cassandra, equals de equals Harry and Draco and Ronald. Oh cute, oh grave, Ian. Okay. Ian reasonably suspected that Hagrid grew up drinking truth serum, so he didn't need to ask. He said everything he should and shouldn't say. Nick Flamel, who is he? Hermione looked puzzled. Is there such a person in the wizarding world? Hagrid wanted to bite off his tongue at this moment. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Okay, Hagrid, don't be embarrassed. Ian saw Hagrid's expression and felt funny in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be understanding. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Hagrid was relieved when he heard Ian say this. Ian, you are such a good boy. Hagrid patted Ian's shoulder. You are much more obedient than Harry and the others. Harry rolled his eyes when he heard this. Hagrid, I will be angry if you say that. Haha, as long as you don't tell the secret, you are all good children. Hagrid laughed and sent the few people out of the hut. Hagrid looked around and whispered to the few people, okay, no matter what Fluffy is guarding, it is not something you little wizards should worry about. Also, don't doubt Professor Snape. Although he doesn't look like a good person, he will never do such a thing. But Harry wanted to say something else. Don't say but believe Hagrid. Ian interrupted Harry. Let's go, Nicholas Flamel. Cassandra racked her brains to think about this person, but she couldn't remember it. This name is so familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Maybe we should go to the library to check and see if we can find any clues about Nicholas Flamel. Hermione suggested, if you can't remember, just think about it slowly. Anyway, what we have the most is time. Ian ruffled the hair of the two little witches. However, a name that can appear at the same time as Dumbledore, I guess he must be a big shot. Draco's eyes lit up. You're right, Ian, maybe I should write a letter to ask my father. Then you will be banned from participating in this adventure. Harry pouted and said, your father will definitely keep you away from such things. These days, Draco has created a big Malfoy image for them, and Harry is not surprised that he will do so. Draco was immediately deflated when he heard this. You're right, he will definitely do it, so let's find it ourselves. We should go directly to the 4th floor and wait for it. Anyway, we have to find out who is coveting the things under the trapdoor. We just need to hide in the dark and wait for that person to appear and catch him. Ronald said with a clenched fist. Ronald, when will your IQ be able to match your courage? Ian sighed. We don't even know when that person will come. Do we have to wait on the 4th floor all the time? Ronald immediately wilted. You're right, I was too impulsive. Anyway, you all should honestly check Nicholas Flamel in the library. Don't think about going to the 4th floor again. Don't think about committing suicide. Ian glared at the 3 wizards who were ready to move, especially the 3 of you. Don't take advantage of my absence to kidnap Hermione and Cassandra and violate school rules. Don't worry, Ian, I will keep an eye on them. Hermione said very obediently. Me too. Cassandra said unwillingly. Ian nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I believe you too. With Hermione and Cassandra watching, the 3 will not cause any big trouble. The following days, several people lived very fulfillingly. The Gryffindor trio was responsible for finding clues about Nicholas Flamel, wanting to know what Fluffy was guarding. The Slytherin trio was relatively relaxed. Although they were also looking for Nicholas Flamel's traces, they were not as persistent as the Gryffindors. Cassandra occasionally dragged Hermione to the library to find information about Nicholas Flamel, but found nothing. After a long time, she didn't care. Anyway, as Ian said, they are just little wizards, and this kind of thing should be left to adults like Dumbledore to worry about. Not to mention Draco, his interest in Nicholas Flamel is not as great as Harry's little green snake Seraphina. Ian, on the other hand, spent his days in leisure. He would play with the Golden Eagle Themis, tease little Hermione and Cassandra, occasionally go to the library to read books, learn some new magic, and live a happy life. Time passed quickly, and it was Christmas Eve in a blink of an eye. Because of the Christmas holiday, everyone was packing their luggage and preparing to go home for Christmas. There were only a few people at the long table at night, most of whom chose to stay in Hogwarts. Therefore, Ian and the other 2 also sat on the Gryffindor territory. This is really a violent sport. Hermione frowned as she walked over and looked at Draco and Ronald, who were playing wizard chess. The chess pieces on the chessboard were fighting each other, and every step they took was like a group fight. Hermione, this is wizard chess. Ronald pressed a chess piece hard, and the chess piece hit Draco's bishop hard, knocking it out of the chessboard. The bishop fell to the ground with a loud thud and rolled to Hermione's feet. Hermione picked up the bishop and looked at the small hole left on it, feeling sorry. Can't wizard chess be played properly? Hermione muttered softly and put the bishop back on the chessboard. This is how wizard chess is played, as you said, violent. Draco chuckled and pressed down a knight, who waved his sword and rushed towards Ronald's bishop. Hermione rolled her eyes and decided not to watch the violent chess game anymore. Ian, are you staying at Hogwarts for Christmas? Cassandra asked Ian, who was sitting on a chair reading a book. Harry and I are going to stay at Hogwarts. After all, Professor Dumbledore will take us to the Potter family's old house tomorrow. Ian looked up from the book and smiled slightly. Well, to collect some of our family's assets. This is the first Christmas we are not together. Mom and Dad will miss you very much. Hermione looked a little depressed. Ian rubbed Hermione's head and said gently, "Just this once, Hermione, remember to say hello to Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger for me." No matter how reluctant Hermione was, she understood that Ian was going to do business, so she could only nod. Harry, who was next to her, saw this and patted Hermione's shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry, Hermione, I will take good care of Ian, you don't have to worry." Hermione rolled her eyes when she heard this. "Harry, are you sure it's not Ian who takes care of you?" Harry was speechless for a moment. He was really stumped by Hermione's question. It seemed that Ian, the younger brother, had always been the one taking care of him. Ian looked at Harry's frustrated look and laughed. "Hermione, have you packed your luggage?" "We're leaving soon, aren't we? I've packed it a long time ago." Hermione picked up the small suitcase next to her. "I don't have much stuff, I've packed it and it's only for 3 days. "Well, that's good." Ian nodded and looked at Draco and Cassandra. "What about you two? We've packed it too." Draco and Cassandra also patted their luggage. "Ronald, what about yours? You haven't packed it yet." Ian looked at Ronald, who was still playing wizard chess with Draco, and frowned. "You're not going home. The plan has changed. My parents decided to go to Romania to find my brother Charlie." Ronald said while playing chess. "He is studying dragons there now. Mom thinks she should go and see him. Anyway, they will leave during Christmas, so it is more convenient for me to stay in school for Christmas. Are you happy?" Ian looked at Ronald's excitement and couldn't help but joked. "Of course I don't have to listen to my mother's nagging." Ronald smiled and pressed a chess piece hard. "Besides, you two are here to accompany me." "Very good, then you can help Ian and Harry and then go to the library to look for Nicholas Flamel." Hermione said, "To be honest, we have looked at it 100 times and haven't found Nicholas Flamel." Ronald scratched his hair in pain. "I feel like I have never worked so hard to read a book in my life." "I totally agree." Harry also had a bitter face. He was about to vomit from flipping through books these days, and he really didn't understand how Hermione could use these books that were thicker than his life as bedtime reading. "Don't forget, you haven't visited the restricted area yet." Hermione whispered, then gave Ian a look and left with her small box. Ronald swallowed his saliva. "Do you think Hermione has become bad after staying with us for so long?" "I think so too." Harry completely agreed. "You two are at least a little self-aware." Ian smiled slightly and patted his clothes. "Let's go, Harry. Ronald, let's go see Hermione off." "Okay." Ian and his friends came to the castle gate with their luggage. To be more precise, Ian carried Hermione's box in one hand and Cassandra's box in the other. "Take good care of yourself in the next 3 days and write to me if you have any problems." Ian handed the luggage to Hermione and Cassandra. "Yeah, you too, Ian." Hermione hugged Ian and followed Cassandra onto the train. "We'll see you after Christmas." "Goodbye, Hermione." Cassandra. Ian waved and watched the two figures go away. "Ian, we should go back too," Harry couldn't help but say as he watched the train go away. "Well, let's go." Ian nodded and took Harry and Ronald to the castle. When Ian and his friends returned to the castle, they found a huge Christmas tree in the castle lobby, which was 12 feet high and hung with golden-colored lights. "This is so beautiful." Ronald looked at the huge Christmas tree and couldn't help but sigh. "Yeah, it's really beautiful." Harry nodded and stared at the Christmas tree without blinking. "Okay, I'm going back to the dormitory. I have to ask Themis to send those gifts as soon as possible." Ian raised his eyes slightly. "You two should go back to the dormitory quickly. Curfew is coming soon." "Okay, Ian, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance." Harry and Ronald looked at Ian's back and said in unison, "Okay, Merry Christmas, Harry." Ronald. Ian waved his hand without looking back. After Ian returned to the Slytherin lounge, he began to count the gifts. A ruby necklace for Hermione, an emerald ring for Cassandra, a broom care kit for Harry, a wizard chess set for Ronald. Ian counted them while sketching on the parchment with a quill, and Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape. Zha. Ian looked at the full of gifts and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Themis, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise I really don't know what to do." The golden eagle Themis stood on the shelf, proudly holding her head high, as if to say, "Of course, don't you see who I am?" "Okay, stop being so conceited and go deliver the gifts." Ian scolded with a smile and put all the gifts on Themis' back. "Go early and come back early, good girl." Themis rubbed Ian's cheek with her head and then spread her wings and flew out of the window. Ian watched Themis disappear into the sky, then retracted his gaze and returned to the dormitory. The next morning, Ian was woken up by Themis. Themis rubbed Ian's cheek with her head, making a chirp tilde chirp tilde chirp sound, as if saying, "Get up quickly, lazy guy." Okay, I'll get up, I'll get up. Ian rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. Themis saw that Ian woke up, so he flew back to the shelf and stared at Ian with his head tilted. "Next time can you change to a gentler way of waking up?" Ian complained while putting on his clothes. "My face is about to be rubbed bald by you." Themis called softly, turned her head to the side, and ignored Ian. "Well, you are the boss, you have the final say tilde." Ian looked at Themis's arrogant look and couldn't help laughing. "Have you given out all the gifts?" Themis nodded softly and flew back to Ian's shoulder. "Let's go, let's see who has given me a gift." Ian patted Themis on the back and took it to the Slytherin lounge. As soon as Ian stepped into the lounge, he saw the Christmas tree full of gifts. Various gift boxes were piled up and looked extremely spectacular. The ring Hermione gave me, the scarf Cassandra gave me, the golden snitch model Harry gave me, the pure gold snake ornament Draco gave me, and Ronald's wizard chess. Ian opened the gifts one by one, and the smile on his face became bigger and bigger. A sweater from my uncle and aunt, a transfiguration note from Professor McGonagall, a spell note from Professor Flitwick, a Felix Felicis material from Professor Sprout, and a Felix Felicis from Professor Snape. Felix Felicis. Ian looked at the small bottle in his hand with a surprised look on his face. Square root bottles of Felix Felicis. Felix Felicis is an extremely precious potion, and it is in short supply. Professor Snape actually gave him a bottle. He originally thought that after collecting the ingredients, it would be good enough to ask Snape to help him brew a bottle, but he didn't expect Snape to give him a bottle directly. "It seems that my luck will be very good this Christmas." Ian looked at the Felix Felicis in his hand and muttered to himself. Ian carefully put away the Felix Felicis and then looked at the largest gift box. This gift box is much larger than the others, and it is tied with a golden ribbon which looks extremely delicate. "Merry Christmas, Ian. This is an alchemical necklace for you, which can help you avoid all but the 3 unforgivable black magics. Maybe it can be regarded as compensation." Ian silently read the words on the card and opened the gift box. Ian took out the alchemical necklace and saw an exquisite pendant hanging on the necklace. The pendant was engraved with complicated magic patterns, and a dark green gem was inlaid in the middle, which looked extremely beautiful. Very beautiful. Ian stroked the alchemical necklace and said softly. He knew that this was Dumbledore's compensation for him, because the invisibility cloak, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, should have been in Harry's hands, right? Although he liked the invisibility cloak more than the alchemical necklace, who made him the youngest son. Iolante Peveril was the granddaughter of Ignatus Peveril. Since there was no male heir in her generation, she inherited the invisibility cloak from her grandfather. Later, she married Hardwin Potter. According to the tradition of the Peveril family, the possession of the cloak was kept secret, and the cloak was passed down to the eldest son of each generation of the Potter family. "The youngest son has no human rights," Ian sighed in his heart. Ian put away the alchemical necklace and planned to find Harry and the others. "Harry, Ronald, Merry Christmas." Ian just walked to the door of the Gryffindor common room and met Harry and Ronald. "Ian, Merry Christmas." Harry and Ronald saw Ian and said in unison, "Thank you for your gift, we like it very much." "I like your gifts too." Ian smiled and pointed to the sweater with the letter I on his body. "Ronald, I haven't thanked Aunt Weasley for the sweater she gave me, it's very nice." Ronald blushed. "As long as you like it, it's knitted by my mother herself." "Ian, what gifts did you receive?" Harry asked impatiently. Ian knew from Harry's look that he wanted to know if he had received any relics from James. "I received a lot. In addition to you guys, there are also gifts from professors, and some people I don't know also gave gifts." Ian shook his head in distress. "Most of them are girls." Ronald was full of envy. "It's good to be handsome. Even girls you don't know take the initiative to give you gifts." Harry nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help asking, "Ian, did you receive any special gifts?" "Special gifts." Ian was slightly stunned, then he understood what Harry meant and couldn't help but chuckled. "Are you talking about this?" As he said, Ian took out the alchemical necklace around his neck. "I don't know who gave it to me, but they said it was compensation." Ian said lightly. Harry immediately told him that someone gave him an invisibility cloak. "Wow, cool." Ian looked at Harry wearing the invisibility cloak with envy and cursed it in his heart again. The youngest son has no human rights. Why should it be passed down to the eldest son in the family? Harry took off the invisibility cloak and stuffed it into Ian's hand solemnly. "Although that person gave me my father's cloak, I think you should also have the right to use it, Ian." Although Ian was very tempted, he still refused when he thought of Dumbledore's scheming face. Nonsense. He didn't want to be calculated by the old bee all day long. Ian returned the cloak to Harry and said with a strong heartache, Harry, since the other party gave it to you, it means that he thinks you need the invisibility cloak more than me. But Harry wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Ian. Well, if I want to use it, I can just ask you directly, will you not give it to me? Ian laughed and hit Harry's shoulder. Harry immediately expressed his thoughts. How could it be? Ian, if you want to use it, of course I will give it to you. That's it. Ian spread his hands. Don't think too much, hurry up and pack up. Professor Dumbledore will take us to the old house. Harry immediately put away the invisibility cloak and went to the castle gate with Ian and Ronald. Dumbledore was already waiting there, and when he saw Ian and Ronald coming, he immediately took them to the Potter old house.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.